on goods, and of course it is very, very, very essential to life because of course you need water to survive. So we get to understand the current custom, a sachet of water. Stay tuned.
Water is essential for life. Every day, millions of Nigerians rely on sachet water, popularly known as pure water, for drinking at home, in offices, school, markets, motor parks, and other public places. Over the years, sachet water has become one of the most affordable and accessible sources of safe drinking water for many households. Its convenience and availability have made it an indispensable commodity in daily life. However, behind every sachet water sold on the street and in the markets lies a production process that requires careful attention to hygiene, quality control, and regulatory standard. Before pure water reaches consumers, it passes through several stages, including water treatment, packaging, transportation, and distribution. In recent times, producers and distributors have also had to contend with rising operational costs, including increases in fuel prices, electricity bills, transportation expenses, and the cost of packaging materials. These factors continue to influence the market price of sachet water. In this market survey, we examine the production process of sachet water, the journey it takes before reaching consumers, the current market price, and the challenges faced by producers, distributors, and retailers. A visit to the sachet water production factory reveals the level of work involved in producing water that is safe for human consumption. Production begins with the sourcing of water depending on the company. Water may come from boreholes or other approved sources before undergoing several stages of purification. The raw water first passes through sediment filters designed to remove sand, dirt, and other suspended particles. It is then treated using activated carbon filters to eliminate odor, color, and unwanted chemicals. The next stage involves advanced purification systems such as reverse osmosis and sterilization to remove bacteria, viruses, and other harmful microorganisms. Some factories also use ozone treatment as an additional safety measure to improve water quality before packaging. Throughout the production process, technicians regularly monitor water quality to ensure that it meets established health and safety standards. After purification, the treated water is transferred into automated machines where specially manufactured nylon rolls are used to package it into sachets. The machines seal each sachet carefully to prevent contamination while maintaining the required quantity of water. The packaged sachets are then arranged in bags, each containing multiple sachets ready for distribution. Before leaving the factory, quality control officer inspects the finished product to ensure that the seal are intact and that the water meets the required standard for consumption. Many producers explain that maintaining hygiene throughout the production process is one of their highest priority. According to them, every stage of production is designed to protect consumers from contamination and ensure that only safe drinking water reaches the market. After production comes distribution. Loader trucks and delivery vans transport bags of sachet water from factory to wholesalers, retailers, supermarket, neighborhood, shop, and street vendors. Distributors explain that transportation plays a significant role in determining the final selling price of sachet water. The increase in fuel prices has led to higher transportation costs, making it more expensive to move products from factories to different parts of the city. Some distributors say the poor road condition also increase vehicle maintenance costs and sometimes delay delivery. As a result, these additional expenses are often reflected in the retail price paid by consumers.
I have my vehicle, then you bring your vehicle, then we give you the product as a discounted rate, so that we factor in your costs of maintenance of vehicle, we factor in your settling your drivers and other running costs, then and your return on investment. For example, if you came here with your vehicle and I'm to give to you, I'm to give to my brother now. If I'm giving to my brother with my own vehicle for 400 naira, I will not expect to give to you that is coming with your vehicle for say 400 naira. Right? Yes. Then if I'm not giving to you, having come with your own vehicle, then work out what do we think that is good enough to take care of your running cost, then still have your return on investment. In that case, we may agree on, okay, if I'm using my vehicle to give at 400, then I could give you which come with your vehicle for 300 or for 290 or for 310, as the case may be. At the moment now, if you are not coming with your, okay, we are delivering to you with our vehicle, we are giving to you at 500.
500.
Yes.
So, but if you are coming with a vehicle,
and that is something, it depends on the person.
Agreement.
Yes, because that one is called what we still factor in. Factor in, where is your area? Where is your catchment? Where are you coming from? For instance, if I have somebody within this vicinity that is coming with his vehicle, and there's somebody who is coming like from Mugbowo to this place, it will not make economic sense for me to give both of you same rate, because you have to, you coming from Mugbowo, we are going to cover a longer distance before you get to my facility. So those things are negotiable, things you can work out.
Market observations show that the price of sachet water varies from one location to another. A bag of pure water was previously sold at lower price, now costs significantly more in market due to increasing production and distribution expenses. Retailers explain that they must consider transportation costs, storage expenses, and daily operational costs before determining their selling price. Some vendors also point to irregular electricity supply as another major challenge. Although many factories rely on electricity during production, frequent power outages force them to depend on generators. The cost of diesel and petrol used to power these generators are continuing to increase, placing additional financial pressure on producer. According to factory operators, electricity and fuel account for a significant portion of production costs.
The biggest challenge we have here, which I think borders on all production outfits, is power. Power is our greatest. For example, as small as this my facility is, I spend on the average 1 million naira to buy diesel
Per day?
on a monthly basis. As small as this place is, assuming that we have a constant power supply, so that 1 million naira would have been retained in this facility. So it's a major problem.
They also explain that keeping purification equipment and packaging machine running throughout the day requires a steady supply of power. When public electricity is unavailable, generator becomes the only alternative. Another challenge identified by producer is rising cost of packaging materials. The nylon used in producing sachet water has become more expensive due to inflation and changes in the prices of raw material.
Getting this nylon to this stage equals to pass through various stages. You have to have the pallets. They comes in pellet forms that will go through extrusion. Then before we now come to this the sheet form, which you will now use to package. But here what we do, we are not into extruction in my facility here. What we are into printing on what has already been extruded. So we buy the extruded material, then we do our printing on it. For example, Stephanie table water. So you come with your cylinder, then we fill the cylinder on the machine, then we print out Stephanie table water, still on the same machine, then as it passes through. So that is what we do here. We are just basically into adding value to the already extruded material.
Machine maintenance is also becoming increasingly costly. Production's equipment requires regular servicing to ensure efficiency and maintain high standard of hygiene. Any mechanical faults can interrupt production and delay deliveries to customers. Despite those challenges, producers say they remain committed to providing safe drinking water because of its importance in public health. Consumers, on the other hand, acknowledge the increase in the price of sachet water, but say they have little choice because clean drinking water remains a daily necessity. Some buyers explain that they now purchase fewer bags than they used to because of the rising household expenses. Others say they have noticed slight increases in the price charged by roadside vendors, especially during period of high demand and hot weather. Traders who sell sachet water also note that the demand often rises during the dry season when temperatures are higher and people consume more water. Conversely, demand may reduce slightly during periods of heavy rainfall.
work on the environment. And beyond that, because most of us, we get our material from Lagos. Even those that don't print here, that I don't print for, we already have printed material ferried from Lagos to Benin, to Abuja, to Onitsha, whatever. In the course of transportation, there are bound to be contamination. So at the point of your usage, that's what we have sterilization, because your production material machines have to be sterilized in case there are contaminants on the material. So by the time it passes through the machine, those ones are taken care of. Basically, everybody wants to sell the way he or she bought, right? And this business is weather driven. It's weather driven. If it was in the dry season, you came here, you wouldn't have seen these vehicles here. But because it's weather related, we're in the rain season now, so consumption has dropped. If I ask you now, maybe you have drunk one sachet or not up to, or not even up to a sachet of water. But if it was same time during the heat period, perhaps maybe you would have drunk 2-3 by now. So it's a function of weather. During dry season, then there's a pickup, and as there's a pickup, then the prices of your goods equally tends to go up. It's simple economics. When there's high demand, then there's bound to be slight increase in prices. But when there's low demand, then you scatter too, then the prices of material will equally drop.
This market survey reveals that the journey of sachet water from production to consumers involves a carefully managed process designed to ensure safety, quality and hygiene. From water purification and packaging to distribution and retail sales, every stage contributes to the availability of one of Nigerians' most widely consumed products. The survey also highlights the challenges confronting producers and distributors, including rising fuel prices, transportation costs, irregular electricity supply, increased packaging expenses and the cost of maintaining production equipment. These factors continue to influence the market price of sachet water and the operations of businesses within the industry. Despite these challenges, sachet water remains an essential commodity relied upon by millions of Nigerians every day. As producers continue to improve production standard and consumers demand affordable, safe drinking water, stakeholders hope that better infrastructure, stable electricity, and reduced production costs will help ensure the continued availability of quality sachet water at responsible prices. The survey also revealed that producers are facing increasing operational costs from rising fuel prices, transportation expenses, electricity challenges, and the increasing cost of production materials. These challenges continue to affect business operations and contribute to the changing market price of sachet water. Consumers, however, continue to depend on sachet water because of its convenience, affordability, and availability, making it an essential commodity in homes, workplaces, schools, and public places. As efforts continue to improve production standard and expand access to safe drinking water, stakeholders hope that supportive policies and improved economic conditions will strengthen the industry and ensure that quality drinking water remains within the reach of every Nigerian.
We've come to the end of today's edition of Market Survey, and of course we've looked at the current price of pure water in the market, and we got to understand that one sachet of water is sold for 15 naira, and you get 2 sachets of water for 100 naira. So we also got to understand that seasonal changes will affect the increase in demand and also the increase in price. And that's it on today's edition of Market Survey here on Independent Television. I am Stephanie Matoro. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
ITV wow. Radio wow, kaya me kerulao, no akoko banedo. Egwa kebe me radio wow, kaya me kerulao.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
wá orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
A lovely afternoon to you. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egosa Agmalao. It's always a delight to have you on the program. Today's program promises to be educative, enlightening, and of course, entertaining. I have with me very distinguished personalities who have made their mark in their choosing field of endeavor. I have with us a professor of law, a very renowned analyst and legal practitioner, Professor Job Odion. Nice to have you today.
Yeah, good afternoon.
It's been a very long time.
Good afternoon, our viewers at home.
You know,
to be back.
People like you go on vacation. So we're happy to have you back.
Thank you very much. Good to be back. Good to be back.
We also have with us a leader of congregation, a leader of the youth, a clergyman. A man who has also made his mark, a very renowned analyst as well. Apostle Dr. Agbonaima. Nice to have you today.
Thanks for having me. You are, God bless you.
It's always a delight, like I said, to have you on the program. Today we are looking at something very crucial. Very, very crucial. Nigeria cannot develop without adequate security. Even the professionals cannot thrive, cannot excel in their profession without adequate security. Insecurity has become a monster, but we're looking at it from a different perspective today. Government has evolved strategies. These strategies, are they working? Now, the government has introduced the Edo State Security Network, that's in Edo State. In other states, we have the joint JTF and other quasi-security agencies. Are they working? We're looking at that today. But just a few days ago, Edo State got a new commissioner of police, a man from Benue State. And what do we expect of him? Is Edo State safe? Are there things he should consider as he settles down in his office? So my guest will do that, and it promises to be a nice time. So once again, I want to welcome my guest to today's program.
Thank you very much.
We'll just start with agenda setting for the CP, the new CP of Edo State. Because we saw Mr. Agbonika, the former CP, now promoted to Zone 5 AIG. Congratulations to the former CP there. Now, the new CP.
Yes.
What do you think it should immediately start doing? Let's start from there.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to also weigh in on the fact that I read that in one of your sister programs, some callers had read out some agenda for the new CP. I think this is a program either yesterday or the day before. Okay. So I believe this is just a follow-up now, as it were.
Yes.
But more importantly, I think the good thing is that, like you said, we're having a scenario where we have immediate past CP becoming the AIG.
Yeah, it has not happened.
I don't think it has happened in a little issue of policing in the state. So which means at the level of AIG and the CP, there will be a lot of feedbacks.
Exactly.
From the AIG who has seen it all during his tenure. So it's going to guide the CP as well, the areas of priority, the flashpoints in the states, in the area of common interest of the government, of security, architecture, and of course outlay. So I think that is a plus for us. And then more importantly too, I think again, I'm not so aware if we've done it before. The CP is coming and we are all now talking about agenda setting for him. Thankfully enough, that is good.
We used to do that.
Okay.
As a station.
Okay, I've not been involved. This is my first time. Thank you for inviting me. Even though I'm not a security expert, I'm hoping that.
The judiciary.
Good. So, but let me quickly say that if I also harmonize or take a cue from what others have been saying, I think the important thing is for him to look at the fault lines. What I call the fault line. The demerits, the areas of minuses that were experienced in the past, police command administration. The areas we usually complained about. One was the lack of intelligence gathering, surveillance efforts by the police, and it's not just about those state police command; it's a global thing in terms of the entire nation. I think we have said this repeatedly on programs like this when we look at insurgency, terrorism, and banditry. Our mantra has always been that we need to improve on the level of intelligence gathering, the surveillance, what the CIDs used to do. I know the DSS is there doing their bit, but the police must also up their ante in that regard because they are more in number and they are supposed to be more flexible in terms of their operational ability. So they should be able to evolve a scheme where you can move around and gather information so you can preempt, you can nip in the bud any festering or likely a breach of peace or security challenge in whatever form. They can focus on that and work effectively towards that end. And then if they can do that, then the other aspect which is also coming on board now is the area of how you deploy your policemen to strategic areas. I'm happy that there's also this mantra of reducing the number of policemen who follow public officials, and
is it really working?
Well,
they make the pronouncement. Is it really working?
Well, we're hoping that it will be a gradual process. Really, if you have 5, maybe they will withdraw 2 from you and give you 3. It can be. So that is also a plus for us to get the point ahead. So, but more importantly, they should deploy policemen to flashpoints. They look at crannies. I know that there was a massive, attempt to have more outstations, police stations in all the villages beyond the local government headquarters. look at Ovia, just look at neighboring government areas too in Edo South. We need more police outposts. We need more policemen deployed to those nook and crannies. Police should not just be about the central city. Of course, we know this is the hub, but those persons in those remote areas, we wish to say, need effective policing. Until the state policing comes on board and we're able to deploy full subnational policing, the CP now should encourage his boys and women and girls as well to always go to the villages. Okay. I know many people are scared of the villages because of light problem, social life and all that, but the idea of policemen only want to be in the city, cramming the entire Benin city or the central metropolis and not going to the suburbs. I think it has to work on that serious, and there should be some form of incentive for policemen and women who agree to serve in those neighboring communities. And I'm sure the host communities too can also be incentivized to host them properly, give them the ambience, make them feel at home to work. We will recommend that doctors should be in the local areas. Policemen should be there, teachers, because the entire state. Rural area, that will help farming too. To help farming, yes, help farming. Because when that comes to the issue of insecurity in our farmlands, they will feel secure, and then the crimes too that fester there. Most of these morbid crimes, they are very, very pervasive in those localities too. And if you don't have effective policemen there, you also have more crimes there than even the city center. So I think that should be part of his, action plan moving forward.
Thank you very much, Prof. That's a very good one. I must admit that one of the points raised by my guest must be given priority attention by the CP, and that is deployment of policemen, policewomen to the rural areas, to the villages. You don't see the presence of policemen in some villages. I'm sure some children growing up they don't know how a policeman looks like.
Apart from what they see on TV.
Apart from what they see on television. So I must admit that is an area that the CP must look at, because we have people in the villages. They are part of Edo State. They are part of Nigeria. And they should have sense of belonging, because we've been clamoring to stop the rural-urban migration. And it is said that if there are social infrastructure, you have electricity, you have good roads, you have a health center, that they will remain, and that will reduce the bustling or the busy nature of the urban areas. But what about policemen too for their security? Nigeria has changed. It's not the way it used to be, when you just spread your mat outside and sleep till the following morning. If you do that in some places now, you will sleep and see yourself in another state the following morning. Well, Apostle Dr. Elvis Agbolahima is with us. He is somebody too that also knows how the rural areas, the grassroots, how the people operate, both the youths and the elderly. So what's your expectation, or you want to set an agenda for the new CP? Because I believe that policemen are also watching this program, and the CP might get some ideas from this discussion.
Thank you very much. I want to quickly say this. When you started, when you talked about when there is an insecurity, there will be no progress. I think the first agenda for those state commissioner of police is one, to check his men. Is number one. Because if someone who is supposed to make sure that the rules govern the state, people are supposed to abide by the rules, someone who's supposed to checkmate everybody is not the offender, it's a problem.
A serious one.
As we speak now in Edo State, the high level of police extortion is alarming.
But we saw some policemen dismissed by...
Sir, in different corner. I'm not debunking your point.
The efforts made then.
But as we speak now, the way policemen in those states are doing what we call, in street language, attacking people, hustling by way of extortion, is alarming.
The first thing is a very serious allegation that I believe the CP must look into.
It's very serious. And mind you, do you know that the law, sometimes a lot of decision is being reached from the federal. For example, the IG will say, okay, no policeman have the right to check your phone, whatever. Yeah. In those State, it's like whatever the IG is saying, he's just saying on his own. Even from the headquarter, Edo State headquarter of police, the state CID, a lot of things are going on there. I'm telling you, a lot of activities, unholy activities are going on.
So the CP must look into... He
must start from his house. He has to check his men. Because the high level of extortion in Edo State is alarming. In short, I believe in the whole of Nigeria, Edo State is worst. I'm telling you. I am on the street. You know, I am closer to the people. Yeah. You know, complaints everywhere. Harassing people. Now, just because you want to make money. Even, I will repeat myself, even in state CID, this thing is happening there. They just go on the street, pack people randomly, take them there, begin to look for something to hold them.
That is profiling. They call it profiling.
Sir,
they do arrest in passports and not profiling.
It is not passport.
If they are doing that anyway.
They are doing fishing, human fishing.
They call it fishing.
This is human fishing. It is stealing by trick. Therefore, the first major agenda I am to set for him, or we, is that he should start to look at his people, because the people that is supposed to make sure that there is law and order, they are even breaching the law, harassing Nigerians, citizens from Edo State.
Okay, which other area do you think you should look at?
Then, I haven't done that. If he's able to do that, if he is able to do that, the work will be simple. Because police is supposed to be respected as a body, as an institution. Exactly. But today, they are losing respect before the people, because of this harassment, because of this extortion. It's true. There are many of us who would like to see a police officer, even bless them from the little we have. But when you now start seeing them harassing people, molesting people, you will not have that urge to do it. Yeah. It's like we are encouraging them for wrong practice. Now, the second agenda is for the police officer. Those who are on duty should be well taken care of. Okay. Because a policeman will tell you, you need to fuel my vehicle. We want to go and make an arrest. Fuel our vehicle. That is where the problem starts. Or they are driving vehicle, and at the end there is no good, mobilization for them to run for the day. They will not look for a mist. And this means they are looking for, at the end, is the people. If you are not guilty, they want you to be guilty. Sometimes, because every month, every year, every budget year, I believe allocation is made for the police.
Definitely.
Therefore, let those money be spread across, so that a divisional police officer will not be looking for how to generate money.
Funds should be sent to him.
Yes. Because when there is no funds and he's there, he wants to run his office. That is where problem comes. Sometimes you see when he sends his men out, they are looking for how to fuel their vehicle. They are looking for a lot of things. A lot of times that's where problem comes. He should check that. Because if these people are well taken care of, then he cannot stand his ground to say, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Now, then the agenda now is for the people, because the police officer or the police commissioner can do more if the people cooperate.
Definitely.
Okay.
If the community cooperate.
Yeah.
It's so painful that in one way or the other, if you look at the government, they are trying in some way. But it's so painful that the wicked ones, the spoilers among us, are too plenty. It's true. For every crime that happens in any community, there's an insider.
Yeah, that's correct.
I repeat myself.
Yeah, that's correct.
Government, to a large extent, we should not just say government. We know it is the duty of government. But to a large extent, if you look at it, government is also trying. But it's so painful that the wicked ones, the spoilers, the wasters, the destroyers among us are too plenty. In the sense that every good thing, unknown to these people, that if there is no peace in their community will not progress. There are some community now, it would have progressed more than it is now. A lot of people have started, building houses, doing it. They didn't go there. Some, they bought a land, they refused to go there because of kidnapping. Nobody want to build a house and be kidnapped later. Because of insecurity, the pace of growth in different communities in those states, it has dropped. There are people outside the country now, they don't want to come because of what they are hearing.
You're right.
They have, some of them, they have money to, if this one bring money and is doing something in his community, the community will be growing, there will be progress. Those who are selling petty things, those who are doing one or two things, they'll be benefiting. But now, because of insecurity, some community has been deserted. Now, and that community that is deserted, it is not just an outsider. Because those outsiders, those people that come to perpetrate evil, they don't know the terrain more. It is an outsider there. It is members of the community that will show them all the secret. Now, what am I trying to say? If this commissioner of police must work outside the first agenda I just said, the people, we the people must be ready to play our part. Because if we are not ready, because if the man, no matter what he wants to do, if the politician around is frustrating him, somebody who has committed evil, because you are so powerful, and you call the commissioner, say, release him, he's my boy. That is very problem.
That is very wrong.
You get it now? Now, those who are supposed to join the commissioner to make sure there is peace, there is law and order, there is peace in the state, they are the one, it is they are their boys that are causing the unrest in the community. Therefore, the effort of the commissioner will be frustrated. Now, for the commissioner, because it takes two to tango, for the commissioner to be able to be effective and work for the good of all of us, we all as citizens, we all as communities, we will be part of the process. Because no matter what he wants to do, if we are not ready to play our part, there will be a big problem. And that's why we are where we are. Because a lot of good commissioners of police have come to this state. Some of them, they could not do much because of the people surrounding them. Now, starting from their men. Then before you now enter the people, the community, the state, the politicians, let us, all of us, because when there is peace, there will be progress.
I agree.
Let all of us make up our mind to say, let peace reign. Let there be progress. And therefore, let us repent. Let us change our way. Let us stop encouraging evil. And then, by the time we do that, all the good plan, all the good and wonderful strategy the commissioner must have come with, it will work. Because we the people, the state, everybody want to see progress.
Okay, thank you very much. Only recently, the federal government or the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu increased the salaries of army personnel. So, and you can see that it appears the military, they've redoubled effort. They are now more effective against terrorists.
Yes,
so, Dr. Elvis Agbonahima just talked about the welfare of police officers.
Yes.
Do you think maybe the welfare is not adequate?
Of course. Like he has said, it's obviously not adequate.
Okay.
I don't even think there's anybody in the public sector in Nigeria, I don't know about private sector anyway, so that their welfare, and remuneration is okay. Considering the economic situation we find ourselves now, the galloping inflation and all that. So there's really no sector that can say their welfare is okay. But for the police and security agencies, because of the risk factor involved in their operation and the rest, and the sacrifices they make, it's imperative that their welfare is top notch, And so we will not belabor the issue. It's abysmal. Yes. And given the backdrop that we just stepped up that of the army personnel, I wouldn't know if it's going to trickle down to the policemen, because that appears to be for only the armed forces, and they don't always believe policemen are part of the armed forces. But I think that moving forward, efforts should be made to also review their emoluments, their enumeration, their remuneration, especially their allowances, the hazard allowances. For those of them who take high risk, assignments, who are posted to the high risk places, the forest, those of them who mount all those tents that we have along the roads.
Yes.
That enables us to travel and with some level of certainty that there's security, even though there may still be some pockets of attacks here and there. But when you see these policemen on the road and they have a tent and they are mounting the road, it gives you some sense of confidence to travel, and to go about your business, especially those who are into business. Because at times it's okay, insecurity. Why do you have to travel? But those whose business operation, their business itinerary is about traveling. I'm going to buy goods from Onitsha. I'm going to Benin. Go to Onitsha almost every week to restock. Yes, I know we have this way billing system and yes, but again, I mean, people can afford it. You have to go to a certain level where you can order goods and be brought to you in your shop. But at a certain level, you still have to travel and buy these things, especially when you have to buy and get it at the right price. So what is more important, that this welfare thing of the police is very important. Like he mentioned, if you start from their residential apartments, I'm sure
so if you really go to the barracks,
go to the barracks, the ones we have in Benin,
go
to SCGA barracks, the one in Gida, and there's none is presentable. Let me use that word. Yeah. None, and it's quite embarrassing because though they are policemen, even the lowest ranked policeman is a father, at least for those who are married, and it's a husband to somebody. And so distant apartment. When you see policemen in other climes, see how they look. And even from their kitchen, and their body built, they see that they are well taken care of, and so they should focus on that seriously. Okay. Because if that focus is not misplaced, you cannot really, as we have observed, question those. Not that you cannot question them. The moral, moral, compass rather, to instill discipline will be lacking, because you must provide some incentive, as the criminologists will say, you must provide some level of incentive for those who are hardworking and honest. Okay. Because if those who are hardworking and honest who want to go by the rule book of the police or rule book of even their training, as it were, if they are not rewarded by requisite commensurate remuneration, those who are cutting corners, like he said, those who are taking boys to the corner to extort in the name of a Yahoo boy and this and that, those who are fishing, like he rightly said, are the ones who will now become the role model for others. Yes. And so if a man has a CP, or even as a DC or whatever, is not corrupt, in quotes, and at the end of the day is not able to build a house, a modest apartment, then he becomes a laughing stock, as it is for all public servants. But the one who, right from when he was on the roadblock, he has been extorting people, like he rightly said, and he gets promoted gradually and he becomes even a CP. It's already engraved in him. It's already engraved in his, DNA. And so that person will live and then he has houses all over the place. Maybe every command is posted, so he has a house, and he will have a harem too, as it were, because as they're going also. So that is not the kind of police we want for ourselves, and not even our security forces at all. Custom, immigration, just globally. Yeah. We should have a template where these guys are adequately, remunerated, their welfare scheme. Especially those of them who get injured, permanent disability, capacity as a result of, how well are we taking care of them? I know there's police pension, there's police fund, and the rest. Like some states have launched their police security funds where they have, like Lagos State, I'm aware, where they have some form of insurance policy for their policemen. I don't know. So even this CP can also work on that. If we do not have that kind of security trust fund in those states, I think with the governors, body language, anchored on security, the fight against, courtism and kidnapping, we should also have a policy framework that will gravitate to a police, trust fund, where even if what is coming from by way of remuneration, by way of, salaries and wages, but there will be some form of, buffer for them when they get injured in the course of their duty, or when unfortunately they lose their life in the course of their duty, so that their family, their wives and children they leave behind will not be driven out of the quarters immediately. They less than 2 or 3 months after they are driven out to the streets. So that again does not encourage them to work hard. That's why you call the policeman, you will be waiting for the armed robbers to have left the robbery scene before they start coming, because nobody wants to die or get injured, knowing that his colleagues, the one who was forming James Bond, that died in the course of first service some 2 years ago, Nothing has happened to him. His family and children are suffering. You get the point.
But we see where police normally give out checks, they give out funds. We'll talk more about...
Can be improved upon. Those are tokenism. Want something that is more long-lasting, that is not a one-off thing.
We'll talk more about if the strategies in place are effective or not. And we'll look at solutions. But I'm happy my guests, they're already giving you solutions to some of these problems, especially the agenda setting for the new CP of Edo State. Much is expected of him. Want to see a decent police force, that nobody will accuse the police of extortion. If you even give them, they'll say, no. Want to see that kind of police force. You want to see a police force not just static in one place under the guise of roadblock. They should be mobile. They should have vehicles, motorcycles, well
equipped
to fight crime. We'll talk about that after this break. Okay, sorry, we're delighted to have you back. I must admit that in Edo State, there's a lot to talk about. The governor of Edo State, distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, has done a lot in terms of security. We understand that people are not careful, even in their public conversation, to threaten anybody and say, do you know who I am? Nobody wants to say, do you know who I am again? They say if you try it, you'll be in Governor Okpebholo's soup. So people are afraid to threaten anybody and say, do you know who I am? They said there was an altercation between two people, and one was saying, do you know who I am? So the other man asked him, who are you? The man understood that he wants to implicate him, so he quickly
sad man. So I'm a man of God.
In the local palace,
he's a man of God.
He has to quickly maintain. But we commend Governor Okpebholo for what he has done in terms of security, but we urge him to do more. Please don't rest on your hands, because there's still much to be done. Edo State need to be secure. We want Edo State to be called police state. Yeah. Where those who want to do crime will be scared to come to Edo State. One of the strategies of the governor is the Edo State Security Network, or you can also localize it, vigilante. We now have vigilantes in different communities, and it's one of the strategies that have been evolved by government. But the question is it effective? Some persons say that they shouldn't have allowed vigilantes to be working with the police at different checkpoints. That now some vigilantes are alleged to be collecting money, so the government must look into that. And investigation revealed that some vigilantes are not paid. Are they supposed to be paid? Yes, they should be paid monthly salaries to encourage the vigilante. They need to be equipped with motorcycles or vehicles so that they can patrol communities. But let me not do the talking. I'll come back to Apostle Dr. Elvis Agbanaima. Now, issue of vigilante is one of the strategies of government to tackle insecurity. Is it working?
Well, first and foremost, I will not say it's not working, because a lot of effort has been put in place.
Okay.
But just that what we are seeing, for some time, the morale have dropped. Mostly after the time they told them they want to provide them, and their weapons were taken from them. And many of them did not get their weapon. And there was a strong lacuna there. Okay. Because someone that does not have a weapon, and you want it to police, to go to an area where the people there who are committing crime are well kit, is a problem. But before I talk about the vigilante more, I want to say this. Police and vigilante can do the work. But let me start with this. If really we want to fix the police and our insecurity, It's simple. It's not only about employing more people. First and foremost, let's just take care of the people that are there.
Okay.
By the grace of God, you know I'm an employer of labor.
Yeah.
It's not by having too many staff, but the few ones you have you been able to take care of them? Their take home, can you take care of them? Let's start from there. I think the least paid police officer should be $500,000 with the current situation in Nigeria now.
That's your suggestion.
My suggestion. You know, it's not by employing too many thousands of police. No. Do you know, sir, if, for example, this environment, we just have, for example, 50 police officers that are well paid, they can police this environment. But situation whereby they are not well paid, a police officer should not be thinking of paying rent where you want to live. It should be the duty of government for his, his shelter should be taken care of. A police officer should not be entering a public vehicle. If we want to help the police, we want to help them to work. A police officer, there should be a vehicle that police officer should use, except it's on monthly. Yes, except it's on monthly. But if it's on duty, there should be a vehicle. Not that the police officer will wear a police uniform and will enter a public vehicle. It's an error. According to street language, now see finish. A police officer should not be living in the same house with us.
With civilians.
With civilians. You know, the government should have a very comfortable, it might be small, apartment for every police officers. Those who are married, those who are not married. They should be kids, well paid. Sir, even with the numbers of police officers we have now, they will give us excellent results. But a situation whereby he's thinking of his children's school fees, he's thinking of what he's going to eat, he's thinking of his landlord is knocking at his door, so many things. He will not begin to think of how to stop people. That is where we find ourselves. The security vote that each governor gets every month, I don't know what they are doing with it.
Okay.
Because millions of nairas, some of them, as we speak now, so I will collect the billions as security vote every month. If they bring that 70% of that money, okay, let me put it in security, ensure the state will progress.
Definitely. The
people who are handling different parastatal items of the security agency, they will do better. You get me, sir? You are sending a man to go and police a community where the people there are heavily harmed, and the police officer is not well kit. He does not have the necessary instrument to work. He's not even well fed. You get it now? He will wait for them to operate and go home. It is after they have left that he will now come to the scene. Because the first thing, sir, if every police officer knows that, God forbid, anything happen to you, there is a particular amount, your family don't need to stress themselves, they will just go there and pick the money. Sir, they are ready to die for this nation. But because they know if they sustain any injury, God forbid anything happen to them, they will cry. Some of them, a lot of them are dying. A lot of them that are sustaining injury, for them to recover, for the people in the Home of Affairs to attend to them, is a problem. You see, there is so much problem. Like I said, all these ones they are saying on TV, different channels, they want to employ more police. It is not more police officers we need. It is the ones we have now. Let us take care of them. Let us do our best to make sure that so many things that they need has been given to them. It is them can be thinking of bringing more people, because once the salary, once the take home is encouraging, it will help them to be more effective. Talking of the vigilante as we speak now, many of them, they are just living by the help of people around. Many of them are not getting anything. That's why, see, when they started, the zeal was there, before that was also talking about the people. That's why even the people took also be of help. An area where you have vigilante, for example, it is not a bad thing for the community. You see some stores now, I have seen some people selling some petty things. Say, no, I don't want to contribute 500 naira. But tomorrow when they bundle, they break into the store, you will lose everything. Yeah. That's why I always talk about the people. The government has its part to play. We, the people too, also have our part to play. Thank you.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Prof,
yeah.
vigilante is one of the strategies.
Yes.
You think it's effective?
Well, like I said, they are trying. Let me know what they are trying, and they could do more.
Yeah.
And like he has hinted, there are ways we can get them to do more, on governance to do more. First, I think the profiling thing was about getting the right personnel on board.
Okay.
And then remove the bad eggs, because we know over time that they were infiltrated by some of these, even the criminals themselves, the court boys around them, use that as an opportunity to, to more like masquerade the activities, by the guise of vigilante or what have you. So the profiling was properly done, and then get the right personnel on board. And then as for the weapons and the rest, I'm sure those whose weapons were not returned, probably those who were not permitted by the regulations that setting up the vigilante or the security outfit itself, because it's regulated, and by the regulation they should be supervised by the police, so they must be guided accordingly. So what needs to be done now is to ensure that those who are there, have the right frame of mind to be there. Because first they want to be there not because they are just there on a temporary basis, but because they are seeing an opportunity to extort money or to project their own hidden agenda, as it were. And then if you get the right persons there, then the training must be rigorous, must be continuous. The training thing now cuts across both the military and the police. Yes, keep retraining them, so they can have the right frame of mind, the right temperament, to understand that this policing job is very comprehensive, it's holistic. Not a one-way thing, And then because their welfare are taken care of, they see it as a professional, obligation to work. The intelligence gathering, like I said, the broad outlook to see the individual citizen as your friend, as they say, police your friend, really. See them as people you are supposed to serve, not the other way around, or that they should serve you. So once you get that training right for the police, to trickle down to the vigilante, and then just the way we are talking about state policing now, because that is where we are going to, and that's part of our discussion. If we get that bill, which is at the level of being concluded now, before they take the bill to the National Assembly to pass, the concern has been done successful. What now is the bill, the act that will establish state policing, giving the template and all the various details of how states. If that is done, if you say those states now, we can start to absorb most of this into our state police.
Yeah, exactly.
Because this is the tutelage aspect.
And the governor has also approved training of 500 forest guards.
Okay, good.
In those states.
To support, as they are doing in other states too, to protect our forests against this banditry and, of course, the crimes that happen in the forest. So all this can come under the source of the state police. So you can have a forest guard section, and the rest, assuming they want to merge them. But more importantly, when we now have that law that is state police, and we have our own state police in those states, because I also want to be that it means that every state will come out with their own template. It's not going to be uniform, but there will be a minimum standard set by the police, act and all that. But more importantly, we can now start to integrate our vigilante, and then get them. Then I want to also add, it should not be a dumping ground for retirees. I don't want those who were dismissed from Nigerian police. Or those, let them continue their legion, the Nigerian Legion. They have a body for Nigerian Legion. It should be for able-bodied young men who are active, who want to work. So when they are going to recruit, because I also don't want to be that they don't need to recruit, because you have a standard, the UN standard of the ratio of policemen to citizens. We are still falling short. In fact, in all our discipline, the ratio of doctors to citizens is less. Even lawyers, they say, well, like the lawyer is same thing. Even journalists, same thing. So the ratio of every profession is less. Even pastors too. I'm not sure you are enough. So because we have a blood-dream population, you get my point.
I like that. Them pastors are not even enough.
Then, of course, we are committee.
Even with the speaking of different churches.
Since our committee crime everywhere, so we need more of it. But more importantly, we need more policemen and we need recruits. So we need to recruit. Because people are leaving school every day now. So we should encourage people to join the police force. The Nigerian Army, just what
I'm aware of that of the army. There are some states. They've not even filled their quota.
They want to go and meet Boko Haram and the rest because of again the way their welfare system has been compromised. But if you treat the Nigerian police or Nigerian Army the way the American soldiers are treated, see our boys when they live here, they run to go and join the National Guard,
US Army.
The US Army. Why? Because of the potentials or the benefit that come. If we can get something an inch close to that, that's our police. Even our vigilante. young boys who can move as soon as you finish your youth service, and those who want to, all those boys who are carrying arms, like I say, who are involved in thuggery, because it's happening on Osun State with the political thuggery going on.
Talking about
so they can become
violence. Only on Wednesday, Ring Road, we saw fracas.
Okay.
Between our brothers from the northern part of Nigeria and some locals.
Yes, so they start somebody else.
Yes,
I saw it in
it was like a riot.
So
fracas.
But
if the vigilante are well mobilized, we didn't see them there yesterday. They ought to be the first responder.
Like you said, maybe because I'm not well mobilized, the morale is down. They
so I think
where they'll be.
Government should review that.
Yes.
Okay.
But let me also add that I think even on your program too, like I said, because you guys are doing so well in this educative and informative aspect. I know that the local government chairmen have been given a mandate to contribute certain amount of money towards
how effective it is.
And that's the monitoring. That's where we come here as journalists, as NGOs. We monitor them because I know that some local government areas chairman, government council chairman came onto our program to give account of how they are thinking of their vigilante. I can call. I don't want to mention that, but 2 local government it came on.
It's easy to talk, Prof.
Yes.
But we are talking about the reality of the ground.
Yes.
There's a video circulating on social media now of Agege in Lagos.
Okay.
How the local government chairman in Agege has transformed Agege.
Okay, tell of positive transformation.
Yes, and the social media guy was, asking about that local government chairman. What are you doing?
Yes.
Most of our Itape local government is cut off. From governance. But that's a topic for another day.
The problem is the governors of different states.
Definitely.
Okay. But we'll come to that. But I want us to quickly talk about another strategy of government. And this has to also do with Prof. Now, the state governor asked for a special court.
Okay, interesting.
to try violent crimes.
Yes.
And it's on.
Yes.
So it's a strategy of government. Is it effective, Prof? You are a legal practitioner.
Yes. Well, I can't say now until maybe we have the first set of judgments, conviction, and sentencing. As you are aware, the vegetable market kidnapping is the test case amongst other cases. So when judgment is passed, and we see how quickly, assuming I'm not going to preempt because it's a case before court, we should comment on it. But assuming there's a conviction and sentence of death penalty, which is capital offense, which is actually the punishment. Let's see how quickly the governor will sign the death.
The governor has promised to sign.
But it's promised. Like you said, let us wait for him now. Let's see how he matches his words with action, because a lot of persons who are on prison custody are waiting execution, even in this our state, across the 30 states. Governors don't sign. Since civilian dispensation, they don't sign. In fact, since 1999, the only person that signed was Shumole, Governor Shumole, and he signed just one. So if you do not start implementing that capital punishment, which is the highest punishment, even though some countries are saying it is not fair, they need that for criminologists.
But I want you to clear the air.
Laws for now.
Now, if the judgment is passed in this special court, the suspect, can they appeal? They can appeal. Of course they can appeal. Definitely. Okay, that is true. Thanks for reminding me. Yes. They have right of appeal. Penal court is not a tribunal. It doesn't take away from the constitutional provisions of fair hearing and the right of appeal to Supreme Court. But what we are saying is that because it's a special court, we expect that within 6 months or even less than, you can have judgment. So that at the level of court of appeal, that can be the area where they can delay if they are able to. But I believe that the states, through the general office, can also ensure that any appeal filed is not unduly delayed, because we have that's very well that appeal can be delayed. But if you have a respondent, assuming you are a respondent, that wants the matter to be, ways you can fast track it by filing motions to dismiss any form of delay. So at the end of the day, before it gets to Supreme Court, you can't do more than criminal trials, criminal appeals are giving precedence anyway. Criminal appeals, just like election matter, are giving precedence, they are giving priority. So no way you can be convicted today, let's say in June, and then you want to use the appeal process to delay your execution, assuming it's going to be affirmed. But we don't want to say like Reverend King, whose capital punishment has been hanging for over 10 years now, is still there, not yet executed, to my knowledge. But that is a conviction that was obtained more than 10 years ago. But I don't think that is what we want as regards our special courts. So the appellate process guarantees that the constitution must not be abused. And I believe that the Attorney General's office will find a way to ensure that once the judgment is handed out, if
there's an appeal.
Thank you, Prof, for clearing the air on that.
Okay.
Apostle Doctor, want you to just comment on this special court because it's also one of the strategies of government as you conclude.
For me, this special court, they must be very careful.
Okay.
Because sometimes politicians, be who they are, always want to take advantage of everything. Now, the reason why the special court was set up is to make sure that there is law and order. People should not just wake up and do whatever they like. They should follow the laid down rules. I think the reason for its setup should be adhered strictly to.
Okay.
You know, I think for me, anything politics should be out of it.
Okay.
Because this court is going to be dealing with human lives, destinies, and therefore, in their doings, they should make sure they are right, doing the right thing before God, so that even after today, when they stand before God, they will stand to defend whatsoever they have done, that they have done well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Dr. Elvis Agbonaima, and of course, Prof. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very
And
much.
for our audience, we are immensely grateful for being with us on 60 Minutes Nigeria, this week's edition. My name is Eros Agbolao, signing off. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Hey!
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thanks for keeping a date with me on the program Icons, and the storyline is giving value to the society and of course making the society a better place for us to live in. Today on the program, my guest is Dr. Tabuside Osabo, the MD CEO of Twisted Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center. What gave you that conviction to start something on your own? A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream? How did you come about it?
Okay, what helped me? I met a friend, Dr. Ola, is an island now. He left with his family, so he was visiting me. And as he was visiting me, we talked, we shared. I said, "Wow, you're doing well." I said, "Doing well like this." The mistake I have. I don't know the one that brought me no stage planting. You cannot afford food. We buy bone. We tell the woman to put sauce. The woman will say she's selling the sauce. One will how much the sauce is 50 naira. Why can you be selling sauce? As you are selling bone, you should be adding sauce to it. You can't be selling sauce, madam. I just add that sauce. So we buy bone. You compare the woman to add sauce that she's selling. You see, it's just because people are very grateful. That's why they give you sauce. The sauce is 50 naira. Plantain is 50 naira. So you buy it 100 naira. So it's all that was buying that for me. So what really went to was that any little money I get, I will go and deposit it in the bank. If it's 10,000 naira, if it's 20,000 naira, I will save every little dime I have. Already, if I was watching this program in DSTV, it's a business program. The white man will say, let's save the money from 1 cent to 2 billion. So you were just calling billion, but I used to save the money like that. I said, so if you start saving for 1 naira, you can go to 1 billion. So I started saving like that. Wow. So if I have 5,000 naira now, I'll use 500 naira to pay transport to go and save that 4,500. I'll stay like that. You even bring that. If that money is in my pocket, I will spend it. But if it's in the bank, I will save it. I will not spend it. And I said I don't want to have ATM card to that. Then all these POS transactions was there. So I was saving every little dime. As I was saving the money, as the money was coming, I was saving it. As the money was coming, I was saving it. That was how I now saved enough money to buy a therapeutic bed in 1 room. So I saved another money. When I went to the carpentry shop, the carpenter was laughing at this number. We didn't have money to pay. I was giving him the specification. He didn't really run. I don't have money. I will say the specification, the bed we have, the collapsible, to have cupboards. I said, how much is it? He said, this is the amount. I said, okay, I can't even remember how much again told me. I deposited the first deposit. I said, we do it. How many weeks will you take it to do it? He said, 1 week. I said, okay, no problem. Before that 1 week, I'll pay the money. So I went back to the office to start working another saving money again. So in 1 week time, I called him. Is he ready? He said I should come the following week. I was happy. I didn't quarrel with you. That's what you actually I worked in the money. So I said, okay. The next week, he said I should come and collect it. So I have money to pay transport for the boy to come to the clinic. And also, I have money to balance up. So I balanced up here. And I was happy. The workers were also happy. Okay. I was paying money. I didn't want disgrace in my life. I didn't want insults in my life. So I was saving enough money to pay the secretary and to pay one of the therapists that was working with me And also I was saving money for the 500,000 for the rent. I wasn't even talking about how I was going to live. Then I just save for these three things. Because I don't want somebody to inject me, or somebody to insult me, or somebody to call me out. I want to quit you from the apartment. And that will, I mean, God forbid, that crumbles the business as well. Crumbles the business, yeah. So, it's not that you have, well, for many people that are aspiring to go into business, when you start getting money, when you get money, you have 200,000, you just come out the 200,000 and say another one will come. The little one you save belongs to you. The one you spend is for outsiders. The little one you save, that 50,000 is your own. The other ones you are spending is for other people. So you are actually giving other people back their money. So endeavor to always save. What also made me up is my rival. I saw Iron doing business. We saw him as a big man on the pulpit. But you know that behind the pulpit, he was also a big-time businessman. A businessman. So he was teaching us and lecturing us on how to be prudent, how to be committed, and how to be straightforward. Not to eat another person's money. If somebody gives you money for something, do it. So he taught us that over time. When I had the opportunity to lecture his children on violin, I played the violin. Many people don't know that. I really want to that. I really want to sing with the violin. I really want to sing with okay, this is where we get the curtains on the part one of this series. Icons on ITV. Guest Dr. Tabusai Osado, and the CEO of Trisent Osteopathic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City. I mean, if you look through the spectrum of our conversation today, you find a lot of nuggets that, if you imbibe, will help you. Number one, how to save, especially if you have a business idea, because interestingly, in this part of the world, if you need money to start a business and you're looking for someone who will give you that money, you're most likely not going to get that money. You're most likely not going to get that money. If you have the means to put your resources together to save, to invest in the business, the best for you. And then also he had just 2 shirts and a palm trouser, and started living in his office, couldn't afford an accommodation, all in a bid to ensure that his vision is realized. But of course, you can watch this program on our YouTube channel, ITV Radio NG. Post a comment there. I'm sure in the next episode of the program we'll definitely highlight your comment. Thank you for staying with us. Please watch out for part 2 of this interview. Welcome to the part 2 of this series on icons. And today we have Dr. Osado Tabusai, the CEO of Trisent Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us insights into how his life journey has been. Literally a story that, we can say started from grass and then metamorphosed into grace. Dr. Osado, thanks again for joining us on the program. Thank you very much. Okay, quickly talk to us about those core values that shaped your life and that you have held on to tenaciously and has brought you to where you are today. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Solidi Kokoso. I grew up in a Christian home. When we are saying Christian home, we were very close to God. Yes, my mom always take us to church every Sunday. Doesn't want anybody to be at home. So first is my home brought up. My home building was very disciplined. My mom did not allow nonsense. My mom first of all didn't allow us to play outside with other kids. even though you want to play outside, you should be within the terrain of his eye reach. We should be within the terrain of our environment. Just when we cause environment, it means our doorpost. You say other kids should come and play with us, not we going to their house to play with them. So my mom was actually a leader, a shaper, a disciplinary person. She disciplined us very well. Then growing up, my brother, I've always talked about this my older brother, Mr. Smart Osado, professor. It's not enough. He always tells me something. He will say, if you cause problem outside and come back to my house, you will face it alone. Don't bring it back in. So for me not to be kicked out of his house, I have to behave myself. So he tells me you are on your own. If you cause problem for yourself, you are on your own. If police catch you, you are on your own. If they lock you up, you are your own. If they beat you outside, you are your own. So you still out of trouble. So you use that one to threaten. It's also going to be threatening because he meant it. If you are on your own. So my routine was home to work, to school, back home. On Sunday I go to church. I didn't know how to pray because I grew up in a Catholic background. I didn't know how to pray much because when we just say prayer, we just say, Lord, I thank you, I give you the praise. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for making me to sleep well. In Jesus' name, amen. Then I joined my church, the Super Church, and my reverend taught us how to pray. He taught me how to pray. He taught me how to speak in other tongues. So that helped me. That pushed me forward. It was a push for me. Prayers. My reverend is one of my biggest role models. He disciplined me again. He molded me again in the ways of God. And when he's talking about being truthful, being faithful. So people cannot say 5 words without lying 4 out of it. He said you can live without telling a lie. Why should you lie about something? Why should you claim what you are not and just lie? So if I'm lying, definitely you see it in my face because it's not part of me. Then he told me something again. He said, great men do business with handshake. They don't even put their signature on the book because of trust. When they give you their word, he said their word means more than $1 million. When you just tell you, I will do it, I will take it for them, they will do it. He said, don't you want to get to that level? Every time I aspire to become that. Take my word. Take my word. So I always look forward to that. So I was praying. So there was a time I went to Price Long, they put in the office, and the one man came in the afternoon actually to come and take measurements and all that because I've already given him my location. So when he came to remind me, I remember anything. He let me pray. I didn't know that I've been praying for more than 1 hour, and he was waiting for 1 hour 30 minutes outside. So I was praying for the business. I was praying for the states. I was praying. I left my personal needs and I was praying for other things. I was also praying for the country. So I was praying that this country is going to favor me, is going to bless me. I wasn't condemning the country. And I stayed away from friends. Discussions, discouragement discussion. Because what kills people's morale today is when they find themselves in the wrong company. People talking, the way they are talking about the government is that Nigeria is totally condemned. Nigeria is a no place to be at all. I stay away from those kind of people. When I finish, I play my violin and I thank God for my life. And I study. I read a lot. Yes, I study a lot. I try to study read all kind of books. Is that your hobby? Yes, reading, writing, and playing violin. Okay. These are my hobbies. And I love cooking too. Oh, really? Yeah, but when I was sleeping in the office, I didn't have the kitchen. I did have a kitchen. Okay. Yeah, so I was just eating once a day. Okay. Fantastic. Yes. You know, in our society today, when you hear some news told, they tell you education is a scam. I mean, apart from the fact that that's a very negative narrative, as it were, we also have this challenge of youths wanting to get rich quick. Get into business today, business grows today, I make all the money I want to make today, I buy a Lamborghini, I buy a Rolls Royce and stuff like that. I won't live in the mansion, as the case may be. Give me your take on this in terms of advising those categories of people who think that way. You see, life is a process, and you cannot jump or skip any process. Just like you are climbing on the stairs, you can't take 2 steps at a time. It's not possible. Secondly, for youth that just say education is a scam, you cannot give what you don't have. That is what they call in Latin, "Nemo quodam not habet." You can't give what you don't have. How can you use singular for plural or plural for singular? Or how can you execute a business principle that you have not studied about? You can't give what you don't have. That's what is killing a lot of youth today. They are half-baked people out there. Too many half-baked. You call a plumber to come and fix your plumbing, whatever, and you fix it, it's still leaking water. No, you could even make it worse. Yeah, make it worse. Or you call a nurse to give an injection, the place is swollen and, it's so strong there. Because you have not learned well. You have not studied well. You have not taken your time to understand the principle behind that thing. So education is not a scam. Because you cannot sit in your house and say knowledge of the world should enter into your brain by force, by fire. You start praying for this knowledge. Education is not prayed for, it is acquired. Education is not stolen. You cannot use your father's certificate to work. You have to acquire your own certificate. Education is not inherited. You have to compel yourself to sit in the classroom and learn by yourself. And education is not a scam. Family, how are you able to cope being an entrepreneur, a businessman, being a husband and a family man and a father? How are you able to cope with all of this and maintain your seas as a whatever you do, just enjoy it. As an entrepreneur, you should have the power of publicity. Make your business known, no matter what. Even though you're inside a pit, people will look for you when they know you. Yeah. Make your business known. Publicity is one of the key power, the key strengths to every business to grow. Then, secondly, for me, as all of this you just mentioned, I actually have a partner as a friend. Just play like children. You don't take things serious. You enjoy the process. We play along with the process. We don't see ourselves being carried away by what people say. Okay. You enjoy the process. When you have, you enjoy. When you don't have, you enjoy the same way you enjoy when you have. Don't look at other people, what they are doing. And I know that other people will want to challenge you to do more. But everybody has his own pace at which he's moving down. Your pace is not my pace. And my pace is not your pace. Absolutely. We are moving in different pedestal. So for me, I'm just not with anybody. I don't compete with anybody. I do my things the way I like it, the way I want it, and the way people will like it as well.
Okay. So how do you see yourself in the next 10 years? The next decade?
In the next 10 years, I want to have the best structure here in Nigeria, in Edo State, Nigeria, that we manage conservatively patients. I want to see how people will come to the realization of being in a setting whereby they are not consuming prescribed and unprescribed medication for pain. Again, they can have a place to go. I want to be that man they call father, that your children can play around you, when even though you have a very tight and busy schedule. Because our generation that we are bringing forward now, we are raising now, we don't have parental guidance again, we don't have parental love again. We are looking for love outside. I want to be that father that can raise his children. So I want to be a father, a good father for that. I want to be a mentor. I want to be a problem solver. That not only we are this, but we want to make it bigger. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosite Osabo, the CEO of Tracing Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us your time. Thank you so much. Well, that's a wrap on Icons, the program while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
ITV
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kì ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
A very beautiful afternoon to you, and thank you for joining us on the ITV News. I am Lawrence Osifo. Remember, you can watch ITV live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live, or you can follow us on our social platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, all at ITV Radio NG. We begin in Ogun State, southwestern Nigeria, where the Nigerian Customs Service Ogun Area 1 Command has intercepted 6,005 parcels of cannabis, 2,359 bags of foreign parboiled rice, and other prohibited items with a combined duty paid value of 3.57 billion naira. The acting customs area controller of the command, Oladapo Afeni, disclosed this while parading the seized items at the command's headquarters in Idioroko in Ogun State. Afeni also said that the seizures were recorded between June 24th and August 13th, 2026 as part of the command's intensified crackdown on smuggling and other cross-border crimes. He said that the seized items included 6,035 parcels of Ghanaian loud indica, 2,339 bags of foreign parboiled rice, 7 cartons of basmati rice, 30 bags of foreign sugar, 11,450 liters of premium motor spirit PMS, popularly known as petrol kegs, 1,750 liters of PMS in drums, and 25 liters keg of diesel. Oladapo Afeni commended officers of the command for their commitment to fighting against smuggling and expressed appreciation to the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashiru Adeli Adewale, for his support and leadership. The Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill has extended the deadline for the submission of memorandums and also position papers for the proposed legislation to Friday, August 21st, 2026. According to the report, the presidency had earlier announced that the public hearing submission would close by 5 p.m. on Thursday, 13th of August, 2026. In a statement signed by the Chief of Staff to the President and Chairman of the Presidential Working Group, Honorable Femi Bajabiamila, the group said that the extension was intended to ensure that interested individuals, institutions, and organizations have adequate opportunities to make substantive contributions to the proposed legislation. The former lawmaker said that legal practitioners, civil society organizations, security sector professionals, state governments, professional bodies, academics, experts, and interested members of the public are encouraged to take advantage of the extended window to submit their memoranda and position paper exclusively through the National Policing Bill official portal on or before the new deadline. According to him, developing an effective policing framework required careful consideration of a number of critical issues, including sustainable funding, command and control structures, retirement and training standard. The working group is expected to present the completed executive bill package to President Bola Tinubu for review on September 3rd, 2026. The Catholic Archdiocese of Benin has held a funeral mass in honor of its late Metropolitan Archbishop, His Grace, Most Reverend Augustine Ubiora Akubeze, who died at the age of 69. Patience Sarogiwa, who was at the funeral for ITV News, reports that the solemn ceremony attracted dignitaries from across the world, including the state governor, Senator Monday Ukbewolu, former Anambra State Governor and the presidential candidate of the NDC for the 2027 presidential election, Mr. Peter Obi, members of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, priests, reverend sisters, and also parishioners and heads of Catholic organizations. The report.
The funeral mass commenced with prayers for the office of the dead and final commendation by bishops. In his homily titled, I Am the Resurrection and the Life, the Metropolitan Archbishop of Abuja, Most Reverend Ignatius Kaigama, described the death of Archbishop Akubeze as a great loss to the Catholic Church and the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria. He said the late Archbishop stood firmly for the truth, defended the vulnerable, and touched the lives of millions through exemplary lifestyle and love for humanity.
Do not allow grief to become a stagnating force. Do not permit differences of opinion to destroy the communion for which you, all of you, and Archbishop have requested what?
In a tribute, Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpewolo eulogized the late Archbishop Akubeze as a dedicated man of God, a symbol of humility, and a man of few words whose service to God and humanity was exemplary.
He carried out his calling with dedication, faith, courage, and love for the people entrusted to his care.
Other dignitaries paid glowing tributes to the late Archbishop, recalling his humility, courage, leadership, and commitment to the Catholic Church and society.
He was a humble man who was very merciful and kind and generous with himself, generous with resources. He lived his life for others.
Generations yet unborn, they're going to know who this man was, Archbishop Augustine Akubeze.
He's very sympathetic. Empathy is part of his life. He's one that stands for the truth, for justice.
Also in attendance were former governor of Edo State, Chief John Odige Oyego, former federal legislator, Honorable Bello Razak, among others. The casket was thereafter conveyed in haste to Holy Cross Cathedral on Mission Road, Benin City, where the body of late Archbishop Akubeze was laid to rest. At the graveside, the Catholic bishops, priests, family members, and Governor Okpewolo joined in the traditional Catholic dust-to-dust rites.
Remember, you are dust, and unto dust you shall return.
Archbishop Akubeze, who died in Atlanta, United States in July 2026 at the age of 69, served as Vice President of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria from 2012 to 2018 and later as President from 2018 to 2022. From Benin, Patience Usaugiwa, ITV News.
We take you to Osun State, where the Nigeria Police Force said as many as 30 commissioners of police would be on duty during the Osun State governorship election scheduled for Saturday, 15th of August 2026 across the state. This was disclosed by the first Public Relations Officer, CSP, Aniete Iniedu, while addressing journalists in Osogbo, the Osun State capital, on Friday, on the police preparations for the governorship polls in the state. Iniedu said that the Deputy Inspector General of Police would coordinate security activities during the poll. According to him, over 15,000 police operatives would be on duty during the poll, noting that a police helicopter and drone unit had arrived in the state to conduct aerial surveillance. He further said 2 units of the mobile police force, each comprising of over 60 personnel, had been deployed to the state headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. The force PRO also said that Army would cordon off all the border roads leading into Osun State from 12 a.m. on Saturday morning. He advised parents to warn their children against electoral offenses, including intimidation, stalking, vote buying, and ballot box snatching. North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO fighter jet has shot down a drone that entered Latvian airspace, the country's defense ministry confirmed on Friday following an announcement from the military. The interception came against the backdrop of heightened concern in Europe over unauthorized drone activity as the Russia-Ukraine war intensified to the East for grinding more than 4 years. The EU and NATO members said that about 1.9 million inhabitants shares a border with Russia to the east. Baltic Sea neighbor Finland imposed temporary aviation and maritime restrictions in the eastern Gulf of Finland. According to the report, French fighter jet deployed to NATO Baltic air policing mission shot down a drone in Latvia, marking the first time the alliance's rapid reaction forces had downed a stray drone over the country. German authorities last week found an explosives-laden drone at Leipzig airport, while operations at Hanover airport were also disrupted after a drone entered restricted airspace in the area. On business news, where President Bola Tinubu has said his administration will revive the moribund refineries in the country. He, however, warned that their success would be based on productivity and not mere activities as obtainable in the past. Tinubu stated this when he received the executive president of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, Salimon Oladiti, and members of the union at the Aso Rock Presidential Villa in Abuja. Addressing the delegations concerned about the long-delayed revival of Nigeria's state-owned refineries directly, the president said the refineries mentioned are going to come back to work, that his administration is building a very firm reset and structural reworking of the country's economy. Tinubu also urged vehicles and truck owners who have converted to compressed natural gas (CNG) to pass on the resulting cost savings to commuters rather than pocketing the full benefits themselves. Recalling a tense meeting held years earlier at the Akodo Resort in Lagos, the president said that he had been upfront with the union from the start about the direction of subsidy policy. According to him, no threats or industrial action would first the reinstatement of petrol subsidy back. On entertainment, where Grammy-winning Afrobeat star Wizkid will headline the opening of the Dirty December Fest in 2026. Wizkid is set to take the stage on December 18th, marking the beginning of the 13-day festival of music, culture, food, fashion, and entertainment in Lagos, which will run until December 30th, 2026. Wizkid will headline the main festival stage, while the newly introduced pause stage will provide a platform for emerging artists, new sounds, and breakthrough talent shaping the future of African music. The 2026 edition follows the official launch of Dirty December Fest last year, which attracted thousands of festival goers and featured a mix of international and African music stars, including Busta Rhymes, Ghana, Shesha, Tiwa Savage, Diamond Platnumz, Fino, One Day Cool, Fave, Young John, Kumadi, Ice Prince, Jogs, and Wizkid. Talking sports, where Banyana of South Africa defeated Nigeria's Super Falcons 2-1 in the 2027 World Cup qualifying play-in on Thursday. The result means, for the first time, the Super Falcons will not be at the FIFA Women's World Cup since their debut in 1991. For South African, they have now joined Ghana's Black Queen as the two teams from Africa that will feature at the international playoffs. Both teams faced off in the play-in after losing their Women's African Cup of Nations WAFCON quarterfinals. The Super Falcons lost 1-0 to the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon, while host Morocco edged out South Africa 2-1. After a goalless first half, South Africa also raced to 2-0 lead thanks to goals from Thembi Blatlana and captain Refiloy Jane, who was later sent off for a deliberate handball inside the box. Substitute Christy Ucheibe put a goal back for the Super Falcons late in the game, which was only a consolation. We'll have to call it a wrap for the news at this time. Do well to join us at 3 p.m. for the World News. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to Women in Conversation. We call it in short WIC. It is a table where women sit together to discuss issues pertaining family, not just, usually I'll tell you issues pertaining women, but we have found out that the women are the family. So we discuss issues pertaining family, when we say family, children, brothers, sisters, husbands, in-laws in total. So today that we are sitting here, I have with me, as usual, my pretty women, as usual, they are always sitting pretty to discuss issues pertaining family. And to my right, I have Mrs. Gift Furera Onis.
It's a pleasure being here. Morning.
Gift, this is your Furera name. Anyway, because I know the meaning, I'll be biting my tongue whenever I want to pronounce it because the meaning is so pretty. The meaning means beautiful
flower.
Oh my God, beautiful flower. And you are sitting like a very beautiful rose.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us
Thank
this
you.
morning,
Thank you.
day. And then we have Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani. Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani, I know why I paused there when I said Mrs. But it's all good and well. She is the founder of House of Refuge Foundation. Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani is always pretty. I have told her we have to go around Miss Nigeria so that she can represent us in the contest.
Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad to be here too.
You are pretty too. Thank you. And then we have a first timer here. Would we say the first timer joining us? She is Miss Bola Ige. Not the Bola Ige you think, but she is Miss Bola Ige Oyebade.
Yeah.
Oyebadi. She's an artist. She's going to be singing for us before we leave this table today. And she's also a real estate consultant. Did I tell you that Chief Gift is also an executive chef who had promised us some food before we leave this table today? You're all welcome to the table this morning.
Thank you. Good day, viewers.
Okay, so we're going to be talking on, can love alone sustain marriage? That's the topic of what we're going to be talking on today. Can love alone sustain marriage? Should I start with you, Tony?
If I have to answer that question properly, it is yes and no. Yes, in the sense that love is the foundation of all marriages. That's the foundation. Apart from the physical attraction, emotional connection, and everything, we bring out the love. And that genuine love comes with trust. And it's as if you are okay with every condition that you meet in that marriage. You'll be glad, you'll be happy because you are doing what you're happy doing. You are with somebody that is making you happy. So it sustains marriage. But to some extent, that is a marriage where there's provisions, where there's vision and provision, where there's trust and friendship. But when there's love and we are hungry, something will happen to me.
So you're saying love cannot hold hunger?
To some extent, when it gets to a point that we love ourselves, but we can't afford rent, but we can't pay children's school fees, and we are hungry, something has to be done. Love can't go beyond that level. But love can start from Genesis to Revelation if there is provision, trust, and friendship. Love will balance. It will sustain the marriage. But it can never sustain the marriage alone without those subordinates.
I see. I understand what you're going to, what you're saying. You know, some people will tell you that they can't love in an empty stomach. I mean, you hear them say, I can't be hungry and I'm loving you. So that's where Tony is going. So what's your own take? Can love alone sustain marriage?
Well, love is a good thing, like the Bible said. But it can't sustain marriage. It can't. Like she said, it will take you to a point. And after that point, what next? If I love somebody and the person is not providing, because when you love somebody, you give. Love is giving. So when the love that you say you have in a marriage is not providing, the love dies. So a love alone cannot sustain marriage. The condiment that comes with love will have to go with it. Because when you want to pay the bills, the children are crying. You cannot afford seeing your child crying, hungry, and you say this love that will sustain that child. It's not possible. So love alone cannot sustain marriage.
Okay, let me come to you, please. Love alone cannot sustain the marriage. But then again, when you love, you sacrifice some things, and then you tend to, support your husband or your spouse, okay? And she's saying that love alone cannot sustain the marriage because when you see your child crying for hunger, you want to turn away from love and make sure that this child eats. But supporting your spouse, maybe you have enough to bring to support him. Will you still be in love when you're the only one, bringing out, dishing it out, paying the bills and trying to run the family? Will that love still be there?
I think the woman should understand that the man is going through process. But it's going to be bad when the man now eventually just relax because the woman is providing and he doesn't want to do anything. He doesn't want to help, especially when she comes back, he's with remote watching TV Then when she comes back, she's still the person that will still enter the kitchen, do some chores in the house again. You know, while he's still with his remote. Now, I mean, they at that point,
the love dies.
The love begins to die because hurt will come in, resentment will come in. You understand? So that is why I said it's either yes or no.
Okay. Okay, we have had a situation. Let me give you a scenario that I saw some time ago. I was called into this. So the man is a pastor, okay, and the woman works with the federal government. And now the man doesn't want to do any other thing than just the pastoring job. And so the woman walked up to me and said, she's getting tired.
Wow.
Yeah, that she's actually getting tired. That she has tried to set him up with different things, but he just keeps saying, I'm a pastor, I'm a pastor, I'm a pastor, I'm a pastor, full-time pastor, you're right. And so she called my attention to say that she was getting tired and all that. So I walked up to the man because I have been called. I said, because actually the lady happens to be a relation. So I said, this is what your wife said and that's what your wife said. Why don't you want to do anything? She has tried to set you up and all of that. And he said his time is committed to God's work. In this situation, what do you do to him?
I'm calling him on this time.
Oh my God. No.
Because let's go to the Bible. In the Genesis, God called Moses. Take Israelite, my people, out of this land to another land. It is Moses that have direct relationship with God, not the Israelites. It's because of the love of that God that made those Israelites follow Moses and obey Moses. And they see the trials, they pass. The trial, they pass. So this God really loves us to be doing this. Do you know at a particular point, the Lord filled the Israelites when they were hungry?
Yeah.
He did. They asked Moses, give us food, or let us go back to where we are coming from. Examine the marriage. When there is no proper provision, it won't work. Even when they need water, they change. Even the love they have for Moses expired. Because they need something. I don't understand the scenario of calling. Because everybody has a calling. It is for you to discover your own. Thank God I know my own calling from the calling of my own dear pastor. I pick my God directors, put me in my own calling, and I'm okay with it. But I have no head that God said, drop your hoe and cutlass and follow me. I am not the disciple. It's only the disciple, 12, that Jesus Christ called. You know, they were doing something. It's not as if they were just they were doing something. And he called them, follow me. And they obeyed. Because that call is with provision. They were doing something and God called them. Jesus called them, follow me. And immediately provision for them. I never read where they lack till the very end. But you are not doing something. God knows they call lazy man. No, God, I don't understand. God cannot call a lazy man. You must be doing something. God must have trusted you with what you are doing with your life and with your career before you can now assign a duty to you. When you are failing yourself, how would you fail God? You can't manage any resources. You can't bring anything to the table. God will now pick disciple and put in your hand to trust you with disciples. It's not possible. How will you take care of the sheep? Of the sheep, it's not possible. So me, it's a zero. That man, they will not come my way. They will not come to the generation's way. That you will tell me God.
Toyin, that's okay. That's fine. That's Toyin, that's okay. Let me get your view on this.
Oh my God! You see, the Bible says, "He that does not provide for his house is worse than an infidel." So,
but in this case, he has been called
and is working for God.
He is
And then
working
you did
for
the
God.
Twin.
How? There are pastors, there are lawyers, there are pastors, there are so many, even the
Yes. Well, me, I would say that, you know, because when we are talking about is love enough, it starts from there. Because sometimes, because love is just a feeling. And that feeling can be punctured.
Anytime.
Anytime. You understand?
Like a balloon.
Yes, it can be punctured. Now, initially, you know, when this love thing starts happening, you may not be thinking outside the box
at that time.
Because I believe the problem started from there. Yes. Because you know, there must be a discussion, or they didn't discuss. Of course, they should have discussed, you know, initially.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a man of God. God has called me into full time, you know, and I'm going to marry you. You doing the work.
We're going to stop there. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be back to continue this interesting discussion. Please sit.
Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking about can love alone sustain marriage? And the table was being heated before we went for a very short break. I called for that break so we could have water because Toyin was already shaking the table and was telling me, listen, they shouldn't call me for that kind of a thing. But anyway, welcome back. So you were saying something, Eve.
Yes. So, you know, because of love, so probably there was no discussion outside the box. Okay, I'm a full-time pastor. God has called me. I don't want to do any other.
So full-time pastors don't eat?
No, they know they buy things.
No, the truth is
They don't go to market.
The truth is, when we are talking about this full-time, let's be realistic. There are exceptions. You understand? Yes, there are exceptions.
Yeah,
it's
true,
not absolute.
True.
It's
There
not
are
absolute.
exceptions. True.
You understand? Yeah.
True.
So you know, we look at this.
Let the viewers understand what you
We
mean.
can even use
by
the Jew as an example. Of that. He was a lecturer at later, and he has to
Stop.
and face the ministry.
Yeah, because the demand was
the
much
ministry
on
must have
him.
grown to that extent.
To some extent, yes.
The ministry must have been ready to sustain itself.
Yes.
Before you can drop. A church that you are just planting, maybe you have just 50 and 100
members, yes.
And you now say God call you full time. Those people need food.
Your family needs food.
Your family, you pay bills.
Yes.
You have parents. Was that where you were going to?
Yeah, part of it.
Okay.
It's part of it.
All right.
Now,
let us understand.
Yes, when I said that there are exceptions, because when somebody says, I am called, you understand? You are not there. Me, I'm not there. It's God that called the person, and the person and God know what they discuss, what their relationship, what they said. You understand? There are some people that God might really not say that they should go and do something. You understand? But where the missing line is that the man of God should bring the wife to a place of understanding. If he does not bring the wife to the place of understanding, he will be finding it hard with the wife.
Exactly.
Okay. The place of understanding, I mean, is that let make the woman to know that, when I say place of understanding, from the little of the man, the woman will be able to know that if this man has much, he will be able to do more. You understand? If this from the little, of course, he cannot say he's not getting anything.
Let me come in there. In such a scenario, for me, I don't think the man needs to get married and bring in children.
Okay.
Because who are you expecting in the first place? Yes.
Yeah.
Who are you expecting to help take care of the children?
Responsibility.
Did God say that you should come and serve him and don't cater for your responsibilities?
No. God did not say that.
I mean, because even if you're not married, you must be living in a house. You will eat. So how do you do all of
clothe
that?
yourself? Clothe yourself. Yeah, just like she said that it is only the 12 apostles that God permitted to do that.
To leave whatever they were doing and
to
follow
follow Jesus. But do you know that?
And I will make you fishers of men because they were doing something.
But let me tell you, the truth is that as a man of God that is called, as in quote, called, because there are people who call themselves, but there are people who call themselves, but if you are actually called, you are called with your provision. You are called with your provision. God will meet that need. You understand? But but somehow there are ones who call themselves, and there are ones that are hiding under that God has called them. You understand? And if they hide, of course, they become lazy, and then they tend not to.
Let's leave this argument because truly, Toyin is not agreeing with what you are saying.
Okay.
She's nodding her head already. She's not agreeing with what you're saying
Right.
because a man of God is also a human being who has to face the
normal life
that
hurdles,
we
yes.
all live.
Yes.
He has to eat even if he's not married. He has aged families he has to take care of, and take care of himself. He has siblings that he has to take care of. But let me ask this question. We're talking if love alone can sustain a marriage. Yes. Okay. For love, who do you think sacrifice more in marriage, the men or the women?
A very big topic.
Let me start with you, Bolaige.
It's obvious. There is a woman that sacrifices more. Is the woman that sacrifices more in the marriage, because what she does, she take care of the man, she take care of the children when they start coming in, she take care of herself. Now the extended families are in there too. They'll be expecting so much from her, not minding what she herself is facing. She might be going through so many things and nobody cares to know. And she might not want to say it because I don't want my families to, or my husband's family to like maybe have the bad impression about me. So she keeps swallowing everything. So she
keeps bearing.
Yeah, she keeps bearing. She wouldn't want to fall. I mean, look the weak part, especially when it comes to her children. She wants to show them that I am strong, no matter what. She wants to be out there for them. And she is the pillar of the house somehow. Not just somehow, she is even the pillar of the house. Yeah, the husband is the head. She is the pillar of the house. Because
she is the neck of the head.
Yes.
She's the engine of the house.
She is. Because whatever she runs in the house is what stands. The husband just goes outside. Some men don't even care what happens in the house. She goes out, they go out, bring in the thing that they want to bring in for the house to, I have given it to you. If not,
she's the master planner.
She just do it and whatever have I not provided. Some men are like, I provide for you, so what else do you want? You know, so she is the one that sacrifices the more in the house. The woman bears so much. Is it the childbearing? Is it the labor? Is it the menstrual wahala thing that women go through? Menopause, you just name it. And
is
nobody
it the prayer?
cares.
You're not talking about the prayer aspect.
Exactly.
You know, they are always
so
24 hours on their
they
knees.
don't. In fact, the man was my children. The man will just be there doing whatever he's doing outside, and my wife is there.
Okay, let me hear your view. You know, who sacrifices more?
I'm not going to agree with that 100%. Because this thing we are talking, it depends on the kind of partner that God bless you with. Where I will agree with you is the situation where the husband is working and the wife is working. They are both going out to provide for the family. And when we now come back, the house chore and everything is supposed to now fall on the women. In that aspect, there's no two way about it.
The woman is doing the sacrifice.
Major. But in a situation where my gender will be at all, painting nails, washing dishes, checking out the program, there is a cook, there's house help, there's a nanny, there's a driver.
Okay.
And the man is
out there
hustling.
That's the generation we have now.
Eating whatever kind of food. And with all those provisions, you didn't even remember to give him breakfast before he left the house. And it's going, some men might not even eat till around 3, 4. And you are the one providing for all days. In that scenario, it's not the woman.
Yeah, true.
Don't be selfish in this aspect.
True.
So
that
it
was
depends.
my thought. True. It's my thought.
It depends. We have some women that they don't even know how much the husband is giving to their own family, to our own family.
It's true.
The husband is bearing the responsibility of his own family and the wife's family. We have some women like that. I know them. They have the time when they will go to spa, when they will go to cinema, when they will go to shopping, when they are all that is what they are planning. And they will go for holiday. Those people, are you telling me? So,
but like it says, it's soft life. It's
called
soft life.
Yes. We have a lot of
life.
women in that category now.
Of course.
Yes, of course. But we have a lot too that they wake up in the morning. The wife wake up 3 a.m., prepare the children, prepare herself, prepare even the man. True. And the honorable man will just wake up to the bathroom, go and wait in the dining for the breakfast, and they go pressing on. I'm waiting for you. Oh.
Exactly. Because she has to hurry up.
And we go together and still come back on the traffic of Lagos. And you will now say it is Arsenal that is playing today. It is Liverpool.
Exactly.
While I'm in the kitchen and homework of the children, another thing in that aspect, I give it to women, I give it to my gender. God bless all those women in that category. And to my other people too, in the same other category, that it is nail, eyeshadow, the screen, the everything. I give it to you too, but you are not doing too well in the marriage. We can compare you to those that need special, called the special award. They are doing well. For all the responsible men that are doing their duty, I give it to you, sir. And we have a lot of men too that when they fold leg like this, they talk about the league. The women are providing financially, emotionally,
mentally,
in fact,
spiritually.
Everything, even for the children, upkeep and upbringing. I give it to those women. So it is
two ways. It is two ways, of course.
So do you agree with her?
Yes, I agree with her totally. That's my thought too. Yes, I agree with her.
Okay, so there's a story making headlines on the social media where a woman came and was asking questions. Should she divorce her husband? We're talking about who sacrifices more in the marriage. Is it the men or the women? And so she said her husband, during the Ileya, bought his own family rams, 2 rams, and never gave her anything to give to her family or bought her family ram. In this situation, do you think the woman in that marriage is sacrificing in a negative aspect?
No. Let's be very realistic.
Yes.
Let's be very realistic here. Ileya, let me assume you are the husband.
Okay.
Ileya, your family. Ileya, my family. You bought
ram
for your family too. It is my responsibility to buy for my family too.
You don't think it's the man's responsibility?
Why? It is when the man chooses to. And it depends on the relationship and what you are contributing to that marriage. If a woman is a good woman and you are contributing well, you don't even need to ask him in that period. And it depends on the kind of family that the husband that the in-law is to. If the in-law
actually disagrees to it.
No, it's possible.
Yes, I disagree to some points.
No, it's possible you disagree. But my point is, see, it's a good thing that we all have expectation from all the spouses. Good. But do you know it's killing them gradually?
Let me Toyin, hold on. Toyin, let me come in. Let me ask you a personal and private question.
Thank you.
Now, if your daughter gets married, and let's assume Christmas, has her husband, yes, she's working. It doesn't mean that she's not working, she can't afford it.
True.
It's the respect that the man, her husband, has for you as her in-law. Now, this is Christmas. He has bought his parents, let's assume, goats. And his wife is seeing it. And nothing is extended to the mother. Not that she can't afford it, but that she was expecting that.
It depends on the kind of relationship that is between them. I'm telling you, there are some family, the in-law do not deserve a loaf of bread. Because when they were going, you have even used your mouth to run the man down, the guy down. you never think that guy, I'm talking
Could
from
amount to something.
experience.
Yes.
You never think that the guy can turn to anything in life. And no matter how this guy tried, you keep using your mouth to bring him down, bad-mouthing him, bringing his ego and everything down. If you are a good wife and your family is good, as the husband is doing his own, he's doing your own without being asked.
He doesn't even need to ask.
Because he's into the both families now. Yes.
He will do it gladly. If it is the woman that is ranting. If we have a to interview the man will tell you that I did it and I do it for this very reasons.
Yeah.
But in a good way.
Gift. Let's round off with gifts.
All right. Okay. Yeah, my idea and my thoughts, for the reason why, for the purpose of, or will I say, for the reason he bought 2 rams to his own family and didn't buy for his wife's family is the reason why they are rancouring against him. That is it. It's the reason why, because this thing, we are talking about sacrifice. Even if they are bad-mouthing him, they don't like him. I mean, you don't pay evil for evil. For the fact that you are marrying their daughter and probably she had children for you, even if you are not doing it for her, what about for your children? You understand? So, and 2, instead of like, okay, let me buy 1 and take 1, if it is for the money that is not, let me take 1 and then take 1 here. But doing it not at all. I don't think he even wants the marriage as for the man, because he knows that
judge we outside. Because we never knew whether this man bought last year and it was
chaotic,
or bought for an ingrate family.
Okay, that should come in again.
But both answers actually make sense to me. They both make sense to me. I have seen a husband too who went to marry a girl in the family when he had nothing. They kept bad-mouthing. In fact, the girl cannot even speak where families are talking until the man grew to something. And when he grew to something, he refused to look at that family. Even when the wife would cry and say, just give my mother, I said, I will give later. And later talking. I really didn't want it to get ended, because I also had a lot of questions that I would have loved to ask my women here. Of course, with Toyin will always shake this table. Toyin will always shake this table. Anyway, we've come to the end of today's program, and we hope to see you next time. Join us when we come back again for Women in Conversation. I'm Patricia Owen-Gabriels. Thank
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say ni wan. Wa bi dai ho. Wan dai ma kada dia de ma we po wa sevense. Ke wa so no we zadia we ti ma we. E ma wata ni o wa we de yo. O so bo no ri ege ni ma ya fe. Ibota wuna we politics. Wuna ugi na ya temata. Ma ya le ru hie do me no keke no o ya ye. Ibota kin. O hagedo ariogedo no ideka o hage ma vekeya o bota ma ruegenede egeni egena yena eni wa ye ba ni arie aruya ne aiviemo atuha maya o ha ata bota e ma yewe ta na ni wa edere na ni eni ma agwa kan o ka oge igiogbe na rugio gbevedo okay de kan okunaga esoro ma you know ikani wa ona ogun egun ayeme na ore wana wo teme Victor Ibizugbo obokan awiye
baba buta aduna wo aduna wo somo
wala jawiye
wa bitota wa bere na ga ka wa ka bo gbe hokoto wa da he ma kan agbona hu da na te mo no manya mi ari nu na ri e ke na tai mo na ya we ni yan ri e wuku owa he me nwa bo wa yo pin o na la ho wo emi na agbona we ga ho ya we mi hu da ovun ko bo ma gu hu mo pa ma wo ri e kesu ge wa wa ri hu la ba no kwa mi yo to owo se o ma ri o pare le gbe na ri e wuku wewe oto awa rugba ma o sa gba ru du we si oge ode itore oba atokpe
ise ni wa ya iwadan he matana ugibota no menobe gwana o sayo wa bo o se meji ero no ri edo ba yo kai oge do ya fe ina be o kagbe o wi o ya worldwide o saro ba ola wo no gimeto no le biwa no da hime mana meto ni wa le ta ba emi gogbe oyesu fun awoto ezo bu no yere court ba me gogbe igbina yero ni ara gwo igbo are mo ni ase oku ayo oto eri no sofa yare opa ye pase a ma ugwe no ri ewuku ra ya situ ebo wa ye moto zebi no saluba kai no uku na ga o me no ye ebedo o teme bo uku na ga
edo owa o ma na to so na wese o mo so esu lapa mami we owo no bie o ma wu to fi ya who that we de agbo ya wo edo pa agbon re garo ana te we no ma wu e o dari abeji owo na pa ona ya he we wo nwini na so abo age ni ba gbon mi no yo boru no uyo to mo no se ai owe ugbo ni ro ma gbe ebon wa emo ni in ayi so pa ne de iye na no kan wo wa moto wo to gbo imoto yi keke emi ni baba se ayoto ola do kin ki awi lalagbo no gogi so kanyo ma ma ri bere ere owe o ma no su sekun emi na wu o ma ri opa le gbe o se ayoto we no we wa ye wuku ni we wa ri hu le fun ko bo bai mi no gba enwa o kire ya we ni ami na ye gba ewu na de uvie ni wala ho wo ugwa gi ma lu enwa wa we gele ugu ne ra se ayoto omo e ori huoma no ka ri tedu omo ri huoma ba ga ri uku ni o we keke na ri uku no we do kin o lo ma yo ma ruwa o ma keke omo na ri uku aho ba ri ni kin ro yeye ni ra ka kun e to we awu ga so re hu da we a ma eru we ma fi aro ba aru we do fi an bege na men we ye me wo ge be me nwa ri be se ni eru we awo be so re nu we do wa ni uyo di yawo awi ayifie taya mu gbo he hu do ni we ri ori o to we ga wo pa wa fi ya ni ra de ge ra na me uro no se ba bi ha ra emo na bi wa e wa se han yin ore ra igbe we na bi we se ere awe bi no pa se ru da wo ki we orun opa mo ka no re mu ko geva o sa gba na gi ma kin alukan wu yan pa ora gbon uwa re uwa ko de sare bo ado fin agbe ma ti ma mi ori ono ma ya ga mi ri ma se ayoto ne ke na si ologo ma yi ma gbe oba atope
ise wo se ni wa ma you no can so wo une e ma soro obie uriva auria obie lene yeyi wu ona anabega bien o wa ni ere wuku era boy yeyi wuku nya yeyi na be bobe yin to bien ona bo o wa yi owe urevana uropa na wa ikuku eva ya aine no panabe ai pia no si sense ya oku panabe aru webuya ugbo ejo ari pa egbe yan ra ku yan na mo wa ne ra ni be ewuku yan na mo ne nodio igogbe na ni wa ne yan na amu e o wa ni ra ni ribo oyewu ge ha o ge yin no yan na mo ne no ko no pa yan bibi ye yan na mo ne ezonai la diawo ni wa ewana o wana aga ese wo keke na aga he we ni meze bi oni wa yan ma ga ese ni jogbe ni nda ijogbe no ro ni ne na mu ra no kwa yi owe no do omodion no napa no weke awe gane ni koke nipa ni ana ibira ikwe ha no ikwe ne no awe gane awo aye we ni nipa nike no emi maso obo na wa vio ne ikwiko no ro bi ni ria ai wase nike ya ta wo ni eni go tin aga igogbe iya ma se de mi ewo ezo na de ni wa ezo ni iroto oye ni agbin ayo ihon e oze na ta mi o keke na ga eme o te inu kan kiri wo keke na ga ba ni
do na wuwa ma me be na ta ide na awo ka na bo hie erin be ri o be ka na yo go to kire na ya yo ho aba gun ame ni bi ma gun ame na na ka wa hiai awe atena baby ku ya ma ye te gbe me be ri gele o pe ana no kun mi na ori yo re ja ni ori e wuku oga ni kin aga e kanene o boke be si ye kere ina be ti boge ori boge ina do ga me ureva ni boni ana fi ane emanike naga ni oga ni ka oni wa gu ene oni virus me na ado we gbe ra ni ewule wi ga ni oga ni wa kin ni e bona de wu we gbe no we ne no we han no yen ga ri e bo o wa ne na we wa be ye mi wi mo gba we mo na nu da wo pala mo na wo pa mo na ya fefe we ma mu hu ta gun ya o na ri e bo o ti e ti o ni ke na fure me ke na ga ru wepo yona wa we vana we vio no zeka a grace we vana we vio o ti we ni ere no be pe akra no be oku woge abiri ari ni iye ya be me kere wo ni je ke na wa gbi ho ye emi ni to boy ye o boy ni la wu to ni wa fi abowe eyin me wo o ma de yin
onora eya na munira no ewuku
yana
mune ni ra boy ni ra wa mu horo he ti ni pa ha ine waruto ni mi ma so obo amaga ni a baraga ina we ne si eri boni no waru poge vani oni ihu ni opa awa mu na
ihu ni opa oni oke na ga ni ra ebuku ni no we gene so bien igi ogbe ni wa ki oni re ba ni ni na mi we era do bo do ba eni oni ahan do ga ai ga ave fi ani ero
we se da ma be fi ani o ma be
ara me ma fi ani o do ye be oku era imari ra bo
oma
so pa ne era
eri wa e wa da e matana o be mi ro ni awa we kan yi owe aye o yo wa le o àwọn na mo opo oge yo ale oko ale o yo wa le o àwọn na mo opo oge yo ale o yo wa le o Ọwa no mo ora pa wo ke yo. Ale le yo wa lo. Ọwa no mo ora pa wo ke yo. Ale ono mo ima ya neru no mo ima ya fe omo wa wu wa ya fe wa nda yi man.
Ase.
O mo pe omo mo ko in adi aru wa.
Be say.
We have it to wa ya to do no pe o. We na ge no we share zori ni abeje. Okra ore Lagos Street now. Isu ni ye ni wa no kun. Ori wu ona sukura. Uhu ni no se ani obiye ona die uhu. Obiye no die uhu na ona ira. Supo maiko amaiga ni. Iya me baba, iya me ya. Iya me wago abe bigwe. Yen yire o me we ko. Ona wu.
Hey.
E mo.
So Ivan never kwa.
Ori wu ni a. Gbe na we. E ma yire ale. O ti o bi. Obiye. Ona gbena we no re. Ona oyi re ne. Obiye no ma ra ya. Ona wu onya wa. Ona gwe no ko wo ko se ti mu jogbe. Owe nyonya wa ge
Ona de wa ọ̀pẹ̀ àná ọ̀rá àárọ̀ ọ̀nà era yegbeyi ọ̀nà ìra ọ̀rí ìra náà ọmọ ikọ́ ọmọ náà ó yóò mi ní ọ̀zẹ́wọ̀ mọ́dún àìwíwẹ̀ yá fi àyọ òkú ni ọ̀rẹ́ kìnnà sọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀ àrímìẹ́wẹ́ yìí máa zùkú ni á so pọn ọlọ́gà mọ̀ tẹ́ iná dògbà àmáyíká yà rà mí rọ̀pà èmi náà kẹ́kẹ́ náà sọ̀rọ̀ bọ́ káyé rà ẹ̀ ní àwà rà ẹ̀ ní ara rà ẹ̀ ní ọtí ẹ̀ náà rí ìmùdí ayé ẹ̀ ní èmi náà rà ẹ̀ ní ọwọ́ tí ẹ̀ nínú.
dáa náà mẹ́wẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ìwọ̀n èmọ́ o àmáyíká yà rà mí.
Èmi náà kẹ́kẹ́ náà sọ ègbé ọgíbì ẹ̀yìn.
Ẹjọ́ ẹ̀yìn wàdà ẹ̀hẹ́mìn màtánà.
Ọ̀nà yìí lẹ́yìn yìí kéwì yìí sọ̀rọ̀ bọ́ rìgé wa ni àti lọ́wọ́ àyìn àti ọmọdún. Ọrí pa ní rírí alẹ́ tó tọ́ ẹ̀ àgbọ̀mọ́ ní ìdòwúrà àríwó kéèké. Ọ̀rẹ́ náà jọ ni àkàwà àti ọ̀rẹ́ wò bọ́ pa. Ọ̀rọ̀ àná múdi àyìn èyèké ọ̀rí òrì ẹ̀ náà ọ̀rí ọ̀tí ọ̀rí múdi ayọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ ni táwọn ti rí ẹ̀ ní. Ẹgbẹ́ ìwé sùnú ni mẹ́mí ẹ̀ ọmọdún ọ̀nàgbọ́n àrò òbọ̀rẹ̀he òbọ̀nùpọ̀gẹ̀và ẹ̀ẹ́mọ̀mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́màmẹ̀ yìí náà dòwú akẹ́gà àrẹ́gà property anára ọ̀rẹ́ ògbẹ́và ní rí ara rẹ̀ anámọ́pá anámùmíẹ̀ ọ̀tí ẹ̀nìyàn rí bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí mi ẹ̀yìn náà gbá yòbọ̀ bẹ̀ ìyàmú ẹ̀ akẹ́gà ara ọ̀rẹ́ ní rí lẹ́nì.
Níwọ̀n yá ìwà ìdáhẹ́rì màtàrà ń dá èyí náà yà wá kí àwọn òbọ̀ bèèrè nìbú ọwọ́ ọmọ èrè ọmọ kọ̀ orí ọmọ kọ̀ fẹ̀dọ́ wọ́n èèyàn pàtàkì ẹ̀ nà á ní irun náà nàkọ̀ ukọ́ mẹ́ ọwọ́ ọmọdé ọ̀nà ẹ̀rọ kò ukọ́ mẹ́ ọ̀nà ọmọ àbíkú rẹ̀ àyà kọ́ èmi náà yà kọ́ nàkẹ́ ní wọn ẹ̀ ọ̀wá ní ìgbà pàrárí àwọ̀ àìrí ètò azìtẹ̀ ayà bí nà yí ó bọ́ yí ó wẹ̀ gbèsò ètè ẹ̀gàn ẹ̀ àbẹ̀yẹ àìrí ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ àbẹ̀yẹ yabẹ́ ayà sọ ẹ̀ ságẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ náà yà kò gbé ọ̀nà náà àdùn máyì wọ́rù ẹ̀ pé nà wẹ̀rẹ̀ dókà náà àwẹ̀ máyì wọ́rù ẹ̀ ní ìwọ̀nà náà aya ye kana ya siwa waro yimi pebi yon makaro mi gerede e wa ni adan na ya we adan rawe agobo o ya fi ma ya wo ni hu yo we ora eyunorie ewewu ora emo no se ya to ya pe zo ile gbe na to mu ya si won le ga ihu yan aso iye yowo iyo abe swi yan ni ne abe pe ma aduwa o gba be ipede yiyan na ya ro emi ni oru eni ariri ebi owa aido yo asio egbe ni arirade oni edo ya ako oni edo ari kureba ukure na ika ayo tonu gipo ni egbe ni eri eyo ukure ni eri ike oni eyan igbe we yinya we okore unda egbe ni de mi ma we de he ma lawa da ma gwa wa osupu yise ogbera radio ihin we bege na de mi ma we keke ri to ye èèyàn ṣe ànáwó ẹ̀rẹ́dìọ́ náírà yẹ wá nílé wẹ̀ òrìàn ẹ̀ kò yẹ rágùn ìyẹn ẹ̀wọ̀ òrìàn irú ewu nù òrìàn yìí irú ewu nù ọyàn òrìàn rẹ̀ ọlọ́ràwọ̀ òrìàn èyí pa ìwé rẹ̀ ọ̀pá ònú rẹ̀ ọyàn spirit ni màá bẹ́gẹ̀ ni màá bẹ́gẹ̀ òrìàn rẹ̀ ni màá bẹ́gẹ̀ ọ̀yàn iná wẹ́ bẹ́gẹ̀ ẹ̀rẹ́ tó dẹ́kun yìí ọ̀nà ọ̀rẹ́ ewe na ya yon ofun no benu sarobo ya iye oni aye ga wa we iro ni wa oni ene ukome yi ekara obi ewe ro ge egbe makata ba eri awu eme omopa owa mi omodion ni iye we wu okoro eno dori eni biele mo so me kwefano idovio oibo wa ona eni ewu adogbo wa bari yiko wa owe ha owe yan owe ana iya iro ri fune oto yewe ro na ma bo wayi yana wo bi oye egbe na wa ugari ana wa wese ona we igogbe na no uwe igbe na orin yen ekene ya mo ni eyo wa ni rin ebo yiko wa so pa oyin ete no yese ane ni tie ni aga ni tie yo pa ta ti wa mo owo eveva unda ekene amo ma yi igogbe no na amu eye wa ni a igogbe eri no so pa yen pa se ti igogbe no re ukwogeda ke no re do owira no kwa do yo boyebo egbena ona wega otone na mai bo na wega ni tun egbena wa oyo ina eto en wa ko yo we o pe va gbera pe agbera pe na gbera ba ni mo ni awin imerere ya re ne ya we amaga ese na gbewe gbedo ga mi ewe ari mu gegbe o ewe ni ari gegba ma egbena we ma o tu wa ga de ro wa te ko yo ya awin ama iko yo ni egbe na wo ma so boy gbe egbe na wo ma egbe na we ni ya mu ekena wa da mu ra yi ni na mu ra yi ne pe ni ya ne pise uge ni a uge ha ni ya na we amoni ne igi ogbe no uge we va na kesu ge na uge va na ya na tia eva ya na mu ne etu eva wa ge o ni na we mu oye ne zo ni o me ke no ye ni o kona de e mo che na ne no gwesi me na ya gwo store gwo ya ni re o wa ni wa ge o teme
mata ma we na ya tie mami okpe na temo na oria oke eri aka ewu eri awu ona ira anamu wani anamu ne ase igiogbe oge now oboge ina we have bikini ona bobai meanwhile era ni odo biale imobi. We are when not telling our attack. ó tọ̀ mi rí ọ̀pá ayé ni ẹ̀ ọ́ kéna rí ni ìmọ̀ ní kẹ́ ní dórí ní ẹ̀ bọ́ ní kẹ́kẹ̀wé náà èwùkú ni ọwọ́ àyùbọ̀ mọ́ empty land ní ọ̀tọ̀ kẹ́kẹ́ náà má bèè mí yìí nìrọ̀ ni àárín rí ni ìmọ̀ ní kẹ́ tí ìyẹn ká mẹ́kọ̀ ìnà ọ̀ma ọlọ́wọ́ wàdó mú bọ́ náà wà mú bá wà gà ní nílá ìdò bọ̀ yìí kò wà ní iná ìmọ̀gẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ nílá mú yóò tọ̀ yìí náà yìí mú ọ́ ní ọ̀rẹ́ rí ọ̀nà wà ládé ọ̀nà wà gọ́ọ́rù náà wà yóò bọ́ mú ẹ aná yàrá ìfihàn ní àbòtọ́ rẹ̀ kan èmi náà má ẹ̀ wá tì í wú àmì ẹ̀wọ̀ ọ̀ká ẹgbẹ́ náà fi ẹgbẹ́ wọn bọ́ yóò bọ́ yìí gbé ìbéèrè ọ́ wèrè gbèdò fi ẹwèrè ẹdọ miẹwu wà ẹdẹkẹrẹ náà ya papa gina ìdíyèké àgídòmù nẹ ọmọjọ àdòmù nẹgẹdẹgbẹ ọyọ dára yìí mọ níbùtẹ aberration ọmọdé yúvie wọ́ọ̀hí mẹ́ ọ̀gá ẹ̀ẹ́tẹ̀ wà nọ mami ẹ̀mẹ́ náà wíjẹ́ ní ẹ̀mí ẹ̀mú náà wáyé ní ọ̀gá gẹ́tọ̀ nàmàbò wáyé ní ọ̀rẹ́ fìyàn ní ìmọ̀ náà máa sọ̀rọ̀ bọ́ kẹ́kẹ́ ní ẹ̀kọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún yà yíyá máa yín àti ìwé yóò bí àlè o náà sọ̀rọ̀ ni àgbà ìgbà gbìn náà náà ìgbà kàn gbé náà èrí yín ayé èdè yóò fi hàn àìkẹ́ náà gbọ́n mú rè ẹ̀yìn mi mú rè sọ̀rọ̀ bọ́ ẹnu kí ẹ ẹ̀yìn mi mú dání máa rè náà má ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
iṣẹ́ ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀ ẹ̀yà ìwàdà yìí máa ń dá ẹ̀mú kùnà gánà ọmọ tẹ ewé gbèsè rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ dẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ìrọ̀ o yá ìwàdà yìí wọ̀nyà ìwà náà dé kàn òkú ọ̀nà ká gánà obi ewu n'ọjọ nga ayé yẹn ya wo ya kò yọ ẹgbẹ́ wo ya wẹ kò yẹn wọ̀wọ́ ẹwà ìpè nà ìpè ha ìpè agbèrà ìbá àwọn ìgbẹ́dọ̀ nga ayé àyíyá nga ayé nìyà gbẹ́ yẹn adó nga ayé nìyà yẹn adó mú òwà ní ẹ̀dá dó bá òwà ní ìbò yíyèké wúre ní yẹn náà ìmùnà mọ́díọ̀ yẹn adó nga ayé nọ̀wá ìgbẹ́ gbẹ̀rù wà máa dà kó nọ̀rọ̀ yẹn adó nga ayé nìbíyẹ ká ẹ̀dọ̀ ló pẹ̀ wà hèrí ní hẹ́ lòdà àmúra yẹ òwà orí ẹ̀kọ́ wa ẹ̀ o ìjọgbẹ́ nìyàn wà dé ní ẹ̀rí ọ̀sọ̀ ọwọ́ mọ́jọ nìyàn náà yà mẹ́rẹ́ yìí ọ̀rẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ náà ṣùgbọ́n yọ pa wà fí èèfà anáyèwé sẹ́ àná ìgbà ẹ̀ ní àníkẹ́ aná ìkú èèyàn ní rẹ̀ àwọn náà ọ̀gá ìjọgbẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ náà wéwì ní yàyí wà máa fi hàn sí dọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ wà gbóòrò ẹ̀ ẹ̀mọ́ ní ìmáyẹ̀ ò ń dá ọgbẹ́rẹ̀ wáyà mẹ́wẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́yẹ ọkọ ọ̀rẹ́yẹrẹ ìbá wáyé káka yẹn ẹ̀rọ bí ẹ̀yà dé ìdí ọ̀wé náà wọ́n rí ọkọ nì ọgbẹ́rẹ̀ pọ́pá ọgbẹ́rẹ̀ pé ọgbẹ́rẹ̀ pé à ìbá wáyé bẹ̀rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ yí òbí ẹ̀yà wọ́n máa yára yẹ dẹ́yìn sẹ́dá ẹ̀rọ bí ẹ̀yẹ àṣẹ́dá ẹ̀rọ náà yẹ yẹ ayára yẹ náà pani
náà má tiẹ̀ bọ̀ àti
ọ̀túnkì èdè màá yá gẹ̀ẹ́ o ní wọn ẹ̀ so dẹ́yìn ọ̀wé rọ ni mama yẹn bí ni màá yẹn la níbi náà kẹ́kẹ́ náà gà wá ní nà ẹni ní bú rọ wótọ̀ ní wọn ọ̀rí kò gbé ní màkà wẹ̀ tàbá onírọ̀ ọgọ́rọ̀ náà ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rí ní èmi náà wẹ̀ gà ọ̀rí náà wẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ rọ̀ ègbé náà ọ̀rí pọ̀ ìwà mátì yẹn náà kọ̀ ọmọbọ̀ yìí máa mọ́ náà yótọ̀ wẹ ukọmẹ ọkẹka bọ wa wẹ ilele ukọmẹ ni ọ egbe ni taba nanari egbe nanari ewìwè gbé òyìn mi nàrí lò nọọsẹ ni mana ya gbogbo ayé yòókù wa yẹ ezeke adọ a sì wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màá rẹ̀ gẹ́nẹ́ dẹ ẹ̀rọ náà ó rí pẹ́ dín yàn ẹ̀bá náà fi máa yí emani asofin mọyọ.
àwọn ènìyàn náà yá ìyẹn bọ ìyẹn ayé ra wò. wọ́n rí mẹ́ akọni ọ̀ràn náà kọ́ ẹ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀ gbọ́ ni má etí ọ̀rẹ́ mẹ́kẹ́ náà dùn awọ ẹ̀yìn ìwọ̀ yìí náà má kọ́ ayáwọ̀ ẹ̀yìn ìwọ̀ yìí.
eniwa màdé jẹ ẹ̀yẹ̀wé gbà ní màdé wa tu ẹ̀ erima nọ̀rí àwọ̀ ẹ̀sọ́ ògbẹ́múdà Dr. ẹ̀sọ́ ògbẹ́múdà n'ọmọ UBTH gbọ́ in 1969 erima yẹ tu ẹ̀ Professor Greg Akeswa n'ọ̀rẹ́ ìwìnàwá ìwìnàṣẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ìwìnà ìrọ̀lọ́rẹ́ yàrá wa èrè ìrẹ́lẹ́ Professor Dr. Udiyiwe Iredosa ọbẹ̀ àwọn tẹ́mẹ́ wákà àbọ̀wọ̀n àti sẹ́yìnsì ìwúnú wà ọbẹ̀ ìyàgbọ̀n yáfẹ́rẹ́ wà ní ìwúnà rẹ̀ UBTH èrè ìrẹ́lẹ́ Dr. Osahan Inabulele màmí ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀hún dá usue doctor ne egbawe utagun ya ewe yen okay uteni edo mo sense uyo wo e ba una we muna re no ne Vivian Aba usue doctor ni were ba e pe obi edo Vivian Aba wa obi edo Vivian Aba be wa obo we una sense Professor Dr. Enwa Daliti Obaseki no we damu e upoyo tededo maka abo wa kon sense ruga ma we mi we una be ugbowo ni be UBTH kate amanu do ya saiwe no ya gba upe 50 years na ri mu e wa ni gbo inu na se si wu na ma je we ye re o my Professor Idia se yamu na da ri na saruba no we ri onwe luka bo ya mu na be ni ani ke wu na so ko ma we yu ware ni wa we na ya na wata na ya fe ugbowo ori oto ne UBTH na bolo wana ehiropa ama ibi ugbowo ropa lo ko mu na ba ero aye ni yore ya fe bote Nigeria emi na diaru ni ate 5% ari ne ehira bo wa yi ari ne eworan nya ba ugbowo UBTH gbowo yi de na ye ni gbowo ma we ya ni we doctor ama mi ya ba oye ya si ani poloto mewe me yona yo tin ma re Idia Professor Idia ise ya mu no irona na mewe ebi gbowo na be yi unda utoni ama asa ni ri mama asa ni yima na moto ni no ugbo ya mu abaro ogbe mudia Dr. Bom do gwo ya fe be ni wa ya to wa pe e ma ni we yesi ni mu na ima ya be ayi are me mana be to salo ba tenika e ma na mu gibo ta de na yoto no sa bo se nyi no jotu wa ya fe ateme we jotu
na bu wa na bu zo mo wa ya we se e ho wa ya dan he na sare bu wa ge golo ma lare wa we se ga to ipon mo don we no re eyin mi no ra gbon ori tare gbe yo no mi ke na me we ni a bi se ya ma ala o da wa ya mi ni ko ya ke ni wa ye ke ro wa ka ri si
ọba ato pe
ise
A very pleasant afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us on the program Talking Business, where we analyze what's happening in the economy, bring you up to speed information in the economy and some of the happenings in the economic sector. I am Lawrence Asifo, and it's a great pleasure to have you join us this beautiful Friday afternoon on the show. a lot to want to make sense of, a lot to want to look into, saying that by tomorrow it's going to be half of the month. The days we normally expect the National Bureau of Statistics, the NBS, to release the inflation figure for the month that passed. But unfortunately, tomorrow is not a working day, so we're not going to be seeing the NBS do anything of such. Now, when I say the NBS now, the National Bureau of Statistics, that always give us statistical information about what inflation is talking about for the previous month, how inflation, whether it rose or it declined for the month that passed. That is their job. That is their duty. That is what they do on a monthly basis, giving us all the information we need to know about inflation figure, whether it is rising or whether it is reducing or whether it is stable. But we want to see that happening by next week, hopefully on Monday, when that figure will be released, because tomorrow it's not a working day, so we're not going to see that happen from the NBS tomorrow. But I have a whole other lot for us to talk about on the show this beautiful afternoon, while we delve into one or two of them on the show this afternoon. We'll start by telling you that the Securities and the Exchange Commission, the SEC, has fixed 5 o'clock p.m. on the first business day after transaction T1 as the statement, or rather settlement deadline for equities and commodities traded and settled through the Central Securities Clearing System of the SEC, that is the Securities and Exchange Commission. The Commission made this clarification in a circular issued to capital market operators and other market participants as the implementation of the T+1 settlement cycle in the Nigerian capital market. According to the SEC, all transactions in the affected securities must be fully paid by 5 p.m. every day. T1, to ensure compliance with the standard delivery versus payment settlement procedures, it warned that where a broker or a dealer trading account is not adequately funded to meet settlement obligations within the prescribed period, the default would be managed in line with the CSCS default management procedure and the applicable transaction settlement guidelines of the relevant exchange commission. The Commission also clarified that foreign portfolio investors are not required to pre-fund their account for trades in the Nigerian capital market. However, it stated that the capital market operators facilitating transactions on behalf of foreign portfolio investors must establish and maintain appropriate control and process to ensure timely funding and completion of settlements within the prescribed time frame. The clarification follows earlier SEC circulars on the implementation of the T+2 settlement cycle for equities transactions issued on the 3rd of June 2025 and the transaction and transition to the T+1 settlement cycle issued on the 15th of May 2026. The T+1 cycle means that eligible securities transactions are settled 1 business day after the trade date, reducing the period between execution and final settlement. The SEC said that the transition represent a significant milestone in its efforts to build a more efficient, resilient and internationally aligned traders and trading and post-trade environment. It added that a shorter settlement cycles would improve settlement efficiency, reduce counterparty risk, and enhance liquidity and strengthen the competitiveness of the Nigerian capital market. According to the regulator, the reforms would ultimately improve the attractiveness of the Nigerian market to both domestic and international investors, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, stated. Let's walk you down to the oil market, where OPEC is speaking, talking about Nigeria's outlook for crude oil production according to the quota given by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. Nigeria's economic outlook remains positive as improved macroeconomic stability, steadied oil production, recovering private sector activity, and continued reforms support economic expansion. This is according to the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, which it stated. OPEC stated this in its latest assessment of the Nigerian economy, noting that the country's economy expanded by 3.9% year-on-year in the first quarter of 2026 from January to March. The growth rate was only slightly below 4.0% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2025, confirming that economic growth remained close to recent high. According to the Oil Producers Organization, and the non-oil economy continue to provide the main support for growth, with activity driven by agriculture, manufacturing, construction, trade, finance, and insurance. It said that higher oil output had also improved fiscal revenues, foreign exchange inflows, and external buffers. The economy expanded by 3.9% year-on-year in the first quarter of 2026, only slightly below the fourth quarter of 2025 pace of 4.0%, confirming that growth remains close to recent highs. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, stated. OPEC said that the survey indicator pointed to continued, though moderate, momentum and in the private sector activities. It noted that Stanbic IBTC Nigeria Purchasing Managers Index eased by 52.5 in July from the 53.4 in June and 54.1 in May. The July reading, it said, was the weakest since March, but still signaled a sixth consecutive monthly improvement in private sector conditions. OPEC said firms again reported a marked increase in new orders, supported by improved custom demand, better pricing, and new product launches. It added that output and employment also rose modestly during the month. The organization said higher domestic refining capacity, particularly improved fuel supply from the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, should further support energy availability and reduce some of the pressures associated with petrol imports. Higher domestic refining capacity, including improved fuel supply from the Dangote Refinery, should continue to support energy availability and reduce some import-related pressures, OPEC stated. The Dangote Refinery, with a nameplate capacity of 650,000 barrels per day, has become a major source of locally refined petroleum products as its operations have expanded. The refinery's increased supply of petroleum and petrol and other refined products has also reduced some of the country's reliance on imported petroleum products, in line with the impact highlighted by OPEC. On inflation, OPEC said that pressure has begun to soften, both headline inflation standing at 15.9% year-on-year in both June and May. The July PMI pointed of the softening input cost despite higher fuel and raw materials cost, the organization stated. The report said that the moderation in import cost and also an indication that some cost pressures facing businesses has begun to ease, although higher fuel and raw materials costs remain a challenge. OPEC said that Nigeria's near-term outlook remained positive, with oil production, reform progress, infrastructure investment, and stronger business activities providing support. Overall, Nigeria's near-term outlook remains positive, supported by oil production, progress in reforms, infrastructure investment, and stronger business activities, it stated. The organization's assessment comes as increased oil production continues to strengthen Nigeria's fiscal position and foreign exchange inflows, while reforms and infrastructure investment supply activities outside the petroleum sector. The non-oil economic contribution remains significant, with agriculture, manufacturing, construction, trade, finance, and insurance identified as the major drivers of activity. Meanwhile, the July PMI data indicated that the private sector businesses continue to expand despite the moderation in the pace of growth. Firms also reported increased new order and consumer demand improved, while better pricing and new product launches also supported activity. Output and employment recorded modest increases, pointing to continued expansion in business activity. OPEC said that a combination of the improved macroeconomic stability, steady oil production, and continued reform momentum had strengthened Nigeria's economic outlook. With domestic refining capacity also increasing, the organization expects improved fuel availability to support energy supply and easing some import-related pressures. The organization also maintained that the country's near-term prospects remain favorable, supported by higher oil output, reforms, infrastructure, investment, and stronger private sector activity. Okay, details coming out from OPEC about Nigeria's quota output in terms of crude oil production and what is really happening in the oil sector there from the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. Let's take a break on the show. When we return, I'll tell you what's happening in the Middle East about the crisis between Iran and the United States in terms of prices of crude oil per barrel on the international market. Stay with us and go nowhere.
I love my country, I know good.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into...
Thank you so much for staying with us. Let's call it a wrap by telling you that as countries around the world adopt fuel subsidies and other palliative measures to cushion the impact of the US-Iran conflict and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, Nigerians have continued to bear the brunt of pricing and rising petrol cost and diesel cost, even as energy economists and industry stakeholders call for targeted interventions to ease the pressure on households and businesses. The International Energy Agency, IEA, disclosed that more than 115 countries had introduced measures to respond to the energy shock, including energy conservation, price support, and structural policies aimed at reducing fuel consumption. Of these, 94 government has introduced price support measures, including fuel subsidies, price caps, and tax intervention, while 58 had also adopted energy conservation measures and 30 had announced longer-term structural policies to reduce fuel use. The measure comes as the disruption of energy flows through the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important oil and gas shipping routes, sends shockwaves through global energy market. For Nigeria, the impact has been felt through higher petrol prices, with pump price rising above 1,300 naira per liter as part of the country's in some part of the country, before subsidizing and coming down to as low as 1,250 naira, while the increase in energy costs has also pushed up transportation, food, and business operating costs in the country. The IEA's head of analysis for the Office of the Energy Efficiency and Inclusive Transitions, Jerome Bilodeau, said that demand-side measures would not replace the enormous volume of energy normally transported through the Strait of Hormuz, but could moderate the impact of the disruption. Demand-side measures are not enough to place the sheer size of energies that transiting through the strait, but can deepen and moderate the impact, Bilodeau said during a webinar hosted by the Center for Strategic International Studies. He said that 58 governments had introduced energy conservation measures since the war began, mainly targeting oil consumption through reduced private transportation fuel use, and also working on studying from home, and also reduced government travel and adjustment to cooling temperature settings. Bilodeau, speaking at the webinar, reported that S&P Global Energy said 94 governments had also introduced price support such as fuel subsidies, price caps, and tax measures. Japan and South Korea, he said, has introduced price caps, fuel subsidies, while Vietnam lowered taxes to electric vehicles, and India was promoting electric stove. The IEA official said that 30 governments had also announced structural policies to reducing fuel consumption over the longer term, including energy efficiency programs, electrification plans, and renewable energy incentives. In Nigeria, however, energy economists and industry groups have called for targeted measures to cushion consumers from the impact of the energy shock. A former president of the Nigerian Association of Energy Economists, Professor Adeola Adenikiju, urged the federal government to use part of the additional revenue generated from higher crude prices to support vulnerable Nigerians. This is the time that Nigeria should say, look, we are sending some cash to those poor people who are vulnerable, he stated. He also said that the rising petrol prices had increased transportation costs and worsened inflation, stressing that support could extend beyond civil servants to Nigerians in the informal and private sector. The Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria also urged the government to deploy measures to reduce transportation and cost and prevent higher fuel prices from worsening food inflation. Petro National's President Billy Gillies Harry said that the government should return some of the gains from the higher crude prices to Nigerians. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, also called for the reduction in taxes and charges imposed on petroleum products, arguing that this would help moderate pump prices. IPMAN spokesperson Chinedu Ukadiki said charges imposed by agencies including the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency (NIMASA), Nigerian Port Authority (NPA), and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority (NMDPRA) should be reviewed for this to take effect. All right, we just hope so. Taxes imposed by all of these agencies aforementioned should be reduced in order for Nigerians to have a little fresh air or breathe well. You know, someone was telling me some days ago and say, watch and see, before election, petrol is going to go very, very lower to around, say, 700, 800. But immediately after the election, something will happen again. But we look forward to all of those shenanigans that happen. This is Nigeria indeed. That's how far we can go on the show today. That's the size of the package. Next week we'll be here again to walk you through. On behalf of my team, I want to thank you for being a part of the show. I'll see you on the next one. I am Lawrence Sisifo. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's another very beautiful Friday afternoon on independent television and radio here in the city of Benin. My name is Kingsley Okoje and the program is Issues and Voices. Coming to you courtesy Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability. NAVID is a non-governmental organization that's based here in Benin City that is advancing the rights of persons with disability. Today on the program, it promises to be super exciting as we have a wonderful guest in the studio. Don't forget, we are on our inspiring series. Last week, we brought you a young lady who rose from arches to become a successful lawyer in Benin City today, Kindness Idahosa, Esquire. Today, I have another inspiring story for you. A young man who lost his sight but found strength in his hands, and today he's a craftsman. He works with the Edo State School for the Blind as a craft instructor. But before I go to my guest in the studio today, my sign language interpreter is Good Luck.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Certainly the best.
Welcome to another fantastic edition of the program, Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and it's indeed a delight to be with you this afternoon on Hitches and Voices. Don't forget, Hitches and Voices is coming to you courtesy Network for the Advancement of Persons, Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NAPVID. NAPVID is a non-governmental organization here in Edo State that is advancing the rights of persons with disability. We have a very interesting conversation today, but before I talk about what we're discussing about, I have my guest in the studio. He's F.A. Jude. F.A., welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you, sir.
And I have also with me in the studio our sign language interpreter for today, Constance Olayinka Davis. She'll be doing justice to our deaf community on the program today. Our subject for discourse is accessible and inclusive transportation for persons with disability. But our focus is going to be particularly on a disability cluster, that is those on wheelchair and crutches. What is public transportation for them like? How difficult it is for people on wheelchair and on crutches to move around, considering how unaccessible public transportation is for persons with disability. That is going to be the focal point of our conversation today. But before we delve proper into today's discourse, we'll go on a quick break and we'll be back on Hitches and Voices. All right, welcome back from that quick break. Like I said, our conversation today is going to center around accessible and inclusive transportation for persons with disability, particularly for wheelchair users and those on crutches. And I have a very wonderful guest in the studio today, F.A. Jude. He is a 100-level student of the University of Benin, studying law. F.A., like I said, once more, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like you to speak more, a bit more audible than you're speaking now so that our audience can hear you very clearly. Well, I would like you to give a vivid description of what is like a typical journey like for a wheelchair user. If you want to embark on a journey anywhere, give us a vivid description of what that journey is like. How do you set out, you know, to go out from your house and go anywhere you intend going?
Okay, my name is F.A. Jude Machere. Okay, I'm no longer 100 level. I'm now 200 level.
Oh, okay. Sorry for that.
I'm 200 level now student.
All right.
Okay, please can you go to a question?
I just wanted you to give us a vivid description of how you know, when you are planning to move from your house, you're planning to go anywhere, how do you set out for that journey?
Okay, I don't have a specific arrangement or plan. It's just God, but the way it goes, the way it works for me, there are different options. Sometimes I can call my course mates once I'm close to. They'll come and assist me. Sometimes they will be unavailable. And then sometimes I just get ready. I will stay in front of my hostel space. Then students definitely will come out to go to that different faculty, and then definitely someone that will assist me to the Faculty of Law.
Well, you are giving us a description of how you move within campus.
Yes.
I'm talking about not just your campus environment. If you set out to embark on any journey, anywhere, for somebody who is not on a wheelchair, they can decide to just say, you know what, I'm going to Upper Sapumba today to see somebody. They can just take that decision that moment. Does it work like that for someone who is a wheelchair user, or you need to make preparations, plan their logistics? I want you to give us that explanation.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that for me. You have to plan ahead. You have to make arrangements. Sometimes if you will plan, it will not go as planned. But you have to plan if you stand a chance at all. So what I usually do, I cannot move myself, so I have to talk to someone that will move with me or go wherever I want to go. And then we're talking about living campus, right?
Yes.
Okay. We'll talk about living campus.
The conversation is not just about how you move within your campus. It's how you move around generally.
Generally, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now I get you fully. The thing is, some bus drivers, some taxi drivers, some cab men, they are nice, while some they are rude. The thing is...
no, we'll get to all that, but what you're saying is that movement for you is not something you can just decide on the spot. You have to plan ahead, think of how you're going to go about your day. So sometimes it's not dependent on you alone. You also have to reach out to people who will assist you on that journey. Okay, so take us through, what's the most difficult part of commuting from one place to another for a wheelchair user? What's most difficult in doing that?
Most difficult? I would say weather.
How so?
It could be rainy, difficult. While it's raining, I can't use the umbrella. During hot weather, where it's sunny, it's difficult because the person who assists me will be sweating. I myself, I'll be sweating too. So the weather is the difficult part, and then that's what I have to say about that.
Okay, so let's look at public transportation. By public transportation, we're talking about buses. In this part, we call it, in local parlance, they call it tuke-tuke, buses, taxis. What has been your experience in trying to commune with these transport services?
Make communication.
I'm talking about using public transport, bus, taxi. Some wheelchair users, they've resorted to using just cabs. But what's it like for you? Do you depend on cabs only, or you use normal public transport that every other person is using? And if you do use it, what's the difficult part in using it?
Yeah, I do use it sometimes. The difficult part is some of the drivers, they complain that there's no space to put the wheelchair, while some the general issue there is just where to put the wheelchair. But some of them are not well informed. Probably that's like personal experience. My first day in the University of Benin, when I came to the University of Benin, I came to just see the school. That time I've already been given half the offered admission already. So many of the drivers, they were not really nice. So I remember something happened. I think the chairman of had to come out to talk to them. And then when they started seeing me regularly,
so when you say they were not nice, what was their complaint?
They were like, they were like, there's no space, I don't have space, I cannot carry you, this kind of things. So when they started seeing me regularly, they found out I'm a student. So many of them they changed. They started accommodating me.
Oh, so they changed because you are a student. You weren't a student.
That is just it. So they changed. They started accommodating me. They now getting used to it. So they were not where informed before. So I don't know if they have not experienced it before, but that is what.
Okay, do you use public transport like buses?
Yes.
Buses going from wherever it is to Ring Road, from Ring Road to. Do you use such buses?
Yes, I use buses when I don't have enough money for cab.
So what's your experience with that?
The buses. Yeah, the buses. Okay, do you mean from school?
No, anywhere you are going.
Yeah, the difficult experience, the difficulty about that is to stop the bus. Sometimes you can spend up to 30 minutes on the road trying to stop bus. Some of them, their bus will be empty, but they will know how to stop.
Just because you are a wheelchair user?
I don't know, but they know how to stop. But luckily, sometimes some will stop. But it's usually difficult when you try to stop a bus.
Okay, so you say they don't stop.
Yes. There's even the ones that some that will stop. That's the cab. They will demand for a lot of money.
Additional cost.
Yes, additional cost. They will demand for additional cost. So that's the issue there.
Okay, let's look at transportation and your education. Has there been any stage of your life where the use of public transportation almost affected your access to education? And not just education, maybe healthcare services as well.
Use of transportation?
Yes. Has transportation affected you in any way in terms of education and access to healthcare?
Yes, definitely it will affect me. Why? Because I can't move myself. So if I start to think of how to order for cab, or how to book for cab, or how to call a driver, or how to come outside to look for car, it's always difficult. So it's never easy. As far as I can't move myself. That's just the truth.
Okay, so let's look at the situation of being dependent, because at the end of the day, one of the issues of that persons with disability face in terms of transportation is the issue of dependency. Because public transportation are not usually very inclusive, very accessible, you have to depend on people to always assist you. Because you talked about entering a bus now. Some of these buses are not accessible for wheelchair. They don't have bus ramps that can elevate you and take you inside the bus. So you have to depend on people to help you do that. How has that experience been for you? Has it taken a toll on you psychologically? Or is it something you've learned to cope with?
Initially, at the beginning rather, I felt bad about it, but I'm already used to it. So it's the normality. It doesn't affect me anymore.
But do you face disappointment sometimes when you depend on people to assist you?
In life, some people always disappoint you in life. It's not very about disability, man. People always disappoint. As well, you must always disappoint. So that's
but it's because for someone who's not a wheelchair user, the person might not face just disappointment because the person have the ability to just go where he wants to go on his own. But I'm talking about you depending on somebody to move. And sometimes
there will be disappointment.
Okay. So there might be instances where you even miss appointments or miss attending functions just because someone who was supposed to come and assist you is not there to provide the assistance that you require. All right, let's look at the area of additional cost, because for many persons with disability, one of the complaints they make is that, coming in around, moving from one place to place for persons with disability is an additional cost for them. Can you shed more light on that?
Additional costs. What to understand thereby, for example, can I make an example? For example, you are, let me just say, you are in your hostel or house you rented, anywhere you are living around school, and you need to go somewhere, so you have to call driver. So that driver, for you to drive to your place and not carry because you can't carry passenger, so you have to pay more than because you don't have the opportunity to come out like some other places and then pay the normal fee. So in that case, you have to drive empty to your location and pick you up, and you have to pay. You have to pay. It's like you are paying for the full seats. You pay for the complete seat in the car. So that's the issue with the additional.
That's for taxi services.
Yeah,
but when it comes to buses, for example, are there instances where you were told to pay for your wheelchair and pay for your seat as well?
No, it doesn't happen.
Okay, so your wheelchair, you fix it at the back.
As far as they find a place to keep it, I don't pay anything for it. I've never experienced it.
But what about moving inside the bus itself? Since there are no accessible ramp, how do you navigate your way around that?
Yeah, my friends always assist me. My friends.
Okay. Have you faced any sort of attitudinal discriminations from passengers?
Passengers? No. No.
Okay, you've not had that type of experience.
No.
Okay, so for someone who has been on a wheelchair and who has moved around, tried to access public transportation as a wheelchair user, what gap do you think exists within this public transportation system for persons with disability, and what do you think government should do to fix those gaps?
Come again.
I'm asking, definitely there are challenges in public transportation.
Yeah, of course.
So I would just like you to highlight what you think some of those challenges are and what you think government can do to help you people move around better.
Yeah, I think, my own opinion, I think government should communicate with I don't know if they have a committee or
unions, drivers unions.
Yes,
yeah.
I think the government should try and
sensitize,
reach out to them, communicate with them, and then see how they can do better in offering better services to persons with disability. Yeah, that's what I just said there. They can be, because there are different challenges. Sometimes the roads challenges.
Oh, the roads are bad.
Yes, that's also another challenges. Then, but this is something that government can reach out to the unions and discuss how they can make things better for persons with disability.
So there are infrastructural issues too with those who are wheelchair users. Issue of how to navigate your wheelchair around. Some people call it pedestrian way, some people call it a sideway or sidewalk. How, for a wheelchair user, what's your experience with that? Do you prefer to wheel your wheelchair on the main road, or you feel more comfortable wheeling your wheelchair on a sidewalk or on a side path? Which is more convenient for you?
I don't have a specific choice. The only choice I have is, as far as the road is good, I always choose the better road. I always choose the better road. So even the sidewalks, some of the sidewalks,
they are very bad.
They are bad. Like some the block already pull off. So if you are not careful, you might just fall in. So none of them is perfect. Just follow the one that is good. Just work on the one, or move on the one that's okay, that's best.
Okay, let's look at, in terms of social isolation. There are persons with disability who feel, because of inaccessible transportation or lack of inclusive transport system, a lot of persons with disability are socially isolated. For instance, a lot of persons with disability would love to go to events, parties, all type of function, but when they consider either the additional transportational cost or the fact that they will have to depend on people to attend this ceremony, or like you said, even the issue of weather. You know, a lot of them might decide to stay out of attending functions. Like, have you had experiences where some of these challenges have kind of isolated you from social life?
Yeah, it has affected. Before I totally give up, I'll first of all try out my options, because I saw that I don't move anyhow. Like before I say I want to go to somewhere.
All right, you calculate your movement.
Yes, it must be important.
All right, all right. It's a wrap on the program Riches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. Don't forget, this program comes to you live on Independent Television and Radio. We broadcast simultaneously. I'd like to thank you for finding out time to join us on the program today, Riches and Voices. My guest has been F.A. Jude. He's been talking on accessible and inclusive transportation for wheelchair users. I hope you had a nice time following the conversation on today's program. We'll do this next week. Our next guest will be someone with a hearing impairment who would like to take their perspective to how it is for people with hearing impairment to move around in their community. My name is Kingsley Okoje saying, spot the hitch and be a voice. God bless you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Passengers, not the kind minibus and the kind car when you dey enter. Passenger, not be every bus or car you see you go enter. Look at well.
What's happening?
All the bus, Ministry of Transport, yellow and red, but no number, no code. No code.
Now code be the problem.
You know, yeah. Say for this level, this area when I did so iki happened last 2 weeks.
You know they see the way that the road be, so they talk about
government not they do road for any season. Dry season I government they do road.
They talk on those guys.
Okay, government not they do road for any season. Mommy, how are you? Nice to see you. You know what make me call here? Yes. We get one report to say make passenger now if they want enter bus. Yes. Maybe they know the kind bus. Understand? Because they wanted to come put some allegation for our head for here. No. Kidnapper and bandits said that they load for this place. Okay. Now I say no, make I come. Yes. Me confirm. As you confirm, I see any this year. No, if passenger want enter bus for this junction. May they look their face well. Very important. Old school na old school. Like you so they know you now. Old school na old school. As I dey say neighbor mama. Passenger know me, I know passenger. I know my own know me. All those who carry money from another side to call here, they load, they carry money to go. Other people they talk so. Other people that they work for dancing and you believe. For evening they come and they work for their route they don't get. Now they carry a part for the kind of. No, you won't tell me say the people where they work here, the chairman, when people they organize here, they know the bus driver where they work here. Yes. See the list. See the list. All of you. Yes. The list all your number. I mean the writer, all the writer. But you know yes, so iki happen here. You know here. Yes. So let me here they work. Let me here they work. They work here. Now they tell you so they work here. They go carry the plan back. They load for back. Yeah, let me our line. They carry to go for business. Last I go they load. Other than be dancing motor and new motor. And they call it load. If I won't go now, Unibe now. Now tell us the boss now confirm. If you see me there, you know I confirm. Because that mean that Now we dey control yes. Make they fall for one chance.
Passenger, you dey go.
Wait, you understand me? When bus go there online, they don't turn by turn. When the bus go, they go waka leave the bus. Or say they plan to where they go. No. They'll go from that side. That place go enter motor for there. And maybe motor when they enter, only 2 people dey inside. Other 2 people na thief. Doesn't they go they'll enter. They'll go rob them for that. So if passengers see say one bus they load, so they enter here na genuine. No, if passengers see where they load, make sure say they full that bus and enter the next bus. They go front, so they want go enter the one. Maybe say if they blow, they go for this area here. It don't concern us.
Yes, no. I true that.
We dey agree. It don't tell. Respect. Greetings. Passenger why enter bus for this Ibiwe. Yes. I go tell no the confirmatory bus because of something wey happened 2 weeks ago. Yes. We get pack. Now yes, that be our pack. Now they give us the motor they load. So that anyone may do load for back. They no load for our pack here.
All those impatient drivers,
all those armed robber, kidnapper, now back now they for the go they load. Now here be the pack where they give us the motor they load. If they forget things, they forget load. Now here they give them back. They come here, give them back.
Yes, also, those people will be say that they do that thing. Now for first.
New Benin. That's an allegation, no?
No,
it's not fit to say na first minibus now they come the office here.
You know what you want to do one day, If not be say I not put your cash, but that's why say he plate number not come day back, but he put for front and not see. When they don't push that girl to away, now they pass that wire road, they zoom past there. Now the guy come me say whether I know that motor. Now say I don't see the plate number. I say this motor not be this route for the work.
But why did they thief minibus?
Minibus, yes, so this go route of our route here. No, they go a month. You get the motor you dey here, another side, not there. You get the motor now.
Now here you dey walk?
No, be how they walk. I come out road, but man you go watch it for here. No, I come out road.
You know that driver?
No shaking, I park it for no.
Oga, now you get this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you the real driver of this bus?
I'm the real driver now.
The driver now. Yes. Are you the driver of this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Because you know, yes, one day some kidnappers use this level to take operate.
I hear now.
Why you hide your face? Sit down well. But like your boss be this?
Yes.
Sit down well. Now, why code not there your back?
Which code be that one?
That number.
They never do and come out now. I just spray my motor now.
Okay. Now they pursue all of them. They're not fit park here.
No. Who park here? No way to go see now. Don't say Martin, no way to go see. Who knows say get on make up time here? Don't be talking about my make up put on. You go no say
yes. Minibus not fit load for you.
You want that? You want that now? You go no say yes, Kaki not be leather. Make up pack on. Dirty.
This ring road, people they complain about this ring road. Now I don't go ask all those drivers whether the people, all these drivers where they work here, whether they know them. You know, say one matter happened like 2 weeks ago when they say kidnapper can't use minibus load for here.
That's what they talk.
But I know since then, that's why all of Nana don't
come. Now I make all of us day here, they watch. We wear uniform. Sunday we not still wear uniform. Sunday we not wear uniform. So once he look, make we see all those there one chance. You know when the first they happen before, now we first pursue all of them.
Yes.
So now since they're not this side, now about the day before. Now they don't see on this side, we'll pursue them. We'll go hold them. No worry.
What will be your advice for passengers? Because for passengers, now any bus they just
the thing is that's why we always preach about this Central Park. Very important. You see, but if they take that place now, they're not going to see one chance more to enter. Because we not fit there all the time. I fit there here now, I go here, say hold up there, I go that side again. Because these people now, and the time when they come, they know they come for daytime. Now in the evening, they come. Around that kind 4, 5. Now all those time, they'll look and say all those security agents, most of them don't close. The hair go down. They'll your come, they'll say, and all these people, they go get old man, they will get old woman, we go there inside the motor. they go get old man, old woman inside the motor. So you now, if you want to enter, now you can't see old man. You see it the day, you see it your man, you go enter. And meanwhile, the people they want to perpetrate the evil now, they go dey front. As they come up from where everybody dey now, they will come do like say stop them, they go enter. The other will do like say stop them, go enter. Now so I tell the car, if na here we for the hold them.
But if we catch anyone now, what will happen?
If we catch anyone, I know 2 ways about it. The governor don't talk and now execution now for Ring Road. After that 2 weeks court now execution. So for me, you know say we catch at the right time. They will see good evidence. They prosecute them. That's it.
Everywhere gallant. Any person went to anyhow.
It's anyhow. Thank you, sir.
Ilaklo. Alpha. Correct. I don't suffer, not be small. Opposite, I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Oh. Now you make I join this business. However, Mona relax, no small. They'll soon be the finish. Mona relax. They'll soon be the finish. I don't suffer, not be small.
I guess.
Poverty no good at all. Oh. Now you make I join this business.
2,000.
I see you now. Manicure and pedicure. Manicure and pedicure. I see you now. They're everywhere. Manicure and pedicure. They're everywhere. Manicure and pedicure. Now what? No, what did you do here?
The work then and now they ask me what to do for you. Now give me work. No understand.
How can a mature guy tell you say you not get work? How be banana you dey sell so?
I supposed to be here.
Because the banana from my backyard they grow anyhow, from my front edge they grow anyhow. No banana we scatter everywhere for Nigeria. You cannot work on the price, I mean you not call they insult me. For my backyard they grow every 3 months now it they come out.
3
months don't reach now. Now tomorrow be the 3 months no you go. Not le person here, like how much this one? Only 2 million. That's 2,000. Only 2 million now. That is code. I give you West Alako. I give you West Alako. I give you West Alako. 2,000 naira. You know where you there? That one with my backyard go Surat. You know Surat make something. What's the happen? Also know you.
But you know America. You okay? We never. I they see you all the time. They admire your program.
Waiting they happen soon.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
Who they drive the motor? Who they drive the motor? No, I want to know who they drive the motor. About so many one chance mini bus not everywhere. Who the motor? Clear. Now get the bus. No, so boys, so many boys go kidnap. All the show for the unit. No, I want to show for the unit. That can don't always shadow duster, you know.
Yes, the thing is they work for check now.
You know.
The thing is now we are for the apple. You know those Oluku Road. They say batch, you know they are better. Madam borrow me a format, makeup. Before you know, when you give them, they say our batch is not good. Before you say, bypass. What do you say now? So you know say mini bus agent. They be like zoomile. When they mark God, already help everybody when you see you. Mark your God. Now you they show they help with your phone, your Airtel, your phone accessories. You have go.
No, make the passenger mark your God.
No, not mark your God.
No go let the hard way. Oh. No go let the hard way.
Passenger, mount your guard. Oh. Passenger, hold your outside. Passenger, mount your guard. Oh.
Do small. Leave that.
Waiting they happen.
So far, not be small. Or per se, I guess sense. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Are you the driver of this bus?
No, I'm the conductor.
Passenger, hold your guard. Passenger, hold your guard.
Airport road,
with this man, when I see for this bus, my mind don't call down.
Okay. Airport road,
they cover your eye. If they kidnap you now, I will tell no say you dey inside the bus. If they kidnap you now, I will tell no say now you dey inside the bus. Passenger, hold yourself. Oh. Huh? I think say you not see me. You never hear say federal government of Nigeria don't ban all this sachet.
I never know why you not go stop company. It's supposed me if I go company now.
Okay, no, you dey talk sense. Before NAFDAC go call the arrest you now. May they go arrest the company.
The company and people may sell am for Mission Road. If they don't arrest some people, no see where they buy again, no buy again.
You never hear say federal government don't give NAFDAC power. Any man, any woman, where they sell this sachet drink, make them arrest them.
No, I never hear. My first time when I hear them for your mouth.
Okay, it's not the first time when you hear them for my mouth.
Truth, I never hear them.
Say they don't ban all this drink that they put for sachet.
I never hear them. Truth, I don't feel like give you. I never hear them.
And where you they buy and they see the seller?
They sell. They sell them.
The Mission Road and company they sell them.
If they are ready, they stop a company. All this of you comment.
They want to people tell us say they don't ban them, but they don't tell us. Me no know. Now first time.
No.
If you go stop her.
No.
Who stop her?
No, Nigerians they drink all this sachet where?
We don't know.
You know fit also you don't know. Sorry, let me pick up my guy. So you know say
if they stop company, people start to dey buy for company. As some people they sell am, we go they still sell for us. They don't fit us say they don't sell for us. If some people go company say they want buy, company of it say no sell for them. If they stop company, people go start to dey buy for company. Later we now will still start to dey follow people dey buy for Mission.
Waiting these people when they sell them to the consumers, they talk say if true federal government and NAFDAC ready, make the federal hold the company where they produce all these sachets. And the person
wey suppose more arrest no be we. Na company and Igbo people
shop. Now we dey fine. How we go take 6 months chop? Now we just dey fine. So if they go tell them say make they not do am again, we ourselves we no go sell. We'll find another thing we go do. Because this one now one that come 1 + 1 and 2. How we take they manage say they survive.
Where is the driver of this bus? Hope so now know the driver of this bus where they load this motor. Now people take the enter one chance, so you say you don't go. Passenger go enter, they go jump enter, they go enter one chance. They don't go no say na kidnapper bus, they don't enter. Wow. Oga, respect boss. Are you the driver of this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you the driver of this bus? No, because we want to know who be the driver of the bus. We don't enter one chance. I know. Passenger, know the kind mini bus where you dey enter. Oh. Passenger, know the kind mini bus where you dey enter.
Don't be like okay. One chance, one kilo. Don't stop for don't say. One chance.
Okay, along.
Don't be park.
Collect their purse, collect their phone. The creator for park will give you what you lost. Person love iPhone. I carry I give him. You understand? But if you enter, then for yesterday, I enter here around 5. I can't tell that one man say estate gate now 500. He said no, they carry am 400. As he reach there, not reach 30 minutes, he dey cry come back.
You.
What happen? He said they don't collect before collect money, they push am away. Now say that one good for you. Enter bus, you say no. You want go enter along. Now they thief for this road.
Hey!
And they tell you the truth. And the truth be that. If I say she entered this one that day, they for no thief am. What will they see?
Yeah, now get United. Well, United, yeah.
We don't know ourselves.
Yes.
The person not fit come from Kobai, come the load here.
No, whatever.
Except we don't see am.
But na mini bus at the drive now. I not fit carry my mini bus for I do our come load here.
You not to general, your face show for the worldwide. Everybody know you. Understand?
So that bus where they go now, una know am. This bus where they load now, una know am.
We know am.
See the owner.
See the owner.
All of us we know ourselves.
So what be your advice for passengers now?
What we advise? Make them enter motor for park. Make them dey find because 100 naira. Because 100 naira, maybe here na 300. You go dey find 200 naira how they go. Problem don't come.
This way they forget for motor, go see another. As they forget another, they'll come meet as fast in a park. Anything where they forget for motor, they go see and all those things where they there.
Like what they front. Hey, passenger.
Now person forget this one. Now person forget this one. Now person forget the eyeglass. Now they will come meet time. Any year we take come. Now they will come meet time.
Many passengers say that they enter one chance for this.
Now one chance now that they enter wawa. Maybe they look face. Maybe they come back. If they come back, they load, no problem. But if they say, imagine say they go Lagos. Lagos now I think 20,000. Somebody say one carry you for 12,000. You enter.
Now along the road.
No, for instance, say now what they cause problem with that. So if they enter, may they forget say the money. If they enter for the normal place, no problem.
Passenger. How are you? Passenger. How are you?
I greet you, sir.
How business now?
Sir, fine.
People they buy them.
They buy them.
Small.
No say they was not food they want. The food. They say they never shop the food. They say they want buy perfume. Now man, I call they patronize. If not, they not go buy.
You can't give them some letters.
I tell you.
You talk, preach.
Say
good me body they sent.
Yes.
Go say but you never.
Say money not reach to buy food for Bele. What did they want use perfume? Do I go they beg them? Oga was soon not be smart too.
But if you get opportunity to me, you get work with better pass this one.
Hey, Baba God don't do well.
Now you leader.
Nah. What you talk so na better thing?
No, you believe say God will locate your help and I mean you get better work.
Just now, yeah. If God bring better locator, what go locate me, go favor me. I don't boom that one because wisdom there. I tell the.
How will they reach you?
Me. If you reach me, I'll give you my number.
Give me your number. People they watch us online.
Just now, man.
But if anytime I come this place, I'll see you.
Just now, every day. Now they also they preach when they buy this perfume. Every day, I tell you.
But you say if you see walk way past this one.
Sharply, I move.
Give me your number.
Okay, my number is 0. Okay, my quick. Sharp. Now God just bless me so. I help I don't locate me. 081 186 414 97. Ogban. Don't can flash me inside.
You feel work any work?
Poor Mandala. I go work.
Any work?
I say you not see us everywhere. Cause days everywhere they hot. Any work even on a clear, even on a like bouquet. I don't go. That's all.
What do you want to use this money do?
This money, if you reach me, but get some more picky for us where I see they also go they feed. Money you come now, open business, hospital dey. I be tell you, only say I don't see money to open shop. Now I come dey hustle like this. I learn handwork.
Stop this your number. Learn handwork.
Yes, now.
I like machine. You like me? You get machine, abi?
Yes, now.
Machine. Hey, what be your name?
My name is Faith. Oh, Nyeme.
What you doing?
We do pataki.
Faith, right? Faith perfume. So you believe say through this talk when me the talk, so God will locate your helper for work.
In fact, God already locates me. As I always say so, God already locates me.
Any work your work.
Yes. I don't go. Even though anyone will just give me now, I clean you and I sweep you, I don't go. But in fact, as me and you the talk, so God don't locate me. I thank God, and I thank God where I thank RTV. God go bless RTV. God go bless RTV. Nobody go feel winning that TV down in Jesus' name.
So you believe as you see me so?
Every
your mother don't show.
I tell you, God don't bless.
When I come here online, more come out for streets.
Amen.
She say any work she go work.
Yes. Come on.
I don't suffer, not be small. Upon say I get sense. Only God can do
what no man can do.
Unchangeable.
Unchangeable God.
Reliable.
Reliable God.
Only God can do.
Only God can do
what no man can do. Yeah. God will locate you. Will locate you. Will locate you. Hey, wait.
Waiting they happen soon.
Now waiting they happen. Boss now waiting they happen. Boss now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
His Excellency, you know say you tell me that they say you should bring out the boss. Who will bring her? Bring her come out. So that all this our conductor and driver. One of the biggest problems when Nigerians they face na transportation. Transportation don't chop their salary. Transportation don't chop 60 to 70% of their salary. His Excellency, that new bus where you want to bring so now free we go take enter.
Amen.
Who say amen?
Amen. Amen.
I said the new bus will come and want to bring now free will take enter.
Amen.
See election day.
Amen.
His Excellency, they say amen. No. that new bus where you want to bring come and so now free will take enter.
Amen.
Till January 16. That bus, may I tell you the name?
No.
The name of the bus is Akpako bus. You know, say before we get comrade bus, this one is Akpako.
May I ask you a question? Why is it that waiting people talk, waiting we talk for our mouth, you know the chat for TV? Why?
No, this one where you talk so.
Why don't they chat for TV?
No, this one where you talk so I must bring her come out.
Why don't they chat for TV?
I must bring her come out.
People go talk waiting there, but we don't say for news. You know, look at them off. Why? Why no they do like, when they do like that? They go come out with person talk. You know that you made the women here to government. Why they go cut her off?
Wait till they talk so we go show them.
Show them. I got them. Show them. Una go wait till no talk. Don't go come out for TV now. You bring the one where they sweet to people here.
No, you dey blame television station for Nigeria.
Yes, I'm blaming. You are not up. Yes, I dey blame una. Una they do who here.
Television station.
Yes. No, they said the needful. I got up better than we know that thing go cover up. No, show the way people this. They make this to the government. It is wrong. If you not talk, they go know what they talk about. No fear on their head. No good. Una be our eye. Una be our representative for that place. Now go talk with them. Cut and off. Can't the one way using a put for people here. No good. No good.
I can't kill myself.
Kill yourself.
I can't kill myself. Oh.
Waiting they happen.
Okay, we're there for Benin City and those states outside Nigeria. And we're there for King Square. Hey!
You know what's happened? I beg, I'm waiting at the top of this country now, man. We all know. I want to know what did they happen for
okay, what's your problem? What's your problem?
The problem now, what did they happen for this country now? I want to know.
How much you take back for today?
For now, 1,350 for this country now. Me, I don't tell you. I don't tell you. No. I won't go Libya.
I want to go Libya. This Libya now I want to go now. I want to leave this country. When people they talk say make una wakana kurukana wakana, you say you want to go Libya. I say I want to go Libya. This country don't tire me. It don't tire me. It don't tire me. From that tomorrow now I dey go Libya. Tomorrow I dey go Libya. Because I don't know as this country they be now. Every day, things they there. Every day. You know yesterday using Sky Bus do kidnapping yesterday. For which state? He got a distribution number. Correct. Move. Wetin happen? How much you take buy fuel today?
The fuel every time it doesn't increase. Me no understand. I want 1,330.
You know yesterday because of American Iran when they fight, you know
because of American Iran they fight, that because they buy fuel high. They can't go just 1,150 just now. No. I won't buy fuel. They see 1,330. My brother, you buy for me.
Who be those people where you carry so?
Now passenger now.
Wait. But they get mark for face. Are you a passenger? We go carry kidnapper so?
Never.
We go carry bandit oh?
Never.
No.
Yes. A businessman.
Yes, sir. I don't know. Hey! But we don't see again now. Try contact me now. My friend. Correct. You're not a barrister. Correct, my guy. You enter now?
I've been a fake.
No, you enter.
I want enter.
You enter. You don't already did TikTok, Facebook, everywhere.
Hey, don't G.
But Okpebolo no dey collect money from Ola.
No, na senior brother. Okpebolo na senior brother. Ah yes, senior brother. We dey work.
They say some people they collect money from Ola.
They won't die.
Hey, all this guy na street. See ya. Na street they do.
Don't G, Abdullah.
Now wetin dey happen? Now wetin dey happen? Now wetin dey happen?
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
For joining us on this week's edition of the program, Icons. Icon is a program designed where we showcase individuals and personalities who have made a mark in their chosen profession. And so you learn from their story to enhance your productivity, your efficiency, your effectiveness, and your output generally. The program was designed to ensure that we give value to life from the experiences of those who are contemporaries, those who have gone ahead of us to achieve so much in the society. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, your host on the program. My guest is Chief Henry Iyobosa Legema, the iconic, Legema, I must say. Good to have you on the program. All right, let's look at how the industry has evolved over the years. What used to be in the days of yore, not happening anymore. But if you were to do a comparative analysis between what you used to have then and what we have today in terms of revenue streams, in terms of technology and all of that, what would be your key assessment points?
There's been a drastic, I would say, improvement commercially. But there's been a deliberate drag back on professionalism, But for who I am, it is not the monies that we can make that is my drive. My drive is my passion for the craft, So I don't look at what we can make first. But there is no show without the business. That's why it's show business, isn't it? So comparing then and now, professionally it was better then.
Financially it's better today.
Now, and our people are beginning to realize that the act is not for dropouts or for, they never do wells, and I think we are beginning to get our opportunities when necessary and when it's important.
How is the industry responding to technology, particularly streaming platforms, and then some of the latest innovations in terms of equipment quality and all of that?
If you don't embrace it, you die. So it's our oxygen. That's what we have. That's why it was quickly embraced, and we're all, actualizing, the new things we're learning. There are same, for instance, is organizing the relevance of AI to filmmaking, and AGN has done something like that. All the gigs they're doing, they're integrating and reorientating our people in the new terms for the craft.
So who would you say are your greatest motivators, your mentors in the industry, people you looked forward to both locally and on the international stage?
I don't have anybody internationally.
Is there a reason for that?
I'm a complete Benin man, my brother. I'm 101% Benin man, and my craft is my craft, not Oyibo craft. If you see my style, my craft is not tainted by any influence, especially Oyibo influence. I am first of all a Nigerian, and I try to. If I can't tell my story by myself, who will tell it for me? So as for people I've looked at, my role model, so to speak. The first one will be Akin Kiru, late Akin Kiru, Yoruba man whose mother was Obamedu. One of the finest actors I have ever seen in my life. He was in that great Lambodo. Was one of the artists here who represented our state in the team and I was in that same production, but as a page boy. In 1977.
Wow.
Akin Kiru was one of the greatest actors Nigeria ever saw. Then of course Sam Loco, and O.J. Ben, Cleophas Elegon, Amiwo's father in Port of Life.
Okay.
Those were thespians, my brother. They ate, drank, lived, slept drama. Even Felix Ogi, Kasma Suleiman, Then in the nowadays, RMD, my contemporary, another fine actor, was here in Benin. My small cousin, Pedro Obaseki, was an inspiration. He was the first person who made me play a clown, a village jester in The Prince. Somebody was the Prince. And it was the first time I was playing that kind of role. I never believed I could carry it. But he told me, "Pa, there is nothing you that I know cannot do." I said, "Clown, me." I've always thought myself a very serious actor. He said, "Pa, without knowing it, you are a comedian." I was shocked at what I could do with that character. I was in a war for months, for weeks, shooting, and I think that was one of my best performances, I tell you, in this business. Then you may think Pedro Obaseki is a young man. He's done everything in this industry, everything. Even for his young age, he's achieved everything. One of the best directors. Look at his play, his film. Eziza. There is no film like that in this country. And there's never been, and I don't think there will still be. Only my film, Ataparapa, and Jerome, I'm sure those are the ones that can match that. If not better it.
Okay.
With technology.
With technology now, which is available now.
Yes. Then of course Lancelot. Boisterous young man, but he's a very together person. He loves his craft, and he does not shy away from talking about it and shouting from the highest mountains about it. Otherwise, he's one of our best, and we have done well to support him. I think I've been in over 20 to 30 of his films.
Wow.
Wow. And that is one way we can support ourselves.
Absolutely.
It's not the money.
Yeah.
It's not like me. I don't think, maybe one or two persons have paid me for acting for them. I finish with you and walk away because I feel it's one way to encourage you. You know, it's not because I have too much, but it's one way. I didn't have anything to start this business. And
people also supported you back then.
Yes, yes. So I don't see why I should stress or strain your pulse to make you achieve what you want to do.
Okay. What would you say are those values? Some of them you highlighted, but I just want us to talk a bit more about those values and virtues that you head on to that has kept you thus far in the industry, which I believe strongly our younger people, younger actors, actresses need to learn from.
The first thing first is know who you are and believe in you. That's one. It's like the foundation. Know the talent you have. Know, the strength of your talent.
Okay.
Then hone it properly. Because it's you. There shouldn't be shortcuts or cutting corners to it. You must go through the mill. That's the only way you can actually be, when they say wet your whistle, that's the only way you can actually clean your pipe. Or like cleaning your lungs for fresh and clean breath, Then two, you must be dedicated to the craft. Otherwise it will leave you. It's like a guitarist who leaves his guitar for 1 month. The guitar craft will leave you. To start again, you will start to learn
all over again.
That's how the act is. You must practice it every day. Whether you are alone, whether you are in a production situation. And don't let money be your focus. Don't let the glitz, the glamour be your focus. Otherwise you'll be a flash in the pan. It's like fashion. It has its season.
Yeah.
That's how it is. But if you are in for the craft, and you are an absolute practitioner of the craft, you may not have that kind of fame, but you will be there.
Consistently.
You will just be a necessary evil there.
I like that word.
Anybody who's coming to shoot anywhere will say, where is that leg?
Yeah.
Well, because you have made yourself relevant. And don't ever go on set and be a problem.
What do you mean by that?
Some people come and they come with all sorts of excuses, especially if they are collected monies. He will know that he's having another shoot in 5 days' time.
He will collect the money.
He will collect the money, and 3 days to the 5th day, he starts to give you problem with, I'm not well, my mother is in the hospital. Those kind of excuses. You may get away with it first, second time. But you may not have another job from that city.
Because that would be people's perception of you, and then they use it against you.
So we try, we follow that, our slogan that says the show must go on.
Go on.
So whatever. I pulled a tooth. I pulled a tooth to go on the set.
Wow.
I was on set when my immediate elder brother died. I finished. I didn't talk.
That's commitment, dedication to the contract, to the craft, just like you said.
And the minute you can have that dedication to the craft, the sky will just be your threshold.
Okay. As we round up now quickly, what should we expect from you? What do you have?
In the pipeline?
Yes, in the pipeline. What are you doing? Do you still act? Do you still shoot? Do you still produce? Do you still direct? And when you look back, how many movies would you give credit to as your personal production?
Whoa. Movies. Maybe like my personal movies. Maybe like 47, 48.
Wow. That's huge.
Then I produced for others about 50 something.
That's huge.
Right now, we are starting a new phase of filmmaking.
Why do you say new phase?
Because it's not what we have been doing or what we did before now. It's completing the movie and then animating the movies. It's a new deal we are starting with the Chinese.
Okay.
And we are starting with our own stories, epic stories. Joromi, Kwase, what do you call it? Atakpayakpa, Ise Nazoloa, then Nikki D, you know, all those
movies on way back, yeah.
You know, so that's what we are doing. All the scripts already. We are doing our creation artists and dotting our eyes.
Okay.
By tomorrow, Pedi is starting his own, the cartoon version of Ikoka. Tomorrow, you know, and I'm playing with him. You know, so he's the director. I'm just an actor.
Okay, that's it.
But I'll be there tomorrow, and I think it will take some deal of this week for that.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
So that's where we are. So right now, I have 2 films to release in the next couple of days.
Interesting.
You know, Mother Dearest and A Woman of Virtue.
You know, we're back to the theaters. I mean, the return of theaters.
Yeah.
How is that adding value to the industry?
Well, it should add value because it's a plus.
But it looks like it's not adding value from that.
Because that's why I said we have no actors anymore. The crop of actors we have now don't know stage. And they are not interested because there's no glamour, there's no glitz. And according to them, no money. You know, so glamour, glitz, fashion, and money is their push.
Okay.
Only very few actors like myself, Tuti Negiabi, Rajo Sawaru, Uniso Morigi, Cliffy Benovia, Sonny Duboy, and a few others. Elia Abaseki, Jennifer Abaseki, you know, those are the ones who have the, you know, the drive for, or the passion for stage, you know. And of course, what do you call this girl? Peace Osawanyi. Call them anytime. They prefer the stage to movies. Ameze Okponu.
Okay.
You know, these are fantastic stage actors who are ready to work anytime.
Okay, but we've seen a lot of movies going to theaters, not necessarily the stage kind of theater. We've seen that. I mean, for a while, it was more of the stage, but we're seeing movies going to theater, people going. How is that adding value to the system today?
It's one of the distribution windows.
Okay.
For filmmaking.
Okay.
You know, and we have embraced that a long time. I have had 3 films that have gone to the cinemas and theaters.
So how do you see yourself in the next 5 years, 10 years? So maybe if I ask this, how old are you today? Or are you,
I am near 60. I'm near 17 and 60.
Wow, you don't look it more big. So what's the secret?
Just mind your business.
Wow.
Don't interfere in other people's matter.
Wow. No, if you tell somebody you're 50, I'm sure they'll believe you without even.
Don't reduce my market value. So let's keep it like that. You know. So where do I see myself in another 5 years? I think I'm slowing down on acting. I want to concentrate on producing and directing. Okay. You know, and I'm not getting any younger. So I will only be I'm selecting roles to play these days. You know, I can't be playing all that daga I used to do. You know. So I play King.
No, you can still play level. I mean, with this look that you've got.
Well, it will be a one-off thing. I can't be. Nobody can call me a lover boy anymore.
Anyways, it was a delight having you here on the show. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. My guest has been Chief Harry Yobosa Legema, veteran Nollywood actor, producer, director, script writer, everything Nollywood. Hall of Fame Nollywood. Legend Nollywood, former president of Association of Movie Producers in Edo State. Oh, still chairman. Okay, interesting. Anyways, thank you so much for the impact that you've made. We wish you the very best as you look to the next decade of your craft. Thank you. And that's our package today on the program, Icons. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us and we'll bring you a fresh episode of the program. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
Wow, mi láti wá o káyà rẹ̀ kérù lé o.
Omonoba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps. Omonoba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rite of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV Certainly the best.
And sure, it's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Healthy Living with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikoha. It's another time for us to talk health, another time for us to, yes, get to hear it from the horse's mouth and know where and what we ought to do at a particular time. All right, today on Healthy Living, we will be talking about 2026 World Hepatitis Day with the theme Hepatitis, Let's Break It Down. Yes, so there will be a breakdown of what hepatitis, what it is, the treatment, how one can actually know, oh, I'm down with hepatitis, and sure, knowing the different types of hepatitis too. And to do that, to talk on hepatitis is the person of Dr. Omo Okwasui Igbinosa. He is a senior registrar, gastroenterology, subspecialty department of internal medicine, UBTH. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
It's always a pleasure to have you with us in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
Now, World Hepatitis Day, hepatitis, let's break it down. I love the theme of this year.
Beautiful
the fact
theme.
that, yes, beautiful one. The fact that you, the theme has said, yes, let's go down to letting everyone know what it's all about, how it comes, and the treatment, and what the possible remedy of all of this. So first off, what is hepatitis?
Thank you once again for having me. Good day, our listeners. Hepatitis simply is infection of the liver. That's what it is, basically. And so a lot of things can cause infection of the liver. With drugs, infections, other illnesses that the person in the body may be in the body, but particularly we are looking at viral hepatitis, precisely to go down to the very prominent ones that cause long-term problem, hepatitis B and C.
Okay. Okay, now when we talk about breaking it down, what are we trying to do as far as the theme is concerned? What's the meaning of let's break it down?
Okay, so breaking it down, it's divided into several aspects. Break it down to the fact that, one, we need to know that there's a viral hepatitis that could be detrimental to the health of we humans in the short and the long term. Then also to know that, look, there are places where you can go to get tested. So you don't have to wait, fall sick, come to the hospital, and we'll now check for you to now know, or persons to know that they have hepatitis. But you should know that you could walk into specific places any time of the year and get tested. And so we break down the barriers of getting tested. We also know that, look, by the time one gets tested and positive for whatever it is, hepatitis B, C, or whatever it is that the case may be, there are medications. The ones that have medications, the ones that we can take vaccines for, there are vaccines for them. Then, you know, there are advocacy. There's a place for advocacy to governments, to multinationals, to corporations, and to corporate bodies like ITV. You know that there's a place also for international bodies, the World Health Organization, and bodies like that. That all of us have a role to play in making sure that everyone is aware, to the grassroots, aware of hepatitis. There is a place for testing, for treatment, for vaccination. There's a place for funding too, because of course things will not move unless money is involved. That's what it's all about.
Okay, now we're talking about the different types of hepatitis, but before we delve into that, a lot of persons, they actually don't know that they are down with hepatitis. So we'd like to know, what are the symptoms of hepatitis?
Okay, so for hepatitis, of course, this may also be seen in other health conditions, but generally, yellowness of the eyes may be the first thing that may come in.
Yellowness of the eyes.
Yes, and may get worse. What we call clinically we call jaundice. Then the person may have itching of the body. So you see, somebody discovers all the body, the face, the hands, the legs, the trunk, everywhere it's scratching the person. The urine can begin to change color, may become very dark. That's another thing that may be seen easily. Then there may be swelling of the legs, swelling of the stomach, what people call the stomach, we call the abdomen. Then there could be scarifications, that's markings, vessels, visible vessels on the abdomen. The person may begin to lose weight. That's one of the things that may be seen.
Okay. Now, we're looking at this year, breaking it down. Now, if we want to check the statistics from last year to now, has there been a decline in the rate of persons coming down with either hepatitis B or C? Has there been a decline, or still on the increase?
I want to say that study for between last year and this year is actually not in the public domain. But what I can say categorically is that more persons are coming down with it. Of course, that's why we continue advocacy, whether on the days that we celebrate World Hepatitis Day, which is why we are here talking right now, July 28th, every year. But we go out in the clinics, on the streets, in the churches, in the mosque, you know, on air, on radio, you know, everywhere to actually advocate for this. But it's actually still on the increase. Every year, an average of about 1.3 million persons come down with hepatitis worldwide. So it's actually still on the increase.
Okay, so how is transmission? How is it being transmitted from one person to another?
Okay, so I want to stick to hepatitis B and C.
Okay.
Because those are the major ones. Yes, the viral ones that are the main cause for concern. It's through transmission of body fluids. And this can happen either through sharing of sharps. And when I mean sharps, I mean blades, needles, in syringes. Then for those who go to the barbing salon, you know, the clippers are there. Then not so common is blood transfusion through surgeries. Those are other means. Then contact between male and female, sexual contact. That's another way.
Okay, now in what way can we say, oh, it has gotten to the part that it can be treatable? Can hepatitis B and C be treated? Can it be treated? And if yes, at what stage will one say, oh, this is beyond treatment?
Now, there's an acute phase for both of them. There's a chronic phase. Acute is a couple of weeks. For many persons, they might not, when the thing just enters the body, they might not be able to know that it's there. So, but for some, it's pretty obvious. They could also have yellowiness of the eyes.
Yeah.
They feel very weak, tired, maybe joint pains. They feel nauseated. They may actually be vomiting, and that phase seems to pass away.
Okay.
That's the acute phase.
Yeah.
No, but in the chronic phase, you begin to notice that there's swelling of the abdomen, there's swelling of the legs, there's this itching of the body. The urine gets dark. You know, the face of the face becomes the cheeks get puffed out, and to an extent you feel that this person is doing very well, but there are changes going on in the body. The person starts emaciating, you know. Even by that time the tests are done for hepatitis B, there is no cure.
Okay.
What we do is that we run a series of tests more specific for the liver, and based on what we see, because there are guidelines for it, we can begin to manage year to year.
Okay.
However, for hepatitis C, good to know there is actually treatment for it. So what we do is that once because first of all, during the acute stage, the body may be able to fight the infection for a proportion of persons, but for most persons it may not. So by the time it becomes chronic, you know, for C we want to treat.
Okay.
We treat.
Okay.
Once we do our investigations and everything is in line that this person actually has hepatitis C infection, we go ahead and treat. And we have, from studies and from what's been happening, over 96% of persons who get treated get cured. And that's a good percentage.
Okay, now you're saying those coming down with hepatitis B is the case of management.
It's just management, yes.
Management.
Correct.
Then those with hepatitis C, it's constant treatment.
No. We treat.
Okay.
The good thing about hepatitis C, confirmed hepatitis C infection, we go ahead to treat 3 months. The only thing is that the medications are expensive.
Oh, so how does one go from hepatitis C to B? What's the relationship between these two?
Okay.
Because you're saying one is treatment, and once 3 months the person is okay. So how does one from C go to B? We need to understand all of this.
Okay, so let me say this. Somebody can have hypertension and have diabetes.
Okay.
They have different lines of management. The same thing with hepatitis B and C.
Okay.
Hepatitis B has its own, it's a viral infection on its own, though they're in the same family.
Okay, do they have the same symptoms? Do they get transmitted in the same way? The
same way.
Okay,
exactly
so what's now the difference in both of them?
By the time we do investigations, we find out.
Okay.
Now, one of the things about why we are so particular about hepatitis B and C compared to the others, because over a long period of time, if there are changes in the liver and it's ongoing, it can, some persons, a small percentage can end up having malignancy. That's liver cancers.
Okay.
And so we are worried about that.
Okay.
So that's why when we find out for C, we have treatment for it to go ahead to treat. For B, we investigate and we follow up for life. Now, for those who are actually close contacts with especially B, we also investigate them. And once they are negative for hepatitis B, we ensure that they have vaccines. That's why there's a place for vaccines for hepatitis B.
Yes, that brings to mind how important is hepatitis B vaccine and who should receive it?
Everybody. You know, once children are born from the cradle, of course there's this immunization we normally give. It must be completed.
So is it for life?
It's not for life. For many persons. So, but over time, as children grow, become teenagers and become young adults, you know, the body immune system the antibodies have been built up from the immunization in childhood could drop.
So at what age does that come
from teenage and above young adults.
Okay, so do we have like a booster dose?
Definitely there are booster doses. But we advocate that we go for testing, check the antibody titer levels. When they are low, below certain levels, is when we normally give booster doses.
Okay. So right now you're trying to say for those persons with B, it's something you go for constant, treatment.
Yes. So once anybody is diagnosed with having hepatitis B infection and it's chronic, so we'll do investigations.
Okay, and it's chronic.
It's chronic.
Okay.
As I said, it could be acute or chronic. In the acute stage, we wait. Then we reinvestigate in another 6 months.
Okay.
After 6 months of being in the acute stage, it becomes, by that time, if the body doesn't take care of it, it becomes chronic. So it's either one or two ways. The body takes care of it, becomes negative, so the person doesn't have it anymore, or it becomes chronic. So once it's chronic, we start every 3 to 6 months, we do investigations over a period of time. After that, we cannot do it yearly, once we know that the person is very stable and okay.
All right. So can we say that if one can go for constant, checkups and all of that, not even having the symptoms, like you did say, yellowish eyes, swollen legs, itching around the body, maybe you just decide to say, okay, I want to go for general checkup. So if I want to go for a general checkup and I want to check for hepatitis B or C, now what should I tell the doctor I want to go for?
First of all, it's advocated that as adults, especially from the age of 40, we do yearly checkup. Okay, so, but if you don't fall into that category of persons who on a yearly basis do their medicals, and you just want to do, you could go to specific places. I can tell you, like Center for Disease Control in UBTH. You could walk into the place in UBTH and say, I want to do investigations. There are baseline investigations that need to be done. There are about 8 to 10 investigations. Inside of this, retroviral screening is there, that's HIV testing is there, there's blood sugar testing, you do lipid profile, inclusive the hepatitis B and C is part of it. So I can tell you about UBTH. And now, a lot of places, a lot of times when we go to the hospital for maybe for complaints and whatever, there are basic investigations that are done. In many places, hepatitis B and C are also being done. For pregnant women too, when they go for antenatal, it's compulsory that they must do. So of course, you might not need to just go. You go to the doctor, you make some few complaints. Of course, it might be among what the baseline investigations that will be done. But as you said, of course, you might just want to just run some tests.
Routine checks.
Routine checkup. You could just go and say, the doctor, I want to do tests, including hepatitis B and C. And of course, you could write for you. Even if you don't say that, you could add it, because those are some of the things we check in the body.
Okay. All right, if you just joined us, this is Heather Living, and we are looking at hepatitis. Yes, a whole lot of persons, they don't know that they are actually, coming down with this ailment, and that is the reason why our doctor is in the studio for us today, breaking it down. That is the theme of this year, hepatitis, World Hepatitis Day. Let's go on a quick short break. We'll be right back. All right, many thanks for joining us on the program Health Living, and we are looking at World Hepatitis Day, breaking it down, and that is the reason why we have Dr. Omo Okwasi here with us in the studio. Now let's look at mother. Now, can a mother transmit hepatitis B to her, her unborn child?
It's very possible.
Okay.
That's why during the antenatal stage, once they go for their clinic visits, one of the investigations that is done routinely is hepatitis B and C. Once it is detected that there is hepatitis B or C, in the mother, we want to follow up with our other investigations. Now, there are guidelines for it, which I want to bore our audience with, or yourself. We can decide to either retest or go ahead to start treating. So that by the time, especially when the viral load is very high, so by the time the baby is being born, the viral load is next to nothing. But we do this in the second and third trimester. For mothers, not pregnant women, we have 3 trimesters. The first trimester, that's when the baby is forming. We don't want to harm the baby in any way. So we always wait after the first trimester. Second, third trimester, we investigate. And once there's a need to treat, we go ahead to treat. So by the time she's giving birth, the viral load is very low and very minimal transmission to the baby.
Okay, so for those persons, that engage in tattoos, piercing, or medical procedures, so what are the, precautionary measures they can actually take to, to prevent hepatitis?
Even for piercings, I want to use the word abstinence. You don't have to get piercings, but if you have to get piercings, now like before, you go with your needles, or when you get to where you're going to do such procedures, they show you this is a new needle. This is a new. These piercings are new. You can open it up just to show you. And so after using it, they discard it. So that's one way. You go with your things you use. Even for women who do their hair, go with your needle. For men who go to the barbing salon, you go with your clipper.
But the barbers, they will tell you, we sterilize, we burn, and all of that. How effective is this?
It's effective to an extent.
Okay.
I don't want to go into so much academic work, but hepatitis B is very infectious. So even if they do that, they might not be using the right equipment or using the right liquids. Let's put it like that. So it's better, it's safer to go with your own clipper.
Okay, now let's look at myths and stigmas concerning hepatitis. So what are these common things that we hear people talking about more often?
In fact, part of the break it down this year, it's actually concerning stigmatization.
Yes.
Now, you can hug anybody, you can hug those who have hepatitis B or C. It's not transmitted through sweats. Even though, of course, we know you can go through blood, body fluids. Mosquitoes cannot transmit it. Well, that's one of the common questions. Can somebody be bitten by a mosquito, then it can be transmitted? No, it's only malaria. Malaria is one of the things that mosquito can transmit. So there must be
handshaking.
Handshaking is not there.
What about sharing of food?
No, sharing of food is not there. It's not there. It's blood products, and most times it's either through sharps or through sexual contact.
Okay, now in all of this, what is government doing to help, spread the news concerning hepatitis B, especially to the rural area?
There's a unit in the Ministry of Health that is empowered to do this. And every year, as we go about doing our World Hepatitis Day, we actually test and we treat. We do advocacy. We collaborate with the Ministry of Health. And so they also provide kits. Several years ago, while we were collaborating, they brought kits, both for hepatitis B and C, and they brought other logistics to assist University of Benin Teaching Hospital, gastroenterology subspecialty, precisely in this fight against hepatitis. So, of course, government is doing their bits. We collaborate from time to time, and advocacy is actually key. Because a lot of people, when people come down and say, I didn't know, say, people don't talk about this. I say, we talk about it. We come on air, we go to churches, but we keep talking. We keep talking. And to know that everybody should get tested. As an adult, you get tested, you can walk into any facility and request for it. And once it's positive, you should be referred to the experts, and in this case, the gastroenterologist. And I am here representing the gastroenterology department of UBTH. We can follow you up, and the follow-up is for life. I was saying earlier that for hepatitis B, once the viral load is high, we must treat. So it's not even every case that we don't treat. There are certain cases we treat. And in treating, it's actually for life, but we must follow up for life.
That the patient must always come for follow-up.
Yes, and once they start treatment for hepatitis B, it's for life. But for hepatitis C, it's for 3 months, and after that, we do tests to actually confirm that the person has been cured. And in most cases, they're actually cured from hepatitis C infection. So they can go about living a normal life.
So right now, persons watching us, what will you say to them? What's your advice as far as World Hepatitis Day is concerned?
Okay, so about hepatitis, let's break it down. There's a place for knowing your health status as it concerns hepatitis B and C and other viruses. And so you can visit any health facility. Precisely, the government-owned facilities, either the state or the federal government here in Benin City. And there's a place for vaccination for those who need vaccines. There's a place for treatments for hepatitis B and C as the need arises. And there's a role for not just the individual, the citizens, our governments, institutions, corporate bodies, and even the World Health Organizations in ensuring that, because the goal is that by 2030, viral hepatitis precisely should become a thing of the past, which we are working towards assiduously.
Okay, now before you go, we would like to also, want you to advise parents that have, relatives, kids that has come down with, especially hepatitis B. So what's your advice to them?
Go to the hospital. Don't go to traditional places. I'm not saying don't go to church to seek prayers from the man of God. That is good and fine. But go see your health practitioners, your health providers. And of course, once it's established, they are referred, because we have pediatric gastroenterologists. For children, they are referred to the pediatric gastroenterologists. Why for adults, they come to see us as adult gastroenterologists.
Okay.
I will take it off from there.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Omo Okwasuyi. I'm very sure that we now understand the difference between hepatitis B and C. But just in case you just turned on your TV and you're wondering what are they doing in the studio, yes, we have been talking about World Hepatitis Day, breaking it down, and that is the reason why Dr. Omo Okwasuyi is here with us. Like he did say, hepatitis B, it's something that you need to come for treatment, and it's for life, right, Dr. Omo?
Yes.
It's something you don't have to just wait at home and see, oh, yes, we're waiting for a miracle. We know we all believe in miracle, but you have to also go seek the help of a doctor. And for hepatitis C, it's curable. It's
curable.
Just for 3 months.
3 months. But it's a bit expensive, but we was put resources together. It's better to be cured than to, on the long term, come down with liver cancer.
Yeah, yeah. But the key is for you to always go for regular checkup. Correct. When you go for regular checks, you can just tell yourself every 6 months or every 4 months, I'm going to the hospital for a general check. And when you do that, early prevention can actually save a whole lot. So when you get these things checked on time, you can actually save your life to get healthy and to stay longer. So I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Omo Okwasuyi, for sparing out time.
Yearly checkup is better than doing every 6 months.
Unless, yearly.
Unless as requested by the.
Okay. So you can maybe in December you can go for your checks.
Yearly.
Okay.
Unless we now see something and we now say, okay, go ahead. From time to time, we want to investigate and keep checking.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. It has certainly been an exciting time today on Healthy Living. But do well to, come again on your way next week, Monday, for another exciting time. For now, to have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV
Ẹ̀gbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹ̀gbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Viewers, once again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Al-Amin Alao. Inshallah, today we have another very relevant to discuss. The country has been a country that has a lot of security challenges, and the security challenges are on the rise to the extent that every now and then human beings are being kidnapped, ransom demanded. Sometimes the victims are killed, sometimes they are named, sometimes they are raped. Now I want to look at the topic, importance of saving lives, because we have people who take steps to rescue the victims, sometimes at the expense of their own life. So we are looking at the topic, importance of saving lives in Islam. It's not limited to kidnapped victims. How about the medical doctors who save lives? To take a better topic, I have with me in the studio, close to me is Ustaz Sani Abdulhafiz. Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the program.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
And we also have in the studio this evening Al-Aji Professor Bunyami Adi. Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you all.
Alhamdulillah. So we want to look at this topic, importance of saving lives in Islam. Particularly, we discovered that the last rescue mission that was successful, the Orire students and teachers that were abducted, those who went to save lives, some of them lost their lives. We want to look at, is it really worth it? What are the rewards you get when you rescue someone, you save someone's life, even if you die in the course? So important of living lives in Islam. Now, what is life? And why is life important? Let me start with you. Start with you.
Alhamdulillah, we give praise to the Almighty Allah. We ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Every life in Islam is sacred. That is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا النَّفْسَ الَّتِي حَرَّمَ اللَّهُ إِلَّا بِالْحَقِّ, that you should not take the life which Allah has made sacred without justification. Every life is sacred, and so as such must be protected. Life must not be taken for no just cause. Allah says in the Quran that because of the incidents, after giving the account of how one of the sons of Adam alayhi salam killed the other, Allah gave a general injunction that we have made it a decree upon the children of Israel that whoever takes a single life, whoever kills a single person, it will be reckoned for the person as though they have killed the entirety of humanity. And whoever saves a single life, it will be reckoned to the person like they have saved the entirety of humanity. This is to say that every life matters. No life is less sacred than another. To the extent the Prophet ﷺ said it to the governors of the provinces in his time, that if you take the life of even a non-Muslim who is under the protection, who is under the covenant with the Islamic State, then this person is not going to smell the fragrance of the paradise. To tell you that every life matters. Islam respects institution. Islam believes that every way life is going to be dealt with must be according to the constituted authorities. No one is free to do what they like. To the extent that even when I am attacked, may Allah protect all of us, and I have the powers in my hand to do away with the life of another person, Islam does not permit me to take another person's life. The authorities, the government are in charge. But like the reference you are making about kidnapping and armed robbers, and then as well our medical doctors in the hospital, you know, these are people on the two opposite sides. The ones that want to take life and the one that is there to save life. But at all of the ends, the kidnappers, they have taken into their hands that which Allah Ta'ala has prohibited. Don't take another person's life. Whether it's because you want money from them, whether it's because there is some position you are dragging with them, and you think that they are going to outsmart you, and because of that you want to do away with their life. It is not allowed to take the life of another person in Islam. That's why Islam prescribes that if a person takes somebody's life for no justification, if they are apprehended, they must face justice. And among the prescription in Islam is that whoever takes another life without justification, their own life should also be taken.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So punishment for murder in Islam, unlawful killing in Islam, is death. We have countries where death penalty has been abolished, even in cases of murder. You cannot be more merciful than Almighty Allah, Almighty God, creator of the heavens and the earth. It is that seeming mercy that has led this country to these rising security challenges. For example, the Sharia of Allah, that is the law of God, as contained in the Quran, for the man who steals and the woman who steals, cut off their hand. That's what Allah said in the Quran, Quran 5:30. But we now say, oh, that is too strict. How do you cut somebody's hand for stealing? Now, you fail to cut the hand of the thief graduates to becoming an armed robber. He's now carrying guns. He's now killing. You now say, oh, because he's an armed robber, okay, capital punishment. Why now? From armed robbery now, you're going now to kidnapping, demanding ransom, killing people left and right. Now some states are now legislating that, oh, if they are caught now, we kill them. Why now? If we have followed the law of Almighty Allah from the beginning, cut off the hand of the thief. When he's coming, you identify him. Oh, it's a thief, keep your hand set. There's a mark. There's a stigma on him. Now, according to you, Professor Budamin Aide, now, contrary to the misconception that Islam encourages killing, as you have in some quarters, he has just told us now that Almighty Allah is saying in the Quran, Surah to Maida, that whoever kills a soul, it's as if he has killed the entire humanity, and that whoever saves a soul, it's as if he has saved the entire humanity. And that even if you kill a non-Muslim with whom we have entered into covenant, Prophet Islam says that you, the Muslim who killed the non-Muslim with whom we have entered into covenant, will not smell the fragrance of paradise, despite the fact that the fragrance of paradise is perceptible from a distance of 500 years journey. Now, importance of saving lives in Islam. This rescue mission, the last one, we are told that some people lost their lives. Some of those who went to rescue the victims lost their life. What is the Islamic view on this? Is it worth it for you to take steps, saving another person's life and losing your own life in the cause? What is your reward?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا Muhammad. You see, life, as said by Malam Abdulhafiz Sani, is sacred, and we have to keep that sanctity of life, no matter what it takes, to keep the life of another person, or even our own life, because God Almighty, when He created us, He did not call anyone to assist Him in the creation. And the same way as we do tell one another, when it is time for one to leave, God will not at any time seek the consent of someone to say this is the time this person will die. So as such, we have to leave God to do what He does, to do its work. Now, the saving of life in Islam is not something that we joke with at all. It starts from even seeing someone who is under stress, who is under serious problem, psychological, financial, or whatever. Because some of the problems that we do have in our societies today, some precipitate suicide. When you see someone that is gravitating towards that, it is your responsibility as an individual to find a way to assist such individual. That is one. Now that we have people that have been kidnapped who have fallen victims of the wayward ones in the society, it is the responsibility of the government to do the needful by way of rescuing them. And the government will not come to say this is the way we want to do it, except through individuals who have become, who are staff of the federal government, so to speak, particularly those that are in the security circles. And when one does that, when one gets engaged in that, the only reward for him will remain with God, because of the fact that it is not something that we human beings can quantify. Of course, in Islam, we know that when you do certain things, God always, as stated in the Quran, when you do one good deed, God will give you a reward of 10 for some, and there are some that attract the reward of 70, the reward of 700, and so on and so forth. But saving the life of another person is not something that you can quantify. You cannot quantify it in the sense of within the context of the Quran, because just as he mentioned, we don't know the extent of number of human beings that God created before us. We don't know the extent of human beings that He will create after us. So if God, in His infinite mercy, now says that whoever saves a life, it's like saving the lives of the entire generality of mankind. So it's not something that you can quantify. And the same way, if you harm a life, particularly pushing the person to extinction, automatically your reward also is not something. Even when they kill such individual, it doesn't take that killing him. It doesn't equate to what God already really wrote for him, and that is why at all times we must not be object of precipitation of suicide thoughts to another person, either physical or psychological.
Thank you. Viewers, if you are just joining us, the topic we are looking at is importance of saving lives in Islam. I'm coming to you again, Ustaz Sani Abdulhafiz. We do hear of martyrdom. First, Islam says that the martyr is forgiving all his sins except the debt he owes. Somebody who died as a martyr because of God. And listed categories of people, the way you can die as martyr. Provided the person is a believer in the oneness of God. If those who went on that rescue mission and lost their life, assuming they are believers in the oneness of God, and they died in that cause, have you not attained martyrdom? Please tell us more. Importance of saving life in Islam, or life in Islam.
No, actually, the responsibility to protect ourselves, protect our families, protect our properties, and everything that matters to us is an obligatory responsibility. It's not optional. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ in the Hadith, he says that whoever dies while struggling to protect his property, the person has died as a martyr. If you died struggling to save your family because of somebody who is attacking your family and you are defending your family against this attack, and because of that, you were brought to death, you are a martyr. If you die because you were protecting your faith, you are a martyr. So, the people that go for rescue mission, as we have it, the only condition is just for them to be people of faith. Those who believe in Allah, and they know that there is day of judgment. They know that their good works, Allah has promised He is going to reward them, just as the sins may be punished. So if a person has gone on such a mission, this is a noble cause. It's a noble cause that you cannot celebrate them enough. So Allah is, including them among the martyrs. If because they have to save another life, their life were lost. And that's why when things like that happens, if these kind of consequences amounts from the efforts of the security agents in trying to save citizens from the hands of kidnappers and other evildoers, if it amounts to they losing their life, government must properly really respect, honor, and protect the families of these people. So that if at all we cannot tell where they have gone after they have died, the families should not see their person as having wasted their life. The government should take responsibility to see that the families they leave behind, they are properly cared for. A person that's signed to be in the corps, in the security corps, to be part of the troops, either as an army officer, as a soldier, as a police, as a naval officer, whatever. All of these people, they have, it's a great commitment to say you are giving in yourself to serve the nation. So if there is faith and you are doing it, with due diligence to see that people's lives are actually protected, and because your life is lost, Allah knows better how to pay such a person. So it's that bravery is what Allah wants in us. That the criminals must not be allowed to lord over the whole place. Not until we are able to confront them headlong, they may continue to think that they are in charge. So I think we must give kudos to the presidency, the security agents, for the effort they did in the rescue mission for these children. And we pray Allah to continue to grant them success everywhere they are after these criminals. And may Allah bring them down their knees.
Thank you very much.
No.
You ask importance of saving life in Islam. Topic continues. In fact, Allah said in the Quran that do not say that those who died because of Allah are dead. They are not dead. They are alive and well provided for by their Lord. And it goes on like that. So someone has made sacrifice. It's called the supreme sacrifice. Sacrificing his own life to save others' life. How many of us can do that? Almighty God says they are not dead, they are alive. Provided you believe in the oneness of God. You do not ascribe partners to God. Because when you commit shirk, you ascribe partners to God. It's a sin that God will never forgive you. And you abode. Your eternal abode eventually will be hellfire. But if you are able to believe in one God, and then you make that sacrifice, you lost your life in the cost of saving another's life. Of course, the reward with Almighty God is so great. I'm coming to you again, Professor Benjamin Aide. This incident what are the lessons we can really derive from it? The rescue of these children. We are told that no ransom was paid, and we believed, because if there was no exchange of fire, the rescuers wouldn't have lost their lives. We are told that some of the kidnappers were neutralized, that is killed, and while some were arrested alive. What are the lessons we can learn from this single incident?
Well, there are a lot of things to learn. One, we have to be conscious of our society, that the society is so porous, so polarized, to the extent that hardly would one want to believe the identity of the person sitting next to you. We have to be more security conscious. And the slogan of when you see something, say something. This is the time it has to be louder than ever. And our security agents as well, police, particularly those that are close to the grassroots, this is the time they have to be equipped more to be able to discharge their responsibilities. Because situations where we hear that the weapons that kidnappers, bandits even carry are more sophisticated than the ones that the conventional security agents carry. That does not speak well of a community that is conscious of a society, that is conscious of the importance of high level of security being given to the occupant, the inhabitants of every area. Equally, our government must also start thinking of extending location of security agents to even the rural areas. A situation whereby we just say we put it on ratio, maybe 1 policeman to 4,000 persons. That will not work in this kind of situation again. If there is need for us to recruit more hands into the system, the government should be able to do that. And if there is if we can even engage the civilians, teaching everybody the basic knowledge of security. For instance, the National Youth Service Corps that we do, we can start adapting what happens elsewhere. Where when someone graduates, before you even graduate, you are exposed to 6 months or 4 months of normal military training. So everybody that you see also has knowledge of how to handle one thing or another. That, in a way, will also curb the activities of these criminals amongst us, because they will know that if they carry gun, another person, that the people that they are going to meet, there will be substantial number of persons who also know how to handle one thing or another. So it will be like preparing for them. And moreover, in our society today, we have to learn the knowledge of how to dissipate the criminals as quickly as possible, dispense them. Once you catch a criminal, you don't have to wait 2-3 months, 2-3 years before you start thinking of what to do with such individual. In other societies, in less than 48 hours, they neutralize the person. But here we are. The moment some of them are caught alive, lawyers will come, other human rights will come to start saying that, no, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. Where are they? Where were they? Where were these people when these persons were perpetrating evil? So in my own view, I feel that it's part of the things that our government have to do as much as possible, even when you say you will not, like the state police that they are saying they want to establish now. In each state, anywhere you see a criminal, as long as it is well established that this one is a kidnapper, is a bandit, neutralize the person and let people have peace.
The court of law have been empowered to decide, and that explains why it is also necessary to avoid extrajudicial killings. So that in as much as we are eager to neutralize the criminals and the bandits and the kidnappers, one has to be careful so that an innocent person is not also neutralized or killed. So I will take your view on that to start standard of peace. Importance of saving lives in this. How about Apart from saving the lives of those who are in the kidnapped den, how about you were driving, you saw a pedestrian knocked down the road in the pool of blood, and you take him in your car to the hospital? Is that recommended in Islam?
Now, just like my prof mentioned, that just like somebody you see that from the kind of things he's seeing, he's almost like about to take his life. Anything you can do to help them, do that. So if you see somebody hit down by a vehicle and they're in a pool of blood, these are just examples. Anywhere you see that life is at stake, whatever you can do to save the life is a duty on you. That's why when people have paid zakah, we always cite this example, and they still have enough wealth to be of help to people that are in some very critical situation. They must not say we have given zakah and so it's not our responsibility. Allah has endowed you. You have to do whatever you can do to save the life of these people. So whether it's in your neighborhood, wherever is along the road, you are meeting this person, whatever you can do to save any life, this is from what Allah Ta'ala has commanded. It's part of saving life. You save that life, it's like you have saved the entirety of humanity. Is to say that there should be this sympathy, there should be this empathy, there should be this pity. I mean, when you see another person on the ground, just imagine that I could have been the one. It could be me, or it could be my brother, it could be anybody close to me. So that the same way you would have loved to be helped, that is how you help out. So that at the end of the day, the glory goes to you. Allah knows better how to reward you. So don't see a life going and you can do something about it and fail to do so.
Don't see a life going, about to depart this world, about to die. You can do something, please do something about it. And that brings us to a technical question. Is it a duty or it's a voluntary act? Someone is about to die and you are the only person in that environment who can save that life. Possibly was knocked down, others have no car, you are the only one with a car. And you say, okay, after all, it's not my person. I'm busy, I have a proper place going. Is it a duty that you must perform or is a voluntary act? Prof, can you help us on that?
It is a duty. Because in Islam, we have duty that you perform, that the one we call the Faridul Kifaya and Faridul Ain. The one that, the kind of duty that is compulsory for you to do. And also a kind of duty that once another person does it, the person has already taken care of the entire responsibility. So it is your duty to save another life.
Time is not our friend. You have been told that you have the right to defend yourself, to defend your property, and to defend your family. That's one tradition. The companion asked him, if a thief attacks me, how about if he kills me? Prophet said, if he kills you, you go to paradise. He says, how about if I defend myself and I kill him? Prophet says, if you kill him, he goes to hellfire. You ask, is all you can take on this edition, importance of saving lives in Islam, you endeavor to always save lives. Thanks for coming. Al-Aji Professor Budami Ade and Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. I remain Uncle Al-Aji Al-Amin Allah. Let us always endeavor to save lives. It's a duty. And if you lose your life in the cause, of course, paradise awaits you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oyikokai. Today on Heritage, we'll be taking a ride down to Asan Southeast Local Government area to go look at Ikbede Festival. Yes, this is one festival that has to do with everyone coming together, home and abroad, to come celebrate the new season. Yes, of farming, cultivation, and of course of brotherliness. Yes, together we stand and divided we fall, and that is what Ikbede is all about. Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial. I'll be right back on the other side of Heritage. This is Ividu community in Odwa, Asan South East Local Government Area of Edo State, Nigeria. A community situated in the inner Asan land, suitable for the production of agricultural produce such as cassava, yam, and corn. This community evolved many years ago, specifically in the 1460s, during the reign of Oba Ewai, as a result of one warrior who was troubled with love. He fell in love with Oba Ewai's daughter. However, there was no way of consummation that burning love as a result of the strict mourning laws the Oba had clamped upon the inhabitants of the city. The warrior, whose name was Ohairare, decided to flee the city with his treasure. Ohairare and his chosen woman wandered on until they came to the southern bank, where they set up a lowly hamlet. Ikbede Festival is an annual cultural celebration honoring ancestors through sacred rites.
We are celebrating our Ikbede.
as it opened road for the big festival that is coming, which is Ignobo. That is what they call Ipega. The people of Iledu celebrate, dance, cook. That is another happy day for us, for celebration, to open road for the bigger ones ahead. We pray for all our sons and daughters, home and abroad. Pray for them. It's just about prayers for the good people of Iledu and Ohodwa in general.
Ipede is a river, a woman for the river. So every year we celebrate it. It's the first feast for the whole Ohodwa. When we go and finish before the feast, other feasts will be follow. All our elderly people, youth, we go clear road to the stream, to the river. And the word is around the near house, we go serve it to make peace in the community. Without that, there's no way. Our father told us that the time when they arrive, the feast, the woman when we serve, so the river, the woman they come for Iroko tree for the road here. We sit down with a big breast, and the neck would walk around like a hawk. Would they walk around like clock. Where is still the guide us.
After cleansing exercise, the elders and the youth in the community march along Major Road, singing, thanking the ancestors for a peaceful exercise, and it ends up at the palace of the Eholo. The Ikpede festival is deeply tied to the veneration of the deity of the land of Odua clan. It is an essential rite of spiritual cleansing of the community and to protect the land against attack. Chants, drumming, and acrobatic display like the Babalenini masquerade dance, a dance that involved all the community to be in one place to dance and honored the ancestors of the land for accepting the Ikpede festival. Ikbede Festival serves as a vital homecoming, drawing sons and daughters of the kingdom from both home and abroad together to celebrate their shared heritage. Has been Ikbede Festival in Asa Land, looking at wonderful, colorful display and something looking like the Igbamonenibi masquerade dance. And I know you did have fun today on Heritage. Yes, that is what we know how to do best, taking you around our country, Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large as far as culture and tradition is concerned. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. Do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Igi ni Madonna ní Mazedion You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, beautiful people, it's another lovely episode of your favorite Men's Rendezvous on television, and it is none other than the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, broadcasting live from the City of Bronze. Yep, it is the city where the king is truly king. Now, for the first timers out there, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that encourages young people to prioritize their lives, put themselves first. You know, we live in a society where little or no attention is given to the needs of men. Why is that? Only God knows. But hey, if you don't put yourself first, who's going to put you first? So that's basically what this show exists for, okay? So we encourage young men, basically, you know, to prioritize themselves and prioritize their needs. It's only when they put themselves first and invest in themselves that they can have to give to others. Just like the adage says, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this beautiful episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm never alone. I've got some amazing gentlemen in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting topic that we have to discuss tonight. Now, to my far left is a very amazing person. He is a social analyst, and of course, he's also an educationist. He goes by the name of Ramsey Uwaila Abu. Good to have you, Ramsey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is always a pleasure to be on the show.
Indeed.
And as good advocates of good things in society, or as satirists, the Guys Hangout Show has been a platform for us to correct some of the ills in society and as well expose its vices in order for it not to be repeated by the younger generations.
Absolutely. I mean, who's in a better position to, you know, bring some of these issues to the fore than the natural leaders of society? Yeah. You know, there are lots of responsibilities on men's shoulders, so we really can't afford not to live up to those expectations, right? Yes, all right, it's good to have you in the house.
Thank you.
Now, seated next to him is a friend and a colleague. Yeah, he took out time from his busy schedule to be with us today.
Of course.
Yes, of course, and he goes by the name of Michael. It's good to have you, Michael.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here again to, you know, showcase and show what the guys is all about, you know, to, anyway, this is a wonderful platform for us to actually discuss things that pertains boys, guys especially, you know, the good and the bad. We don't have to be biased, understand. Thank you very much for the privilege.
Thank you so much for coming. Now, gentlemen, we have a very interesting topic before us. We're taking a look at emotional intelligence, right? The need for people to learn to control their emotion. Now, if you take a look at a lot of young people today, you will discover that there seems to be a lack of emotional control. For example, when someone is very happy, they tend to do something crazy. They tend to do things that, you know, they later begin to regret. And then when they're also very angry, they go to the extreme. Right? Some of them do some very crazy things, only for them to start regretting it later. Now, you will agree with me that there is need for emotional control. Why do you think a lot of young people don't seem to have that ability to control themselves when they are at the apogee, when they are at the height of their emotional expressions?
Okay, let me say lack of emotional discipline. It's almost becoming a widespread thing in our society. Not almost becoming, it is. It is a cankerworm that is eating deep into the fabric of the society. Lack of emotional discipline among the youth today can be tied to a number of factors.
Okay.
But before going to this number of factors, I want us to dwell on I want us to give a working definition of lack of emotional discipline. To be able to discipline yourself first is one of the greatest things you could ever do in life. It's very easy for you to tell the next person you are not doing this, you are supposed to do this. But how about yourself? How about you? So that is what many of our youth don't have. Now when these emotions come, we know that emotions sometimes tend to take us off our natural state, at that state where our senses are complete. But that notwithstanding, there is still need for us to take control over our emotions, because the resultant effects of our emotional actions most times are very detrimental. People tend to take permanent decisions in temporary settings because they couldn't just suppress their emotions. And as youth, we all know that the youthful age comes with its own youthful exuberance. There are that curiosity, that need for exploration and all that tend to make our emotions flare up, and some of us even we are not being controlled by our temporary emotions instead of sitting down to say what will be the resultant effect of this particular thing. But what are some of the factors that are responsible for this lack of emotional discipline? One, peer pressure. My friends do it, I will also want to do it. It is almost becoming a new normal now that if you are, let me use your language, if you are the type that is rugged in quotes, so they seem to see you as a macho man, that man that is taking control over, that tough guy. So instead they want to also do so that people will call them tough guy. No one is thinking about the consequences. And these consequences most time are very, very detrimental, either in the long run or in the short time. So I think youth need to sit down and take total control of their emotions. If they are able to take total control of their emotions, it will save them a whole lot. Religiously, in terms of a relationship and all that. We'll get to that in the course of this discussion.
Absolutely, we will definitely get to that. Now, Michael, there is a story in the Bible of a king, I think Herod, who asked his wife's daughter to entertain him and his guests. Now, the lady performed so well that he was super impressed. He was impressed to the point where he, gave her a blank check, asked her to, name her price or ask for anything. And then we all know how that story went. The lady asked for the head of John the Baptist, and the rest they say is history. Now that was at the height of the man's excitement, right? And that's a case in point, as far as this discourse is concerned. The fact that some men particularly, we're actually looking at this as it affects us men, because a lot of things go wrong when a man loses his emotion. We're not trying to give exceptions for other people or other classes of society, women and children, but men are supposed to be in charge, of course, right? They're supposed to be at the helm of affairs. And then imagine what happens when someone who's supposed to be at the helm of affairs loses control, like in the case of Herod. And we all, like I said, we all know how that story went.
Of course, sir.
Why do you think some men lose it in the height of excitement?
All right. Sometimes we let our emotions get the better part of us. And we need to do things that we're not supposed to do.
Okay.
Understand? So, when a society whereby my colleague just said that this exuberance, cloud of memories, cloud of memories and everything, you get. So right now, when some persons are in a kind of state, it's better for you to calm down. All right, better for you to calm down and think. We shouldn't.
Some will even recommend that you take a deep breath.
Of course, just take a deep breath. You understand? Sometimes if I can make should I say salacious allusion, when some men are in this, what should I put it now? This ecstasy. They tend to make
rash decisions.
Rash decisions, and because of that ecstasy, something that they can't actually do. You get, so they just start making those promises because of the height, the peak, the apogee of that excitement in quotes. You get, so I think people should, most of the time, they have to calm down when they're in situations, whether they are, see, we have some people that are belligerent, you get, so when they're in a particular situation, they should try to, okay, keep calm, just keep calm so that your emotions don't get the better part of you. Okay. You get, sometimes we got to do things that we later get to regret so much. In fact, you'll be like, am I the one that did this? I can't believe it. You get, these some persons there in television, they'll ask them, so how do you feel? They'll not be melancholic, like, well, I feel bad. That's because they are allowed, you get, so
they allow their emotion to get
the better part of them. You get, so if some persons actually bring themselves to a check, like this is how should respond in situation. For example, now, okay, all right, some persons they're asking for donation. Some persons out of shyness or whatever, out of they want to impress, intimidation, they just begin to use the call. At the end of the day, now you're calling them, they're running away from.
Like we say in our local parlance, when their eye clear.
Of course, when their eye clear in the local parlance, you understand. So sometimes when they're in different situations, you try to be placid.
Okay.
Not so fall into regret.
Now, there's a particular story I stumbled upon on social media of a guy that was just thinking aloud, right? Some of these guys will just come on social media and say certain things, like share their experiences and all. So dude was talking about an experience he had with his, with a lady, right? He said that he used to, every time he comes on social media and sees people talking about PS5, that he remembers a certain experience he had with a lady, how that he used to play PS5 a lot, and then at some point, a certain girl he was dating at the time got fed up with the fact that he was getting too addicted to the game. And then she came, seized the PS5 and then soaked it in water, right? And that was how he lost his PS5. And ever since, every time he hears people talking about PS5, that experience just, comes rushing back into his mind. Now, this, to a very large extent, has affected lots of relationships, right? We have men who just tend to lose their emotion or lose their senses the moment they are angry, for example. Lots of cases of DV, domestic violence, are born out of this, lack of emotional discipline. You're angry, someone offended you. Now, just like Michael just said, one of the measures that people usually recommend whenever someone is angry is that they take a walk, right? Take a walk away from the scene. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Now, that singular act by that lady was born out of a lack of emotional discipline. Now, how much damage do you think this could, do to society if it is not checked?
Definitely, it will increase the number of inmates we have in our prison. It will encourage more violence, as people will tend to learn from the wrong people. It will cause a lot of breakup. It will increase divorce. It will increase the rates of crime. When we're talking about emotions, it all starts from the mind. People should learn to put their mind in check. Well, before you act, definitely these things have been conceived on the mind. You tend to brood on it on the mind. You tend to ruminate on it on the mind. If you are able to keep those things, those negative things on your mind in check, it will not result to emotional outburst.
You're saying it all begins with meditation.
Meditation, premeditation. You see, some of these things that people do out of, I call it emotional outburst. They've conceived it on their mind for some time. Though some persons are short-tempered, but that notwithstanding, you still have to do with something of the mind. They ruminated on it on the mind before they will say, okay, let's take this action. So these things should be discouraged. If it is not discouraged, we'll have so many ladies who will later regret their actions in relationship. And going to the case you just cited, sir, concerning the young lady that decided to soak the PS5 of her boyfriend, immerse it in water and all that, that's because she couldn't just keep her emotions in check. Now, this is the same lady that will sit down later and say she will regret that thing she have done. That was not her intention. Her intention was just to get the attention of the man. But now that she have done it, the man is scared. If a lady could do this, next time she might decide to go for the TV or the refrigerator or any other appliances they have in the house.
So the guy seems to be living with the trauma now.
The guy seems to be living with the trauma, and the lady also live with the trauma. She's traumatized. There are some people that cannot keep their emotions in check. And after the action, they always regret it. So the guy, the lady, the emotional outburst is not okay for any of them. So what we need to tell our youth out there is they should learn to always take responsibility for their action, and they should learn to always keep their emotions in check. they should learn to always guide their hearts. Many things comes into the heart. It depends on how you ruminate on it before you give it out. The heart is like the processing unit. If you process it well and decide to say, okay, let this thing go, or I will report this to the authority, you do this yourself before doing that thing. Not you trying to just get everything that is before you want to attack. No, at the end, those are right to become wrong. So I think people should learn to discuss some of the things they intend to do
with themselves
before bringing it out.
Okay, now, Michael, while he was talking, he made reference to the need for accountability. And that's should I call it a currency that seems to be lacking in recent time, in modern day, because a lot of persons would rather push the blame to someone else, the blame for their actions to someone else, and the blame game continues. It seems like a cycle. It's a never-ending, phenomenon. Someone does something wrong, and instead of owning up and saying, "Oh, yeah, I did this, and this is why I did it, and I'm sorry," they keep looking for somebody else to push the blame to, and then the person you're pushing the blame to also wants to push it to somebody else. Where does this lead us?
All right. There is this cliche which Nigerians always use. It's the devil's work.
Okay.
All right. It's not the devil's work. It's inbuilt. It's in you. You need to be cultured. You need to be disciplined. Sometimes you don't have to let it out. There are sometimes you just need to calm down. You just need to calm down, and that thing you want to. There's this thing that, should I call it the super ego, is pushing you to say it. You don't have, sometimes hold it down. You don't have to let it go, because when it goes out, it causes damage. Sometimes we need to be, not sometimes, all the time, we need to be disciplined. Like you rightfully said, see, these things they are inbuilt. If you want to, okay, let's assume we're in a particular place right now, all right, and some things are happening. I think the mind is one of the fastest system in the body.
Processors.
Yeah, one of the fastest processors you get. So you need to process some of the things you want to see. Is it going to affect this person? Is it going to affect me later? What's going to be the common pants for this thing if I let it go? So sometimes you just need to think, process everything, and before you see everything will be copacetic. You understand? So sometimes we just need to let things go.
Okay.
I myself now, some persons do complain about me some certain times. They'll say, "Why don't you get angry?" Because I know what's going to happen if I get angry. I can't go to prison because of you. I can spend the rest of my life because of you. So all I have this particular method. Either I keep quiet, or I start singing, or I leave. You get, so we just need to have.
Those are your personal measures.
Yeah. So I have this particular modus operandi. That's the way I operate it. So whether I start singing, maybe infuriate you, but I don't care. You get, so for peace to reign, you get, for peace to reign, I just need to be placid. Before you, everything will be cool.
All right, guys, in case you're just joining us, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and tonight we're taking a look at the need for emotional discipline. Now, emotional discipline seems to be lacking in our day, because a lot of persons just allow themselves go when they are at the height of their emotional expression. There's absolutely nothing wrong in being yourself and expressing yourself, but it's very important that you learn to put a check on your emotion, else you do things that you will regret, either good or bad. Now, Ramsey, let's take a look at the attendance effect of these things, right? Now, while Michael was talking, he made reference to the fact that sometimes the effects of these things are long-term.
Yeah, they are.
And so, for example, the things you say cannot be taken back.
Words are like eggs, and when broken, you can't retrieve them. And that is why you must mind your words, you must mind your actions. You must not throw stones at every dog that barks at you. A man that is focused will not always want to attend to distractions. Some of these things these people do, they are distractions. If you are on the moving bicycle, then there is no need to stop. Have you seen anybody that is sleeping on a bicycle?
Of course not.
No, if you want to get to your destination, you keep moving. Now, definitely the people will get on your nerves. People will want to say things that will distract you. But like I always told my students, you don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. That is a way of keeping your emotions intact. Now, you see the effects of emotional outburst. Most times they outweighs the benefit of it. So if you check some of the things that you will do when you get angry, then you keep your anger in check. And let's not forget, anger is just a little different from danger. If a man is very hungry, it will lead the man to a dangerous place that the man did not even expect. So with that, I expect everyone these days to say, I won't get angry. Instead, I will report to the authority, or I will do this later. You must sit here and start looking at the resultant effects of what this thing will be. A wise man once told me, he said, we know how fight starts, but we don't know how it ends. Yeah. So if you know you don't know how a fight is going to end, then just don't start the fight.
Start the fight, okay.
So it's time for us to sit down and say, this is not the time we allow emotions to get over us. Rather, this is the time for us to keep our emotions in check. And most times you find out that you will be very happy later if you are able to keep your emotions in check. Because when you see the resultant effect of most things that will occur when you are not keeping your emotions in check, you find out that it's so detrimental. It outweighs the positive aspect of it. So I think it's always good for us to control our emotions and don't allow our emotions to control us. Like I said before, when you see people that are taking permanent decisions in temporary situations, you know that they are not able to keep their emotions in check.
Now, there's a school of thought that it's better to express yourself than to allow your emotions to accumulate. Because when you allow that to happen, it will get to a certain point where, there will be an explosion. And once that explosion takes place, a lot of things go wrong. Do you share that opinion?
Yeah. All right. The thing now is that I think it's a stupendous idea. See, share your opinions, but let it be packaged in a way that will not affect the next person.
Okay.
See, let's assume someone upsets me, and it's been bothering me, causing through my veins, everything. So I want to let the person know there'll be a way. I have to take the person away from public or from that place, so that person will not feel embarrassed. And I'll take the person to a particular place and start first. See, you need to make the person feel calm first, compliment the person first, and then start making your own complaints.
Okay.
In that, using that modus operandi, it will make the person feel guilty. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. But if you come in a bellicose manner, just be
in a hostile manner.
Just be shouting and everything, it deteriorates everything. So there should be a particular way, like I said, the packaging. Just call the person to a particular place. At least the person should be reasonable enough to know, okay, for you to even bring this thing to my table, I think let us solve it. You get, if the person keeps talking and make everything worse, you can tell the person, okay, I've said what I have to say, and well, to God, I've already done my part and done my level best, and you take off. So you don't just develop a particular pattern that will not make things worse.
Okay.
Rather make things, ameliorate things.
Okay.
You get, so it's just be the way you think.
All right, Ramsey, what you just said borders on manner of approach. Do you share that thought?
Yes, another angle to this particular issue is that there are some things that are better left unsaid.
Unsaid, okay.
Maybe instead of saying it and before you know it creates rancor, state of agibagi, chaos and all that. But then, what you say and how you say it are two different things. You can decide to say something bad in a very good manner, in a way that the person you are talking to will not even know this thing is as bad as that. So if you must express yourself, you don't have to add fuel to fire. You must learn to put words in order. When a child said, "Mommy, if you are my mother, you shouldn't have allowed Mama Nkechi to beat me like this. I never knew someone can beat me." The child is using words to manipulate his mother. Another person will say, "Okay, Mommy, this is what happened." Okay. So how you say it and what you are going to say matters a lot. But I think if you must express yourself, put all your skills and dexterity, your communicative skills to how you are going to put that message across. It will help settle the dust.
All right, thank you so much, Ramsey. Now, on the final note, because time is actually fast spent, what's your advice for people out there who always tend to think after they've acted? Right? There are people like that.
Of course.
Whereas the normal procedure is to think before acting. But there are people who only begin to think after they've done certain things. What's your advice for such people?
Yeah, some persons should develop this habit of packaging themselves to the extent that they don't have to regret their actions. Before you just blow off, think about what is this my outburst going to cause for me and for the person. What is going to be the end result? Okay. Just have to calm down sometimes. See, the mind is very, very delicate. It can traumatize you. After you've hurt someone with your words, it can come back like a boomerang. It can boomerang, come back to you. you may never believe, you may never sleep because of
what you've said.
You are thinking of.
So it's your conscience that's not
helping you. Yeah, okay. Of course. You just need to think like, okay, how will you feel somebody tells you this particular thing you're saying?
Shoes,
okay. So you just need to just calm down.
All right.
Most of the time now, I believe to think like, this what I say to this person, let me edit it.
Okay.
Like I just send somebody a message.
Sometimes it's too late to even edit.
Of course, it's too late. You get. So sometimes I just throw my advice and be like, okay, I'm so sorry about that.
All right, thank you. Ramsey, you said something about, I know on the final note though, I know you already said something about discussing some of these things with yourself first. Yeah, so would that be your final word on this?
Yeah, everyone out there should learn to be in total control of their personality in all ramification.
Okay. Don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. Keep moving and be focused. All right, gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you for taking our time to be with me on tonight's edition of the show. You guys made it a success, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I hope that the next time I call upon you, you would be able to oblige me.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Now, it's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, broadcasting live from the city of Bronx. And tonight we've been talking about the need for emotional discipline. Now, it's very, very important that you learn to control yourself. There is absolutely nothing wrong in expressing yourself. It's why you're human, right? But it's also very important that you learn to put a check on yourself, just so you don't do things that you'll regret. Nobody wants to regret their actions. It's never a good thing, okay? So it's very important that you learn to put your emotions in check. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, this is me saying, stay out of trouble and enjoy the rest of your night. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Edion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. ní àwọn ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀jọ́ àpọ̀ ìwòjọ́ rẹ̀ kẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ ló jáde ẹ̀jọ́ ìwé ẹ̀nẹ́ẹ̀dìá kò ní ẹ̀nẹ́ẹ̀dìá tó wẹ̀ yẹ lórí tí ẹ̀wọ́ yé wọ́ ẹni náà ẹ̀yàgbẹ́bò ẹ̀yà màwọ̀ pé ẹ̀yọ ìjọ lórí náà ọba tó ọba pẹ̀wọ́ No.